Hello and welcome to Yella's Beat Bracket on Critically Drinking.
The song wasn't good enough.
Oh,
Sorry.
All the gangbangers forgot about the drive-bys, though.
Whatever.
This is how you do it.
Y'all literally excluded the song that said a cookout in it. I do not want to hear y'all toasting songs.
I let my tape pop, and if I hit the switch, I can make the ass drop.
And you don't stop.
You don't stop. Never eat your pig, cause a pig is a cop.
I got the rap patrol on the Gat Patrol. Ladies love me long time like Tupac Soul.
Like Bo, like Doe, like Dro, Nitro. And if you don't know, now you know.
You know I got soul.
Up to the house
in my 6'4".
Oh, snap.
Guess what I saw? Standing on the front stoop, hanging out the window.
Snoop Doggy Dogg and Dr. Dre is at the dope. I jumped out the rock and said, what's up?
Designated driver, take the keys to my truck.
Pour lean in my cup.
Get nice, split the blunt up.
Come on, everybody, let's get the fuck up.
Now, what y'all wanna do?
so what you wanna do?
What you gonna do?
Wanna be a baller.
B-ballers,
Shot
callers. I wish I had a girl who looked good, I would call her.
I was like, good gracious, ass is bodacious.
And I approach baby like, hi, my name is. Last name ever, first name greatest. I've been spending hundreds since they had small faces.
See notes by the layers, true fucking players. Race in the space means peace, see you later.
Funky fresh and yes, cold on my feet.
My life's like a soundtrack I wrote to the beat.
When the streets keep calling, heard it when I was asleep.
T-O-N-P-T-O-N, my city, mobbing in the street.
This is my part, nobody else speaks.
Stop this shit. Okay.
First, let me hop out that chopper, sister, brother, son.
Showstopper, flow proper, head knocker, beat scholar.
Girl, I want a waller in the back of my
I know you ain't a pimp, remember what I taught you.
Who am I? I'm the boss.
I still represents what's your house.
I call it
Who shot Biggie Smalls? If we don't get them, they gon' get us all.
Hey, you know how we ball. Right in the shiny car. One know we go for the law. We tie them like fuck them all.
Smoking hot, pouring up, keep it lead up in my cup.
You leave no drink around me, believe your drink gon' get drunk up.
Moving hard like I wish you would.
You the superstar, boy. Why you still up in the hood?
We back.
1, 2, 3, back on the scene, crispy and clean.
It was all a dream.
It wasn't even close to Halloween when the MCs came to live out the name.
Went solo on that ass, but it's still the same.
Okay, first things first, I'll eat your brains.
Eating whack rappers alive, shitting out chains.
West side, when we rock, come equipped with game.
Look, homie, I done came up and I ain't changed. Oh, yeah.
Hold up. I don't mean to hold you up, but I got something to say. Come on.
Give me the mic so I can take it away.
Player haters, get away, or my lead will spray.
Cause this type of shit, it happens every day.
And I will never stop.
Because I just can't quit.
Mayonnaise, color bands, I push miracle whips.
I gather round. I'm the new fool in town.
I'm the young Harlem nigga with the Goldie sound.
Down,
When I came to get down.
Get down, girl, go ahead, get down.
I get money, I got.
Rock the rhythm that'll make your body rock.
To the TikTok, you don't stop.
I told you I'm just like a clock when I tick and I
This is the beat, y'all. If you don't stop. Well, I'm talking about y'all is hip hop.
Hello and welcome to Yella's Beat Bracket on Critically Drinking.
Hey, yo. We in that bitch. What's good, y'all? What's happening? Had to pull up on the YouTube one time, man. Hit y'all with a little something, man. Gotta feed the peoples. One time. I guess they ain't hungry, but they ain't here. So we just gonna be coming to kick it with y'all for a little bit. We got Rashawn pulling up a little later on. We got Bree pulling up in a bit. So yeah, it's the rare occasion where I'm the one here. I'm the only one here. I'm the one kicking off the show, and that's fine. My partners typically do a lot of the heavy lifting, a lot of the leading. You know, they like the guards, and I'm the center. You know what I'm saying? I do a lot of rebound, and they feed and they run the floor. You know what I'm saying? I'm there. You know, I'm there. But it's all good. Shit, man. Waiting on at least one of them to pull up so I can get into the conversation, because I don't want to get too far ahead and get into my rambling. It's different. I don't know if it's different over on Twitch. I could typically just go ahead and get into it, but I know with YouTube, like everybody say, you gotta be intentional. So you gotta be intentional. But we do got a couple topics today for y'all. We're gonna be talking about the Snow White movie, the new Snow White flop, in fact, and why it flopped, right? Because me and Bree been having that conversation since shit since we've been talking, but it really kicked up around the one Star Wars show she was watching, where it was just like all the super woke queens was running the show, and they didn't get renewed for a season 2. Let me see, can I cam up? Cam it up? Yeah, we can. Yeah, we can cam for a bit. I mean, it ain't gonna help. I mean, I'm sexy, but that ain't gonna do it. That ain't just gonna bring the people. Yeah, we're gonna be talking about the Snow White thing. Then we got Corey Holcomb, who got booed off the stage. And is there something with that? I got the idea, but I'm gonna definitely need somebody else to bounce the idea off with. A couple of these conversations is gonna be about karma too, and just bad juju, if you will. And I use that pun intentionally because shout out to Alonzo Hall in the building. What's good with it, bro? I use that term bad juju intentionally, pun, heavy pun, super pun intended. We have no problem with using puns over here. I wouldn't even call it a situation, but it was more like I call it a canon event, right? So Jaden Daniels, rookie quarterback from for the Washington Commanders, his OG was probably his OG put on one of the nastiest blocks of the football season, and this season ain't even going. This is long after the Super Bowl over. But did her bad energy throw off the canon event? He said rocking the old school. Nah, these some Turtle Beaches. Man, these the gamer joints. These the gamer joints. I ain't even gonna lie. Got a little glitch in my my microphone, and I can't find a cord for it. So, but nah, yeah, these is my multi-purpose. Hey, for real. I'm look, damn near there. I'll be 38 in shit a month. Whew. Oh, Lord. Cringed a little bit when I said that. Ugh. Be 38 in a month. Said, don't let my bad juju throw you off. Nah, you all good, bro. I'm actually waiting on I'm waiting on Bree and Rashawn to pull up for I get into some of the comments. I mean some of the conversation. So no, you all good. Say it just starts at 40. I know. I see it. I see the trajectory. Cause I be peeping some of the brothers, and you know what I'm saying? Like my brother, he 9 years older than me. So if I'm he 47. And I see that nigga beat up. I see his friends beat up, broke down. Shit, I'm like, man, look. Shout out to Patrick Black in the building. What's good with you? Yeah, fellas. I'm trying to go strong in the 40. That's what I'm starting now. Going to the gym now. At least doing a little workouts in the morning. What up, Twin?
Hello.
Doing my little workouts now. I'm trying to get Sese for the summer and Health Day for the 40. Goddamn it.
Happy birthday, Patrick Black. Belated.
Oh shit. Hey, turn up, man. Look.
Welcome to the club, youngin.
Cheers to you. We all the same age for the next 30 days.
I know. Oh, I finally get to be 38 this year. I'm so excited.
I know, because you've been rushing it for 2 years, nigga.
I'm so excited. I might actually get a cake.
Hey, Bree been rushing to be 38 for the last 2 years. Every time you ask, she got 38. Nigga, you not 38. You my age. Like
so aggravated too. You be so irritated. He be like, we got to do this every year.
Every year.
I just know I'm a crash out when I turn 40. I just know it. The closer I get, I just feel it. Like I'm getting old. Like I'm starting to get hot flashes and stuff. Like the crash out coming.
I'm hoping it's different, right? Because I heard that happens, but I've been crashing out so long that maybe it's like a turn.
Nah. You're gonna unlock a new level of crash out at 40. I'm convinced. It's just like
that's probably
you just don't even know your capacity to crash out till you hit 40. Like if you don't crash out at 40, you're like good to go. Yeah.
Damn.
I'm so scared. I'm determined not to get divorced.
Yeah, don't do it. 40 be when they be doing it too.
Everybody turn 40 and just be like, you know what I need to be?
Just get to 50, G. Just get to 50. You be cool. Be that 40.
Nah.
To 49 range.
And just be like, divorce?
Wow.
Yeah, it goes up. Yeah. So pray for me, y'all. I'm scared. I'm getting nervous.
My nephews gave me a call and were like, are you 48? Nah.
Right. Oh, I mean, you might as well be 55 now.
I love my age. People think I'm 25. I'm like, nobody. One of them young and looking 37s. Yeah, they don't never know how old we is.
Well,
you don't give a fuck. Y'all don't give a fuck goes up to 40. We is the aunties and the uncles now, y'all.
Nah, leave me out of that.
We definitely finna be there about 2 years. Get ready.
That was I'm gonna crash out.
Stay away.
I'm not big enough to be into. I'm not big enough to go into auntie hood. So that means I gotta be toxic auntie. It's like the grandma slots getting filled, and I'm not gonna fit it.
Everybody getting their promotion. Yeah, you are.
Yeah, the next grandma. You next up for promotion.
Yeah.
Big mama.
You gotta go through your auntie
promotion.
phase now, right? Right. I got to go through my you about to go through your mama auntie phase. It's like you know what I'm saying? You just using your daughter mother phase.
Right. Right.
Now you finna be in the mother auntie phase. Then you
Do
gonna
you
eventually go
think
to the
Alton
auntie
Josh
granny
told me to
phase.
grow up? I said, shut up. He said, grow up. Yeah, sir, I'm offended. I'm offended.
First of all, you
Right.
grow
First
up,
of all,
bitch.
it's
You
not, you
grow
too
up.
old. You too old. I said, oh, stop saying that. Why you keep saying that to me? Yeah.
Fucking tell
They
me
right
grow
though.
up. I'm trying,
Right.
bitch.
I'm
I'm
trying
trying.
not to. It's crazy out here.
Okay.
Like, it's crazy out here. I feel like we living in an alternate timeline. Like, for all we know, next year this time we gonna be on martial law. We gonna be looking like North Korea.
Look, okay, so let's jump right in it since you said alternate timeline, right? Because I do believe in canon events, right? So now that I know it's a name to it, thanks to Spider-Man, it's a canon event now. Things that just happen or they have to happen, right? And I think we've probably crossed into another timeline thanks to Jaden Daniels' mom.
Oh yeah. Well, this is we finna go. We're in the Trump timeline.
Hold on, because I got the.
I have a theory that he's a time traveler that changed time so he can. I feel like he know
what it is already.
We like on the episode of Loki, and like Trump is like he been trying to find that timeline. Yeah, when they took out Jonathan Majors, see, because in Loki he was the one who remains. See, they took out He Who Remains, and then Trump started. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I feel like, I feel like they together. We lost Kane.
See,
we got Biff.
Too. Yeah, we did lost Kane. We got Biff.
Right, we lost Kane. We got Biff. I'm telling you, look, you got to pay attention now.
But you know what though? All's well that ends well though. Because if you see the end, have you seen that scene in Back to the Future? Have you seen Back to the Future? I feel like Back to the Future probably.
Yeah, that's classic.
So the scene, the scene with Biff when he disappeared, when old man Biff disappeared.
Oh yeah, he left. Right. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So
he time travel.
Eventually,
I don't think it's gonna end well.
disappear.
But you remember when Biff was running the show and one of the alternate, everything was run down. They was going through it. It was like the wildlings out there.
I mean, we just need to we need a hero.
Where's Michael J.
We need
Fox?
a hero.
Come on, bro.
Which is why we need a Marty.
Okay, well, we ain't got Michael J. Fox. Where Tom Holland at? Come on. We ain't got Michael J. Fox. Tom Holland need to come through. Come on.
Who's other famous time travelers?
I don't know. I'm just convinced Trump is one. I think Elon Musk might be a time traveler too, or an alien. I mean, or the same. I don't know. Yeah, but see, because you said Juju, right?
I'm with both.
So you said Juju. So like in this Biff Trump timeline, Juju can't prosper. You see what I'm saying? She can't prosper in this time. Blacks, I don't think they
don't say that, man.
I don't think they gonna be coming for us like that, but you know, it's just gonna kind of be like we on the side. Yeah. The black people just being like, it's gonna almost be like we don't exist on this timeline. I don't think they're gonna be coming for us. I don't even think we're gonna be like really persecuted like that on this timeline. It's just gonna be like, we know y'all can't do nothing no way, so we just finna go harass these people over here. And black people just gonna be on the side. That's what I feel like it's gonna happen. Like this was happening.
That's tough, bro.
That's what I'm saying. So yeah, I agree. We on the alternate timeline. We lost our Kane because we was Kane. I'm telling you, when they took Jonathan Majors out, He Who Remains, they done got through the timeline. I don't know which Loki done got up in the office, but yeah, he clearly won. So they clearly decided to take out He Who Remains. So here we are.
Yeah. So before we get into that, let's talk about some. Like I said, to further that, let's talk about some more timeline alter. And I want to see, I will get your thoughts on this. Because it actually,
her name is also Juju, so it could be like a spiritual hot conspiracy. We got bad juju now. You know, it's a
See what
sign
I'm
for what's to
saying?
come. It's a sign for what's to come.
See what I'm saying?
You
Man,
know, we
this
got
shit
bad
fucking
juju.
shit's fucking crazy. I'm scared. I'm just gonna let y'all know I'm frightened just a little bit.
Some kind of eclipse is coming, man. Bad juju. We got bad juju. Y'all ain't see that commercial where they was telling people we will deport you and you'll never return. I said, this on the TV? Just on NBC. Like
Just here. Right. This
I feel
just
like
here.
I'm on an episode of The Boys. Like
Commercial. Right. Right.
what is happening? Right
What's the vote? Yeah, void.
Yeah, it sounded like what I said. So this just
void
on
the
TV.
ass, nigga. We definitely got Homelander in the motherfucking.
Yeah, Homelander definitely in this bitch. I said. So they just got this on TV.
Right.
Crazy.
See, hold on. It's a whole different timeline, right? Because we were supposed to get Homelander in WWE, but we ended up getting Peacemaker.
So y'all ain't got Homelander in the office.
Nah, but that's what I'm saying. Like everybody was expecting Cody to go heel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
It ended up being John Cena. You know, John
that's what I'm
Cena
saying.
played
John
Peacemaker.
Cena went
It's
here.
a
That's a sign
whole-
you in the wrong timeline. That's bad.
Oh my god, man.
Hey, we cooked, bro.
We done. We done. And this might
You know,
be
I have
the-
a strange theory that black folks gonna kind of not be bothered too much, honestly. I think we expecting to be bothered. I never thought I'd see the day when white people getting accosted in the street. I said, wow, not them accosting and apprehending white people in the street. I said, what is happening? Damn, I'm used to it being us.
Right.
Said,
you don't know how to feel. You like
I don't know how to feel. Like I'm just like,
do I be ragey or do I be
I don't
like,
know. Like, am I like
that's what you get?
yeah, I don't know how to feel. I'm concerned, I guess. Like,
Damn,
I don't know.
The conflict of concern versus indifference. Should I
because people
care?
keep saying it's gonna be y'all next. Like it's gonna be y'all next. That's what people say. If it's them, then I was like, well, usually we first. So I mean, I'm not convinced we gonna be next.
It's
like,
us next.
Well, they
That's
say
what
if they
saying?
doing that to these people, they coming for y'all next. That's what they say.
Think of what? Hello, McFly. Hello, McFly. Bitch, it's been us. What the fuck you talking
That's
about?
what I was saying. I was like, I don't know. It's like that feels like you're trying to induce fear and emotion in me that I don't really have. Because like, when did it stop being us?
McFly. Hello.
How about they been doing us and now they moving to y'all? Like that part of it being us has already happened, and now it's y'all.
Right. That's what we've been telling them.
We've been saying, right?
Right. That's what we've been telling
Now
them. Like, hey.
Now it's the spicy whites. See, like I don't think it's gonna be us next. Like it's already been us. Now it's the spicy whites.
Right. Whatever
like,
they
so
got
y'all
for
next.
us.
If anybody next is y'all. Like
right. Right.
In terms of like who's gonna be persecuted next and shipped out of the country, I guess.
Right.
I'm like, where they gonna send the niggas?
Right.
I mean,
The bad part is that ain't gonna never be us.
We
That's the bad part
we
about
probably would just tear the country up. They tried to send. Cause where y'all gonna send us?
Where y'all gonna send us at? We're Americans. Right. So for them to be telling us we're next, no, the fuck we're not, nigga.
I mean, because if they came for us, I think they really don't want that smoke. Because then you can't even pretend you're not doing what you're doing if you start going after people who from America. Like
who from actual people who actually born here, actual Americans.
Like literally don't exist nowhere else in the world.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So anyway. Bad juju timeline. Let's go.
We in the bad juju timeline. So let's jump right into it, man. So y'all know Jaden. If y'all don't know, Jaden Daniels, number 2 pick, Washington Commanders. Rookie last year. Played pretty good. Got to the NFC title game. So he got a bright future ahead of him. So he's at the March Madness tournament for the ladies. Watching Juju do. I think he played at USC too. I don't know. I think he played at USC. It might be the one detail that I don't have. Shout out to Mandry on the bed or whatever. So he's there at the game. she comes sit down next to him, and like I said, listen to
This right here.
that. Look at that. That's not a fake smile, y'all. Y'all, if y'all want to know what a real smile look like, that's what a real smile look like. Y'all ain't never been smiled at like that by a lady. She ain't like you for real, bro. She ain't rocking with you.
Oh.
She don't even like you as a person.
Y'all gotta check this out, man.
Daniels. Now, Juju's 19. Daniel's 24. It's when she like does the cute little like touch of the ear thing and smiles, and then wait for it later. Like his mom came out.
On the face.
Mama, I realize that you have hands.
Right, she's sitting there with the stare face, like, bro.
She like, ugh. Just big hater.
He said Juju face, not the big smiley face.
Right. It went from that.
So that I'd be sending that still face I'd be sending in the chat.
It went from that to this.
Right.
She like, bitch, you gonna come sit down right here? She can say that in her head. She might not can say it out loud. She
You gonna have to
look
go
at her
catch
like,
me by the concession stand. You want to talk to her? She gonna have to catch him.
yeah, like damn. Mama got an assist for the
He had a
man.
phone
Look,
out too. What, he got a Motorola Razr? What? Oh, his hand GB. I'm like, what kind of phone is that?
right, and remember, NFL quarterback. That nigga hand is probably huge.
Yeah, everything just looks like fun size because her purse is like super small. I'm like,
Yeah, it's a croppity crop.
yeah, that's why I was like, it's like really small
deal, right?
everything. So I'm like, what is going on?
So I figured maybe it was just moms being moms. Right?
Oh man, Sean overslept. Watch, you gonna come in here like, overslept.
It's cool. That nigga needs a rest. Everybody need a little rest. God damn it. If you oversleep, that means your body needed it.
Y'all ain't that nice to me when I'm
So,
sleeping. It's cool though.
like I said, I thought we checked on you every day.
That's true.
Hey, Miss
I'm
Marshall.
just doing my just hilarious thing.
Mm-hmm. Y'all ain't stand up for me. Right. No, right. I'm about to go straight up DJ Envy on your ass too.
Right.
We check on you every day. We just had a meeting yesterday.
Facts. Yep. Because
We just had a
out for the
meeting
back
yesterday.
chat.
No indication of why.
So I thought, right, it was just maybe a isolated incident, right? Nah, that's what she been on. So her name is Regina Jackson. Mama Regina will help Jaden find love. This is before I think the year he got drafted the year before. Mother NFL rookie Jaden Daniels stays ready for the girls.
What concerns you the most?
Let me see. Is it up?
Girls.
Nah, it ain't fun. That's messed up.
What happened? It was playing. Why you stopped it?
Can y'all hear it?
Yeah, I can hear it.
I can't hear it.
What concerns you the most?
Girls. Them girls. Some girl out here. She's got Jaden Daniels' wall, and her mama said, "Hey, honey, you're gonna be the one who's gonna go get him." And I know that sounds crazy, but I guarantee there's someone out there who's trying to get their hooks into Jaden Daniels. So thank God he got a mama like me, because it ain't her.
Something like that.
Right, them girls. Man, I'm 24.
I didn't understand what she was imagining us gonna happen. She said they mom send them over to trap him. Is that what she was saying? I didn't really get what she said.
She basically was saying it's a bunch of women that's probably trying to get their claws out of him.
Okay.
I
thought I heard her say they mama say something.
Them say?
I thought I heard her say something about their mom or something. I said I couldn't really understand.
I couldn't even hear it. That's funny because that's funny that y'all heard it. And I didn't. I couldn't even hear it.
Yeah, I just didn't kind of understand what she said. Even though I could hear her, I just didn't understand it. But yeah, I think it's reasonable. Understand.
Yeah.
I think it's reasonable. There are Brittany Renters out here. There are women who prey on those young athletes. So I'm not mad at it.
Yeah.
But if I was gonna let my son talk to anybody, it'd be another young, successful athlete who kind of can understand his grind, his hustle, what it takes, what's on the line. I probably wouldn't block that.
Right.
It's one thing to block a woman who ain't coming with nothing, but yeah, I probably wouldn't block that. I probably would encourage that, if anything. I'd be like, go talk to her. Cause she got a lot to lose too. She ain't gonna pop up pregnant.
Right.
Her own career. That's what I'm saying. She got too much to lose.
Exactly.
So I'd probably be pushing him towards somebody like that, honestly. Because that's the best protector, honestly. The woman having enough to lose to make it work.
Exactly the same. Yep.
Fumbling her career. But then again, you got Halle Bailey's of the world who fumble their whole career having a baby. And you be like, girl, why? Like, why? Why now? Why are you doing this? You're only like 22. Your career is just starting. Why are you fumbling it to have a baby? You don't have to do this right now.
I can see her doing it because Halle can sing, and sometimes in pregnant bellies.
She's not an athlete.
A little strong.
Yeah, she's not an athlete. Yeah. But still, that I'm just saying that's not to say that a woman won't sacrifice her career to have a kid. That's all I'm saying. Like sometimes you don't think they would, but I think, like you're saying, an athlete would know that having a kid would offset her career. It ain't even no room to really argue otherwise. So
I feel you.
Unlike a singer could kind of be like, oh, I could do both. I don't think an athlete would think
I ain't doing that. Yeah, she not fucking that up. So yeah, I think Mama Daniels, Mama Jackson, she put some bad juju on Juju because the next night she tears her ACL. Now, like I said, ACLs happen with athletes all the time. Regular people.
That's one of the bad ones.
Tear their ACL.
That's a bad one though.
Yeah. And people come back from ACLs, but it definitely put a halt to her momentum because she could have probably won the title this year or been in it, because college basketball is one of the things where one player can just affect the whole game. Like at the college level, you can have a Juju Watkins and she can just take over. So she could at least got to the title game, if not a deep ass run in the tournament. But she hurt. She just got player of the year on one of them publications just made her player of the year. So I believe she put the bad juju on, just that hater energy, man. She messed up the Cannon event. It was supposed to happen. I mean, it could still happen, but now it's got to be all love and basketball now. Well, a nigga hurt his knee. Remember they was at USC too?
I never watched that movie. You talking to the wrong person.
What? Stop it.
Have no reason to even watch it. I will not watch it. I'm not what?
Forgot you in a traditional blick. Forgot you in a traditional blick.
I'm not. Thank you. I have no
You're
interest
off
in
the
watching that
blick.
movie. Yeah.
Hey, but wasn't that bad? But
Sure, it
movies
wasn't that
that are
bad to y'all.
apparently
I don't. There's just nothing in my body that feels like I need that experience of watching that boring ass movie. I don't like sports.
Right.
I don't care. I don't care about them
But it's
people.
love and basketball. It start with love. The basketball is just.
Is it smut in basketball? Nah, it's 90 smut too. It ain't even that good.
Yeah.
It ain't even that good. I already know.
I mean,
nah.
You had to
I'm
watch
good.
it at the time. I don't think you
Yeah,
would appreciate it now as
Smut
an
wasn't
adult.
even. Yeah, I'm about to say that wasn't even.
It was one of them movies. It was one of them movies like you had to catch it at the time for it to stand out to you.
You already know
Now,
how I
you
drug
probably
the
won't.
Wiz. Yeah, now y'all can have me watch it. You know I'm gonna drag it the whole time. I'm just start saying.
No,
stuff that's
because I mean, like if you wasn't like teenager or college age or shit like that, because it go through high school and college type shit. You know what I'm saying? So if you wasn't that age,
I
you
seen
probably
a
wouldn't
snippet
vibe
of
with
it.
now.
I'm aware of kind of. It's just no point of relation to me. So,
but I understand. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah,
I understand.
Sorry, guys.
No, it's fine because I feel the same way about the next topic that we're going to talk about, which is the new Snow White movie. So I was telling everybody that this is kind of like a realm of topic that we've been having over the last couple of years. Like I said, with this idea of like overly woke culture kind of being injected into Disney specifically. Let's just say Disney specific, because it seems like a very Disney problem. Don't really seem like too many. It seems like other people are doing it, but they're the ones who are like fucking it up the worst. Their adaptations of the old shit just sucks. Luckily, they
I don't know why they chose to do this movie if they didn't feel like they could tell a story with the current political climate. I don't know why y'all do. Nobody asked y'all to do this.
Right.
We already had one with Kristen Stewart and Charlize Theron. Nobody asked for this.
Right. And she was a badass. I've seen it. It was okay.
Thor was in it, child. That's the only reason I watched it. Yeah.
Right. But and that was and for what it was.
For what it was, hot people.
Okay. Right.
Peak white mediocrity. And that's it. That's all I wanted from my movies back then. Just some white people just doing it well enough.
And it wasn't a 1-to-1 either. So it wasn't like they was trying to do the cartoon. Right. There's other story. Like Snow White isn't a specific Disney story.
Back when people understand that at the very least everybody just had to be hot. Okay. It's
right.
Bring back trash.
Shout
movie.
out to Transform. Shout out to Transform.
Hot leads.
Hot leads. Explosions. Fighting.
Right. If all else fails, that's all I need. Yeah, and why was Gal Gadot in this movie singing? Because girl, what? I mean, she's hot though. Right. They had the hot thing going. They're like, well, she's hot. But then you
right. See, that's the
weird,
point. Like
that weird head thing she had on kind of took away from her hotness.
They trying to dumb her down so they can make her look less hot than Rachel.
Yeah, they would have
let's get
if they would have styled her to if they would have styled Gal to the male gaze, then her hotness would have carried more. I'm like,
but they wasn't on
nerfed
that.
her. Yeah, y'all nerfed her.
Yeah, they wasn't on that, and that's crazy. So, more specifically, right?
Because why you hire her? Gonna make her. Nobody's looking for this lady besides being hot. Why would you hire her and then nerf her?
Yeah.
Dumb.
Yeah, like there's only one role she can actually act in, and that's Wonder Woman, and we need to keep it at that. Like she can play Wonder Woman very well. being
Right.
hot. She can deliver the lines. Wonder Woman ain't finna say nothing prolific. She's gonna say something like stern, hot, attractive. She's gonna make a certain comment. She might come up with a good idea, but it's not gonna
Right.
be
God.
6 pages of dialogue. It don't need that.
They gave her this ugly outfit. Like, who made this outfit? So bad. They was like, she got a face card that never declines, which is true, but I don't know. They should have got that lady from the theme parks. Sound like somebody got a phone call. I'm not even interested in seeing this movie. Disney done piss me off. What Snow White hair look like? She got this ugly haircut. Let me see. Did she have a bob? Okay. Yeah.
All right, my bad. My
I'm
bad.
sorry.
I got to take like 10.
Well then, just you ain't finna leave me up here by myself.
Man, just hold down for a second, dude.
10 minutes, more like 15. You got 10 minutes. If you ain't back, I'm ending the live. You or Rashawn better pull up in 10 minutes.
Yeah, I don't know where this nigga Rashawn is. I think I'm not.
Let me find the news article to watch. Bye. You see how they do? Schedule stuff and then don't even be here. See what I'm saying? What is this? The ugly stepsister? What is this? This looks crazy. Let me find a little let's just do a little news. The news cruise. While they got no music. Okay, let's go into the news section and then see what's on. Cause y'all hear about these ladies who've been visiting their husbands in prison and then get murdered? Have y'all heard of that? That is actually crazy. This man murdered his wife during a conjugal visit. Now they saying another one. Oh, Lord. Okay, y'all just gonna have to watch the news with me since they left me. And they got 10 minutes. You want to call? Oh, okay. I was just making sure. You wasn't trying to
I'm about to call in a few minutes.
tell me with your eyes. What's going on? Which one? The Brian Koberger one or the women who keep getting killed by the prison base? Because that's crazy. To marry somebody in prison for murdering people and then you get murdered and everybody's like, oh my God, that's crazy. Like, I don't know. That feels a little off to me. But I've been following the Idaho 4K, so I don't know which one you're talking about. But let's see. Oh, he already got this. Let me add this. So we got the second woman killed while visiting her husband in prison. And then we also have Brian Koberger apparently bought a mask before the kill. Oh, he's done. Like, you're buying all the stuff needed to murder people. Of course you did it. Girl, what jury is going to be like he didn't do it?
Here, you cannot gauge a murder case by the sheer tonnage of the paper. We've been digging through all these documents throughout the day, and among the revelations,
how you say that word?
Tying the defendant, Brian Koberger, to the black balaclava mask that was spotted by a surviving housemate.
Well, there you go.
The prosecutors say they have proof.
Oh, he's done, honey.
The defense says, well, that witness, that roommate brought up this.
And he bought the knife off Amazon, girl.
A K-bar knife, which has never been found, and a knife sheath. That one matched the one found near 2 of the victims' bodies, and Koberger's DNA, the state says, is on that knife sheath. But the defense now claims that his Amazon purchase and his
that's how I know I'm getting old. I be sitting around listening to the news all day.
Bought a knife sharpener and bought a sheath, a K-bar sheath. Well, the defense says that browsing history should be inadmissible because at the time he was living with his family. And
Girl.
other users could have been doing the typing.
Girl, bye.
Or the sheath, or the sharpener. Maybe
Okay,
not
so apparently they say they got proof he
Don't
bought
forget,
the
he was
mask.
also known to
sheath.
search
Let me go
sharpener if
through.
any of
I'll be
you
skipping.
lived in the same house and were purchasing off the same computer. I think we're well past those days, though, for many people, where you're sharing a household.
All right, so that's the newest thing. They said they got proof that he had the little mask that the girl saw him in. Oh, he's done. He pooped on the office floor. What is this? I was trying to find the news with the lady who got killed, and when she went to visit her husband for a conjugal visit. Oh no. Let me see. I thought I don't know the lady name. Let me go back to news. Try to find it. I told him they got 10 minutes. Okay, here you go. Here go one. Is there no sound or? Let me see if there's any sound.
Or the perk that every inmate wants to get. Well, but at least 2 California prisoners are under suspicion of killing their visitors while in the midst of conjugal visits last year. If you were with us last night on this program, you heard the story of Stephanie Stevie Dallas.
Child, why is they still doing
Stevie
this?
was visiting David Brinson, a man that she had actually married behind prison walls. Last November, Stevie was strangled while on that conjugal visit. Months later, David Brinson has yet to be charged, and her family is only now getting information about how she died. And if that is surprising,
but he
maybe
already
it shouldn't be, because just 4 months before Stevie was killed, Tanya Thomas died in nearly the same way on a conjugal visit in that very same prison. Last summer, Tanya drove 3 hours to the Mule Creek State Prison for a conjugal visit with convicted felon Sean Curry. Curry's a violent carjacker and attempted murderer. And though Tanya shared a child with him, her family and her friends had no idea that they had secretly married. Curry was serving 34 years to life for shooting a 19-year-old woman in the head and then dumping her at a truck stop.
Girl, what?
She was permanently blinded and partially paralyzed from that attack. But despite all that, Tanya still took him back. Tanya's conjugal visit with Sean was scheduled for July 1st at Mule Creek. At that prison, the visits can last up to 40 hours for inmates. But by 6 a.m. the next morning, Tanya Thomas was dead. Curry told the prison officials that Tanya just didn't wake up. But months later, the coroner said something else, that Tanya had actually been strangled. And it took...
But why would you marry something? Like, why? What are they offering you? Like, why are you marrying someone in these conditions? Like, they don't even make no sense. Like, why are you marrying someone who's in prison for murder? Like, I'm trying to figure out the mentality that would make you think that this is a person that you want to marry. Like, I don't know. Like, what? I don't get it.
Until last week, a full 9 months later, for Sean Curry to be charged with murder. And again, even though Tanya died in July, 4 months later, Stevie Dowles was killed during her conjugal visit to an inmate who was serving 4 life sentences at Mule Creek. I'm joined now exclusively by Janine Rojo. She is Tanya Thomas's cousin. Janine, thank you so much for agreeing to talk with me on the program tonight. And I'm very sorry that you and your family are going through this loss, especially with this compounding story that this happened twice. When and how did you learn that Tanya had died?
Well, first of all, thank you for giving us this spotlight to air our story. It's very tragic. So she died on July 1st of 2024. However, her son did not get the phone call that she died until the very next day.
We waiting on Yella to
did
come
not
back
know
and
until the
Rashawn
next
to
day
maybe
that she
pop up
passed away.
if he pops up at all.
She was, as I understand it, Janine, more like a sister to you. Did she ever mention much about Sean Curry? I mean, that she'd even been talking with him, let alone secretly married him?
She definitely did not let us know that they got married and that they were intimately involved the past few years. However, because they do share a son together, he has been in contact with her since he's been in jail for the past 25 years. So we were used to them talking here and there on the phone, but we did not know that they ended up getting married and were planning on if he was supposed
I don't
to
think
get
she
out
would
on
tell
parole
them that,
in January
obviously.
2024. We had no idea that they were planning on living a life together.
So what did you know about him? And did you and the family think much about Sean Curry?
So we've known him since high school. That's where we met. This was, I can't remember, but we were about 15, 16 years old. And we all had the same circle of friends. He was actually a really cool guy. I mean, he didn't show any red flags. He was kind of laid back demeanor, just like Tanya. And then they got intimately involved, and she ended up getting pregnant. But then,
this is before.
During her pregnancy, he kind of just disappeared. And then while she was in labor in 1999, that's when I saw that he was on the news. And he was on the news because he shot his 19-year-old girlfriend, Zenaida Brown, I believe that's her name. He shot her in the head and dumped her body at a construction site and left her for dead. She survived because of Good Samaritans that found her the very next day. But Tanya was in labor when all of this happened. And then after that, he was on the news again because they didn't find him. He was on the run and they were looking for him. That's why he was on the news. He was doing carjackings and robberies. I mean, he was just going crazy for about a week or two before they finally found him. And he's been in jail since 1999.
So they share a 25-year-old child together now.
Yeah.
Did share.
1999.
Is there some thought that Sean lied to her about having a parole hearing and maybe was dangling hope that he was going to get out, and that she may have actually set him straight on this conjugal visit, meaning I know that you don't have a parole hearing till 2027, and that maybe that sparked a conflict behind those apartment doors?
Why when it's tight?
So he was being truthful about the parole hearing that he had in January 2024. However, it got denied. And
so he was
I heard
crashing
from her
out.
best friend after she already passed away, because her best friend was the only person that she told anything to. The family was left out in the dark. Tanya didn't tell us anything because she knew we would not approve, and we were concerned for her safety as far as being in a relationship with him and him being out of jail. So the parole hearing, he got denied in January 2024, and it's my understanding that he told her to wait for him because he was up for another parole hearing in January 2025. However,
I don't understand why.
Sean learned that he really was not up for parole, because if you look it up in the system, it's public information, that he had the date of 2027
So she didn't know
for the
that?
next parole hearing. So we're not sure. We're kind of speculating at this point. We're thinking maybe she went there in July to kind of bid her farewells with him and let him know, hey, I'm not going to wait another 2-3 years for you. I've already a good 25 years, and if you're not going to get out, then I need to just move on with my life. This is what we're thinking. We may not ever find out what the reason was, but that's kind of what's.
But, you know, one thing you did find out, Janine, was that 4 months later, Stevie Dowles died during a
See how he
conjugal
ain't
visit
back?
with a dangerous offender. What was your reaction when you heard this just 4 months after you lost your cousin?
See what I'm talking about?
So when I found out, I heard about it on the news in November of 2024, but they didn't give a name and they did not give a cause because it's still under investigation. And I automatically knew. I said, whoever went there to visit, he killed her. And I know that's what happened. So it was a matter of time. And I was praying that I would eventually learn her name and, her family, because I want to contact them. They need to know that this same exact thing just happened in July to my cousin. And it shouldn't have happened to Tanya, but it definitely should not have happened to Stevie. I mean,
I agree with you there. I mean, it's just stunning to hear 2 women killed in 1 year at the same time.
What up?
both
And
on conjugal
of course,
visit.
your look left.
Janine Rojo,
So,
thank you so much for doing this. And again, my heart goes out to you and your family and your loss. Thank you for talking
so
to
I
us.
just started watching the news.
Thank you very much. I appreciate this.
He left.
And I do want to tell
No, he
our
said 10
viewers,
minutes, but
the
you know.
California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation,
Okay.
we reached
I
out
was
to
like, I'm
them,
not going to sit
and
up
they
here
gave
and
us a
monologue by
statement
myself. I
about
just
family
started.
visits. So let me read it for you. It says, CDCR
I said, I'm too
visits
old
are
to
a
be up
privilege,
here
and incarcerated
monologuing by
persons must
myself.
apply and
I'll
meet
turn the
strict.
news on.
Okay.
So I just
That's hilarious.
watching a news story that came up about another woman who died on a conjugal visit.
Another woman?
Yeah, this was a different woman who died before the other woman. I was
Not the
like,
black church lady.
no, not her. This is a different woman. And then I had watched Brian Kohlberger from the Idaho 4. They said he bought a mask. So I was just watching the news.
Who bought a mask? Who?
Yeah, it's the Idaho 4 murders, if you're not keeping up with it.
Oh, that old thing. You talked about that a long time ago.
Yeah. So they just coming out with new stuff because it's getting closer to the court date. But yeah, this was about another lady who died. She married some man who was in prison for murdering somebody, honey. And I guess his parole had got denied, so he crashed out, child, killed her.
Dang.
And they was like, he's a chill guy. Her cousin was on there to my, yeah, I mean, I never thought too much of him. He a chill guy. He murdered somebody, lady.
Yeah.
He's not a chill guy. I'm just a chill guy. No, he's a murderer.
Yeah, I don't understand that, man.
It's like a dissonance. Like, he seemed like a chill guy. He's a murderer. That's literally like the opposite of being chill. Like, you murder people when you get angry.
Now, was Yellow here for any of that? Did y'all talk about the whole marrying somebody in jail?
We talked about being on the alternate timeline, Juju.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Bad Juju timeline we on now. And I had a theory that Donald Trump a time traveler. He really is a Biff. And he changed the timeline. And that's why Juju can't prosper on this timeline. Because it's the Biff timeline. And when we lost Jonathan Majors, he's the He Who Remains. And so when they got rid of Kane, then that was a sign that we jumped timelines. And they decided to kill him at the end of the season.
Wow. So we lost the Black He Who Will Remain. Now we got Tony
because remember he was He Who Remains. Right. Because remember he was He Who Remains. And they was like, should we kill him? He was like, y'all kill me though.
Hey, gonna change everything.
The other variants coming out. So then it feels like in real life that's what happened. Jonathan Majors got yeeted off the timeline. And we in this new timeline where white people are being accosted in the street. I said, wow, I don't know how to feel about that. How do you feel about that?
I mean, who's the white people being accosted in the street?
So lately, with all the immigration stuff going on, I mean,
Jesus, I can't keep up.
Okay, first of all, it's so much. Okay, let me get you up to date real quick.
Hey, what up, Midnight?
Hey, Midnight. Okay, so this lady who had, I don't know where she was from. I just call them all spicy whites. 3 races, you Asian, white, or black, right?
Okay.
I mean, so she's not black or Asian. She's from somewhere else. They done yanked this lady up on the street. She got a whole student visa. They done
you mean like
yeah,
deportation?
Yeah, ICE pulled up on her.
Yeah.
So they yanked up off the street. They sent the. She's supposed to be here. They just like sent the. So we got that going on. People saying when they come into the white people was on TikTok crying because when they came back into the United States from their vacations, honey, ICE was on their ass interviewing them and going through their phones.
Hey,
this white lady was crying. She was like, I am so. Oh my God! Like there's like 30 ICE agents. I guess she thought because she was white. she didn't have to worry about this smoke.
Nah, it's a whole new day, man. They gotta accept that this we all knew, or you should have known. If you didn't know what was gonna happen, if you didn't know how serious they was, if you didn't know when they told you who they were.
But I thought they just thought it was gonna be black people.
Yeah, probably. But
I think they thought it was gonna, because people keep on saying, if they doing it to them, y'all next. I'm like, it ain't we next. We been it. Like we've moved to the next. Y'all did next.
Yeah.
Not us. They've been doing this to us. We can't be next. We already went.
Yeah. I'm with you. It's that old poem, man. And then they came for me. Nobody ever thinks it's gonna be them.
Yeah. You can't tell us they coming for y'all next. They already got us.
Yeah.
We don't get to be next in line again. Y'all just want us to be next in line. We can't be next in line. It just don't even make sense. Y'all next in line. It's y'all.
Yeah, it's your turn.
Yeah, white women. This who y'all wanted.
Yeah. Get snatched.
Yeah,
Get snatched.
y'all next. Y'all next, not us.
I be praying for the Handmaid's Tale.
Don't say that.
I'm just saying. Y'all wanted it. Y'all asked for it. Y'all wanted these people.
Well, they telling us that we next, and I said, "Nah, y'all next." I said,
"Yeah, we like said we cooked."
Yeah, we been cooked. We been cooked.
Yeah.
Anyway, so that's kind of what we was talking about. Being on the alternate timeline, Homelander in the office, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So
it's getting real, man. I don't know. I'm torn. The bitter side of me wants everybody to get what they deserve.
Yeah, but then you like, that means somebody gonna have to get up and fight and be like Sanjay. Like, thought y'all can handle y'allselves. I'm trying to stay out of this.
Mm-hmm.
So that's probably what's gonna happen.
Yeah, because everybody, people are getting it. And what I don't like is the celebratory, the whole celebratory post. Because like some channels are just all they do is post like Republicans lost their job and they said they lost their benefits and they said like
y'all do realize like everybody eventually gonna get wrapped up in this.
Yeah, that's the thing.
No one's absolved.
Like don't celebrate. Don't you ain't at the victory
we gonna have
line.
to get off our ass and swing eventually.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, for real, we probably all gonna have to get off our ass at some point and swing. Yeah. But in the meantime, you know, we gotta let people get mad enough because Black people have shouldered the outrage much too long by ourselves. So
everybody gotta feel it collectively. It's gotta be a collective pain.
Yeah, once everybody say they've had enough, then we probably could get something done. Till the end, it ain't gonna be.
Because there's still a lot of idiots that don't know. I was in the comment section. They was doing that whole thing about Trump and that. It wasn't Trump specifically, but the people that sent that text message that was talking about the battle. They was about to attack the Houthis, the Houthi rebels. They're about to attack them, but they used like a regular old text message.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And then they actually did do it. Just like that's crazy.
So they're like, man. So they sent it to the press. The dude from the Atlantic. And Atlantic's like, well, you sending me confidential information. They're like, we ain't sent you nothing confidential. So he told everybody. So then they're doubling down saying, well, first he said it never happened. But then once he put it out there, they're like, okay, well, it wasn't classified. There was nothing specific and detailed in there. I'm like, okay, that's cool.
Sure.
But I put in the comments, like, if you expected competence, or I can't remember the other word I used, like, this is just another Wednesday for the rest of us. Like, we knew what we were getting when Trump became president. Like, we knew competence was gone, professionalism was gone. Like, and if you expected anything different, you're the fool. So it was like, found a professional victim. I'm like, okay, so you're an idiot. Like, there's no professional victim. I'm saying this is Wednesday. Like, this is status quo. This is our new normal. There's no victimhood here.
What do y'all? I mean, because that's the whole thing. Didn't y'all want people who weren't like media trained and all that kind of stuff to be in the position so y'all can feel closer to them? So this is what regular people be doing. That's kind of how I saw it. Like, just imagine some niggas getting a job on a high level of confidentiality they're not used to functioning on. Like, you know, stuff like this is gonna happen, right? Like, they're not trained in it. So they're gonna be doing regular people stuff, like using regular chats to talk about stuff that they're not supposed to talk about it in. Like, I mean, it's not really that weird if you kind of think about it. It's concerning for a lot of reasons, but like, I mean, it's not shocking by any stretch.
This is the alternate timeline where the South rose again. This is the South rose again.
It's gonna be interesting though. I don't know what's gonna happen, but you know, I just take it a day at a time. Every day something new come out. I'll be like, it feels like we're in the episode of The Boys though.
It feels like a lot of different things. Like this
it feels like a lot of
reality. That only fiction could create. We're in the reality that only fiction could have written up.
Yeah, this is crazy. That commercial I sent in the group chat the other day was crazy.
Oh yes, the deportation commercial.
Yeah, I was like, this feels like we're in an episode. That's when I was like, this feels like an episode, right?
Which makes sense. That's a Fox property, but still, it's like we're coming for you.
That is just weird. I was like, why is this a commercial?
Yeah, they like feeling powerful. So it's such a strange thing.
Well, that's when I said it feel like I'm in an alternate universe because that was different. I said this is new. This isn't normal. But yeah, that's kind of where we were. So he said 10 minutes, and as you can see, he ain't back. So
Yeah,
I told him I was leaving.
Yeah. Something popped up.
But you popped up. I said you or Rashawn better pop up by the time this little video I'm playing over. I'm leaving.
Hey, cuz you can hold it down. You a grown woman.
I ain't asked to hold it down. That's not what I asked for.
Yeah, you ain't asked. It ain't got about you hold people down because they're your people.
I'm sure y'all would have been all right. Y'all would have understood if I ended the stream.
We'd have held you down. You got to hold us down. We got to know that we can count on you.
I did. That video was 20 minutes.
Okay, it could have been 30. It could have been 2 hours. You got to hold it down.
I didn't have
you don't have the proper perspective of a black woman. If a black woman can marry a quadruple murderer and hold him down in prison, you can't even hold down a stream for 30 minutes. Like how?
Oh Lord.
I feel bad for King because he ain't got a ride or die. See that dude had a ride.
Yeah, I'm not
or
really
die.
cool with the die part. It's just me. That's my new thing. It's a deficit in me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
it's okay. You ain't got to. It's a deficit within me. I can't hold down a murderer, a 4-time murderer.
Yeah, quadruple murder. Yeah,
it's me, not you. You're gonna have to get one of them real smooth.
So on your thing, you said you talked about when I say your thing, I'm talking about you said you were developing like a back mapping. Mm-hmm. Like what are the traits of somebody? Like what's going wrong in somebody's life to marry a quadruple murderer?
They're a control freak.
Okay, control freak.
I see it as control freak.
Okay, I can see that.
I kind of try to reverse engineer it because I'm like, okay, what would be the best person for a control freak? Like, oh, he said he pissed right now. Okay, a control freak because they control everything, and a person who's on lockdown is like
the ultimate controlled.
Yeah, the ultimate control person. So I feel like a control freak would be drawn to that.
I can see that.
Because you're like if they're at max. Yeah, because if you're like 60-50, you're a control freak. You've never got it under control. And let's say the lifespan of people is a certain amount of time. So you're pretty much at the end of a lifetime. You've pretty much lived a lifetime. Let's say 65, retirement age. Yep. You've never reined in. So you're probably like max potential of control freak at this point. So your only equal or your only complement would be someone under max control. Like that's kind of how I reverse engineer it.
Nah, that's scary though. I can kind of see it. I don't think though that the language. So I hear what you're saying, but I don't believe she developed as a control freak. Like, so let's say within control freakism.
Okay, yes. Give me some control freaky frog traits.
Yeah. So what I was gonna say was I think there's like domains of competence within your control freakness. And because she needed somebody that was completely controlled, she never developed her control freak. Like, so she never became like a master manipulator. She never was a master controller.
Yeah. So, but see, I find that control freaks aren't even, they never really get it. That's why I think the difference between someone who I think is controlling versus a control freak. It's almost like one is strives to have control in ways they can't. Versus I feel like a controlling person just be controlling.
Got you. Okay. So the control freak is the one who cannot gain control and is pursuing it.
They want to control stuff you can't even control half the time. Like I just be feeling like control freaks want to control stuff you can't even really control. Like you literally can't. And that's what they want, you know? It's never enough. Like it's never enough for them. Even though control, I guess it's the same, but I just feel like I guess a feminine version of control freak, I would say. I don't think we use the same term for both of them for some reason. I think they the same, but for some reason we have different terms for them, and I'm not sure where the nuance is. I don't know why we say controlling versus the other one. Oh, for a controlling versus control freak. Yeah, I think they the same, but for some reason we don't use, we use two different things. Like we usually call a man controlling. You know, be like he'll control.
But I think you're right in the
Right.
talk about the efficacy or the effectiveness.
Mm-hmm.
Controlling for people who actually wield some version of power.
Yeah.
Like we see the exertion of power and control. But
Right.
Control freaks are people who try, but you see it failing. Like, so that's
Yeah.
kind of like the label for the people like, you're trying, but it's like,
it's not really happening.
Not wearing that well.
Yeah, that's kind of how it felt to me. So I'm like, I just kind of guessed that maybe that's the difference, because that's kind of how it feels when you talk about it.
Nah, I'm with that. Welcome back, Ella.
Hey.
I'm gonna go ahead and drop down here, if you don't mind.
Oh, I was like down or like all the way down. Okay, you just meant like down.
Yeah.
Right. So I watched 2 news videos while you were gone, Yella. They were interesting, so that's what I did.
Cool. All right. Well, y'all, where we at?
We was just talking about the women who married the prisoners, because that's what I was watching when you was gone.
Quad, man, rest in peace, man. I know I've become callous, I guess, to death. I don't know what my problem is.
He said, I don't know what my problem is.
I'm going to be making jokes about everybody, no matter.
He said, I ain't got it. This is too ridiculous right now for me to be trying to. Yeah.
Fair warning, for at some point, man, she gonna catch these jokes. I don't know her, don't know her name, but there's some levels of stupidity that need to be rewarded.
Yeah, we can't keep acting like we shocked.
Yeah.
From some of this, like some of this is just like you can't keep acting like you shocked.
Yeah.
She literally married a quadruple murderer.
Yeah.
Who murdered 4 people execution style.
Yeah.
And then didn't even try to hide that he did it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah.
You can't do it, man. You can't redeem everybody. And if it's the Lord telling you to do it, man, you gotta live with the Lord.
The fuck did that? I didn't hear none of the story.
You ain't hear about that?
Lord,
you ain't hear about
it was
that?
in one of those like fury of posts. You know how I get when I just throw a bunch of stuff in there.
Right,
Yeah.
I've seen so many different ways people done got killed this week, nigga. So that's just one that I missed.
Dang.
Yeah, she's like 65-ish, and she married a guy in prison who murdered 4 people in 1993, and he's serving 4 life sentences with 20 years on top of that.
Yeah.
She married him, and he murdered her on a conjugal visit.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I heard about that story. Yeah, all right.
Yeah, and then there was another one. I just watched another one of a lady who married a man and he had murdered her before that. So they were saying, well, why do they still let people have conjugal visits? I'm like, I mean, if people want to line up to smash murderers, I mean, should they stop? What?
Boy, I swear I'll crash out right now. You ain't like that. Stop it. Boy, I'll crash out. Man, stop. You just talking. Fuck it, I'm crashing out. Oh, okay. I'm a real nigga. Yo. I hate you too. Oh.
I mean, should they remove the privilege?
How you think you ain't gonna be one of the murdered? This dude does murdering, right? Like this is what he do. Matter of fact, look at it. That's his kink.
Murdering.
Like that's his thing. Like that's his kink. Nigga, like why wouldn't you think you would be of the murder? He's a murderer. Why don't you think you would be a murderee?
Because he's
But
special and he loved me. He wouldn't hurt me. And the crazy thing is like hearing their family talk about it in retrospect, like he seemed like a chill guy.
They mostly do. Most of them do.
Yeah.
He's a murderer though.
Yeah.
Like most of them do.
They acting like this isn't like your mom was dating a guy who never got in trouble and y'all didn't know. Like it's crazy for me to hear on the back end the family be like, I mean, he seemed like a pretty chill guy. Like, I thought he was good. Like he's in there now for the murder. Like this. Yeah. And then they were like, well, we didn't know what he was in for. So your mom married a prisoner and you it was beyond
she
you
met
to
him
know.
in jail. She met him in jail.
Yes.
Had to.
Yes. Y'all know you can Google his name and what he's in there for.
Oh, right. Conjugal visit. Yeah, conjugal visit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's about we didn't know what he was in there for.
I mean, but here's the thing though. Like we keep talking about, like this is a pervasive problem. This is a societal problem. And I it's gonna sound like this is the bitter black man. This ain't the bitter black man. I promise you. This is not what's happening. The women do. You cannot talk to women about anything. Like you cannot tell them anything. Like they are out of control. I have a sister who married a guy in prison. Now she knew him before. It doesn't matter. She married a guy in prison. Guess what he was in for, Britt?
What? Oh God! What?
Manslaughter.
Why is the murder? Okay.
Yeah. So I mean, this is close to home. Now she didn't get murdered, but the marriage did not work out. Needless to say, he got out of prison.
Yeah.
It immediately went south. He,
because we're like
passing a deal around.
Like, what? I don't understand how we decide who people are and what people will do. Because, I just feel like this is one of those things where you never fail, you're never wrong, you're never. This is the problem with how women are choosing to see framed life, that you're never wrong, you can never fail, no one can ever objectively say anything about your choices and how you do things. Then you end up letting people marry clear danger, like and then act shocked when they get
after my sister, after the marriage went bad and she's sitting around, doing her pity party and all that stuff, she looked at us and said, "Why didn't anybody warn me?" And I spazzed out, and I'm like,
"Because what do you
mean?
I
warned you. I said this, I said this, I said this before this, I said this," and she just had nothing to say.
His life should have warned you, lady.
Exactly.
What do you mean?
You're in jail. He's in jail.
Right. Like, y'all do know some people go their whole life without killing people, right?
Yeah, man, please. Especially 4 of them.
Y'all
maybe
know,
you got one. Maybe you got one for some crazy reason.
Right. Most people make it to the end of their lives without murdering people, right?
Yeah.
So, if someone murders somebody, right? Like, they didn't just stumble into a room and murder somebody. Like, you kind of got to put effort into murdering somebody.
Yeah.
Like, I don't it's dumb. It's dumb.
Yeah.
But the family's like, we want justice. I'm like, well, your mom married someone who's already in prison for 4 life sentences.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't get that.
What is justice gonna look like? Another life sentence?
We're missing out, Andrea. What up, Andrea?
Right. That's just like he's already serving 4 life sentences. You gonna add another one? Okay. It's still all gonna be, he only has 1 lifetime to serve 5 life sentences.
Now, because we don't have a trustworthy system, like the people in charge make too many mistakes and they have too many biases. Like, cause my preference, as I've stated before on this channel, been a while, like we shouldn't be keeping people who have committed quadruple murder.
Yeah.
I mean, because they're never going to have.
What's the point? He can't even serve all them sentences.
Yeah, because one, if they're in prison, you can't serve all your sentences, and you have nothing to lose, which is going to augment your behavior. Like, your behavior is going to be modified by the fact that you have nothing left to lose.
Right.
You're never getting out. So why keep this person around?
To murder people on conjugal visits?
But then we have idiots, though, because the government is run by idiots. And I don't mean because Trump's in office. I mean, period. Right now, in this country, they just tried to execute somebody, I want to say about 2 weeks back. These fools, because they're so stupid and I don't understand, in their efforts to be humane, they didn't want to do the lethal injection.
Oh, the firing squad guy. Yeah.
The firing squad guy. They're having people stand away from somebody, three people stand so many feet away from somebody and load up one bullet. It's so stupid. Get one person with a 40 caliber handgun. Have them put
firing squad
to the front of their head and pull the trigger. Why are you doing all this theatrical stuff? You got 3 people at 50 paces with 1 bullet.
I knew y'all pulled this out from the Revolutionary War time. Because what are we talking about?
Come on, man.
It's a waste. We don't need this many people.
And if you're like, okay, this is a scoring job. Now, if there's something to keep these murderers alive for, if there's anything to keep these murders alive for, you've got an ample stock of people who are never getting out of jail for murder who are still killing people because they're taking them out on conjugal visits. So if that's the case, and they just enjoy killing so much that they're never going to stop, why don't you have them perform the executions? And if they don't perform it properly, then they go. So it's like, okay, put one bullet in this guy's head. If you do it any other way, shoot him in the chest first.
You're out of here, buddy.
Yeah.
Or shoot, let him kill him and kill him too. There you go.
I mean, something.
Two birds with one, two for one.
All our decisions are dumb. So if you got to get rid of somebody, you're going to have, okay, we're going to have execution because we believe in capital punishment. Okay, so then you're going to have everybody standing 50 paces with a 22 caliber pistol, flintlock. It's just, and so then he's still flapping because he ain't died.
That's definitely not humane.
Yeah, stupid. I hate stupid.
Yep.
Even with the what's the one with the lethal injection? They pumping you full of 5 different drugs, cocktails.
Yeah, I could probably pump it. Yeah, and then they said it's hard to get the drugs because they gotta. I mean, I can see the complication with that. You know, like, oh, okay, we shut down this and we shut down that, but I'm like, you can just,
They said like a little dime of fentanyl, you touch it and you dead.
You know, just OD somebody on fentanyl. Yeah.
What are you doing?
But we be doing the most in the wrong ways.
Yeah, it's so stupid.
I just thought it was
heroin.
It was just crazy. And it's just like also less about victim blaming, but sometimes it be the response. It just be interesting to me to hear people respond to some of this stuff and be like, I don't get it. I mean, even like that, I was posting the girl, like her father, who ended up not being her father, killed her, and people be like, now the community outrage. Like, this girl was living with a woman who was not even her biological grandma. Like, her biological
that wasn't the biological grandma.
No, like, okay, so the mom gave her up to another woman, and then the woman gave her to her friend who was the grandma.
What?
And then the grandma talking about he was saying he was her dad, and her mom said that's not her dad, but he was around, so I just let him be around.
Okay. See, I was lost. Everybody.
If the mama said it's not the daddy,
but I mean, not trying to be funny. Moms will just say some stuff. So, you know what I'm saying?
Right. But it's still like she was like, but he was around, trying to be involved. Like I was just like, but y'all can't be acting like y'all shot with kids who were clearly not cared for or targeted.
Nobody around this kid was biologically related.
No.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Like we still gonna keep pretending, just like to go into what Melissa Ford was talking about. Your daddy left his 8-year-old daughter in the house by herself with a grown ass man.
Yeah.
And I mean, who does that? I mean, you could say parents do it, but it's neglect. It's neglectful though.
It is neglect.
You can't be walking around in life saying all men are evil because your daddy was on some bullshit.
Yeah.
Your daddy was on some bullshit. That's why that happened to you, not just because men are inherently terrible.
Yeah, because as a guy, there's a sense of nobody's going to try me that a lot of us have.
Yeah, if you there, nigga.
Not even if we're not there. Like I care. Like I don't even know if women can identify with this. There's something about nobody's going to try me, like even if I'm not there, because I'm going to be there eventually. Like that's the whole thing, and I think that's like the FAFO, the FIFO, fuck around and find out principle.
Yeah.
Like, okay, you gonna fuck around because you typically gonna fuck around when I'm not there.
Right.
But I'm gonna be there and you're gonna find out. So I think that's the thing with the kid. Like, I know I can leave my kid with this money because ain't no way you gonna do something to my kid. Because I'm going to be home.
Just so,
and I know where you live.
But what if your kid's gone by then? Like, it's just like putting them at risk.
But I get it. But nobody thinks that somebody's going to take it that far. A lot of us, including myself, have an unreasonable expectation of humanity. Because I can only carry one view. Either I'm going to have a hopeful view of humanity that wants to believe the best in people, or I'm going to believe everybody's trash. And one's going to be my prevailing view. The hopeful, most people are good, decent human beings that I keep hearing from, the world. most people are good, decent, hardworking human beings.
Right.
Or it's the opposite. Most people are trash and just you never know where their trash is going to be directed at. And it's hard for me to reconcile that.
I was
Like
at home in my safe place, girl. Your house is not safe. The people who protect you make the home safe.
Yes. Yeah.
Not the physical building, goofball.
Yeah.
I can understand your kid self not understanding it, but come on, like, what are you talking about?
But
the same apartment can be a dungeon versus a home. The people inside make it what it is, not the.
Bro, I'm trying to tell you. A lot of times we don't think about that stuff. We don't. As we get older, we just get older. We don't all mature. Like we don't develop.
I can see
our
that
perspective all the time. Yeah.
Well,
y'all watched the video already?
I watched it when he posted it in Discord, just because I didn't know how long it was gonna be, and I knew I had a short amount of time, so I wanted to make sure I saw it beforehand.
Yeah, it wasn't really that. I haven't.
It was just like it's just a short segment. I just watched it because I saw it when he posted it. I saw the whole thing. I was like, oh, this is long. So, but then I saw he put it just like a short time stamp, so we can.
Yeah, I think I cut like 20 minutes, like a little 20-minute segment.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I watched it because I knew I had like a time slot.
Yeah, you got a hard out.
Yeah, so I ain't want to miss out, but I can. You want me to pull it up?
Well, if you got a hard out, why not pull it up?
Oh, okay.
Give me a sec.
Yeah, I don't plan on lingering on it too long because I had some other shit I wanted to get to, but
yes,
let's go.
It be like that sometimes. That's it. It be like that.
Hold up.
I'm about to crash out. I've been trying to fill out these pediatric office forms the whole time I've been on here, and I'm really.
Boy, I swear I'll crash out right now. You ain't like that. Stop it. Boy, I'll crash out. Man, stop. You just talking. Fuck it, I'm crashing out. Boy, okay. I'm a real nigga. Yo. Hey, you too. Oh.
Bruh.
All right.
Because, man, look.
I don't want to fill out no more forms today.
I feel. Yeah. Got the stool.
Sorry. Okay.
Something on the stream. Great.
It's about 18 forms they sent me, and I just finished
you got some
one.
angst. You got some annoyance. You got some rage. Woo! Somebody go catch it on this stream. Let's see if it's gonna be Melissa Poole.
Cause why do I need so many forms?
It's just.
And they asking the same stuff.
You got to report it to Doge. Report them to Doge.
You know what? I got a little mini rage that I want to take out because I just ate this little banana and I should rub it on my face like dude who do the morning routine. I fucking hate him. I hate him. I hate that son of a bitch. Not because he's in better shape than me. Not because he got more abs than me. You know what really pisses me off? He's so fucking obnoxious and all the fucking camera cuts. You got to be such a pretentious piece of shit to set up the camera that many different times and then walk across the room and do what you fucking do. That shit, that above anything else. It's not the dip in the face in the fucking bowl of cold water. Cold water is cool. It's not the banana on your skin. It's the fact that how many times did this fucking arrogant, egotistical, narcissistic ass piece of shit bitch had to go set up that fucking camera each time he had to go do that stupid ass shit. He had to go set the camera up each time.
Yeah, the camera on the floor sent me. I was like, wow, you really put it on the floor to spill this on the floor?
Yeah.
Right. So that means you broke 2 bottles, stupid, because you dropped the first one to get the or you had another one. You had 2 cameras. Either way.
So dumb.
Either way.
Bro.
And when I seen that white bitch pop up in the fucking screen, I was like, I knew it. Ain't no sister finna deal with that shit. No. Ain't no black woman finna deal with that shit. No. Nigga, you wasting ice cubes. You wasting good fucking water. You wasting the bananas, nigga. No.
It's wasteful.
No. Then the nigga had on like some sandals. Crazy ass looking sandals. Like, no, ain't no sister finna go for that. Camille wasn't going for that. His swag was out. Camille would have cussed that nigga out. On fucking camera cuts.
Yeah, that
I
reminds me when you
hate
talking
that.
about Tia. Yeah, all these people setting up the camera to cry. This dude setting up 5 cameras, or the same camera 5 different ways.
Same
With
camera, 5 different ways.
Man, it's ridiculous. It's wild. All right, so cool. Let's go, I guess, react to at least some of this. This is the Joe Budden podcast talking about the Pivot podcast with Anthony Mackie.
This is podcastception because we're talking about them talking about
Drinking
something they talking
podcast,
about, and we
talking about the Joe
it.
Budden podcast,
Everybody
talking about the Pivot podcast. Let's go. All right. But it's basically about how his masculinity being killed, and if it's being killed, I want to ask you guys who's holding the gun? Who's holding the gun? But we're gonna let you play.
Oh, well,
y'all, I guess. The concept of masculinity, I'm sure. So we'll listen to him.
Right, let's hear this. Let's see what old Anthony Mackie has to say, huh?
And then
keep my boys humble. Like my boys have never had a pair of Jordans. You know, my boys don't do all that internet fly shit. I'm like your kids. And no, I could be the biggest star in the world. Do not let me catch you being stupid. Mm-hmm. Do not. And my oldest gets it. My 15-year-old, he tells the other one,
Shots
like,
Clark.
Yo, don't make dad mad. Because once you get one that's right, he gonna straighten the other ones out. Mm-hmm. So it's just that thing of, in the past 20 years, we've been living through the death of the American male. They have literally killed masculinity in our homes and our communities for one reason or another. But I raised my boys to be young men.
Hey, real quick though, who's that? They killed the American man. Who's that? Who's holding the gun? Bang bang. I shot you down.
The media.
I mean, yeah, I'm finna say it's a lot of things. It's more like a fighting squad.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you can start with the media.
Okay.
But then, you know, it's mainly pushed by people who ain't men.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Now you got people saying the heterosexual male is a straight flag. I mean, a red flag, a straight flag. That's what it is.
Basically.
Right. It's a straight flag. But no, straight men red flags now.
I want to push that. Oh my god.
And,
I'm gonna let that go. I'll maybe use that.
Yeah. And like her in particular, like we understood that, but for everybody else to be like, yeah, I understand why, cause they this, that, shut your stupid ass up. She said that for a specific reason. You trying to piggyback on it and add something on top of what she said. You don't even get down how she get down.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
She's saying that for a whole different reason. Still stupid.
Yeah.
But
let's go. I'm just curious.
And however you feel about that, you feel about that. But my boys will always be respectful. They will always say, yes, sir, yes, ma'am. No, sir, no, ma'am. They will always say thank you.
Like that.
They will always open the door for a lady. They will always make sure that their mother is taken care and provided for. They will always be men. And that's always since they were 2 years old. Every time I left for a job, I tell my 15-year-old, you're the man of the house. You make sure these doors are locked every night. This alarm is on. You text me or you call me every night before you go to bed and you wake up. I love that. Because we're men. If I'm not there to protect, he got to be there to protect. Because you can have all the money in the world, climb through the window. That money means nothing. Right. You can have all the celebrity in the world. Jump through the door, that celebrity means nothing.
All right. This sounds like much more of a conversation about being a good father than what American masculinity being dead.
I wait for the masculinity part.
Yeah.
I don't know what so that's what I was.
So real quick, did y'all hear? What up, Inya? Did y'all hear what they heard? He was talking really about fatherhood, or was he talking about masculinity? Like, let's talk about that real quick.
It's kind of. I'm gonna do the Naya. Both things can be right.
Let's go.
But it is kind of both when you talking about father to son, because he's going to learn the son's going to learn his idea of masculinity from somewhere. If you got an active father or a father that's around or an inactive father.
Yeah.
Either way, the father being around is going to show how that masculinity can manifest. And that's typically the prototype for the son. I give you this one. Only because it's men operating with men. That's typically the idea realm. Yeah. That's typically the realm we're dealing with. We're talking about teaching, right? Because this is his son, so he's teaching them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
right? And he's teaching them the men that he wants them to grow up to be. That's kind of, it's kind of why we had kids, I guess. Or it's kind of like the point of raising kids. They could be what they want to be after they're gone, but the best thing I could do is just set you up for the best way I think that's possible for
you.
Yeah. Once you get over, right? You can modify it a little bit. You can do exactly what I said. You can modify it a little bit. You can do something completely different. That's up to you. You know what I'm saying? That's on you. So I can say that. But when it comes to, I heard what he was saying as far as connecting the death of masculinity to how he raised his kids. Yeah. And they're gonna kind of show why he said that. And I think because I seen Mel's try a little bit, she's gonna kind of show why he said that, as to questioning why the 15-year-old would be in charge. Let's spoiler alert, right? Questioning as to why you would put that type of responsibility on a 15-year-old boy. So we'll kind of get to that in a little bit when that comes up.
What you got?
Skip me.
Skip you. Okay, cool. What I was gonna say though, what do you think then, Yellow? Real quick, what do you think that even the guys here have divorced fatherhood from masculinity? Like even the dudes were confused just then, which doesn't make any sense to me. Like, because the father is the masculine representation. Like, so that was weird for me, because the only thing that separates the mother from the father is the masculinity. Once the femininity is the mother, the masculinity is the father.
Right.
So you would hope that the father is bringing the masculinity to impart, to be a demonstration for the boys and the girls what masculinity is supposed to look like.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the father presents.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he is supposed to embody. So it was weird when I heard the dude say, like, he's just talking about fatherhood. Well, that's talking about masculinity. So like, it feels like we have lost the ability to recognize what things represent. Like there's some kind of problem there for all of them to be. They're all agreeing. It's all sitting agreeing. Like, oh well, he's talking about fatherhood. He's not talking about masculinity. They're like, oh, he's talking about fatherhood. He's not talking about a relationship between people. Like, okay,
right?
It's
he is though.
Yeah. But I also don't listen to this podcast, so I don't know if they're all dumb or they just had a dumb moment. But
yeah, I thought that was strange. I agree.
Yeah. I thought that was weird that they kind of divorced fatherhood from masculinity. Saying I wouldn't separate a mother from femininity, like that's the feminine role and the masculine role is fatherhood. So it's something that tweaked my ear. I didn't hear it the first time, but just now I was like, that's weird.
Wondering, like, what did he mean by saying over the last 20?
And if y'all notice how my video is playing a lot smoother and stuff, I use Google Chrome. I don't know what browsers y'all use, and StreamYard messes with everything. But when I'm using Google Chrome, there's a couple of settings. One is hardware accelerator, and one is something that kind of preloads other videos. I've turned those off, and I haven't had the same issues playing StreamYard videos when I turn it off. The last time we did videos, it kind of went smooth, and this time it's kind of working smooth. But just letting you know, there's a couple settings. It seems to be Google Chrome settings. That's a problem with StreamYard.
Yeah, I use Chrome.
Years,
so we're gonna have to go over that after we done.
Cool.
Yeah, we're gonna have to go over that after we done. Gotcha.
Yeah,
Killed the
Could you see it's
American male
starting to
and
stop
the idea?
You know what I'm saying? So it's a Chrome problem. I thought it was StreamYard, but it's a
of masculinity. But then also, do you guys agree with that statement of when you leave the house, you leave your 15-year-old in charge? Is that like kind of hoisting too much responsibility on a child's shoulders?
Now, I know they're getting ready to get into it. Yella, I know you was setting us up for this, but I want Bree to get into it because this is a passion project for Bree. The parentification of children. The parentification of children. Bree is very seriously, because she does respectful parenting, not gentle parenting. She does respectful parenting, and she does not believe in parentifying and putting too much on kids. So, just before they even give their opinion, Bree, what are your feelings about putting kids in that role of dad's not here or mom's not here? You step into my role and handle some of these things.
Yeah, I don't feel like in the way he was talking about it, it's bad, because I kind of see the way he's talking about it is pretty much training up a mindset that you're gonna have one day. Even though like the likelihood that his children would actually have to step up and do that is slim, because he's present, he has means and things to secure them. So in this case, I hear it more so as he's training up a mindset, because you also can't expect your kids to just tap into a mindset you haven't trained them up in once they become adults. So I kind of heard him being a present parent. So I feel like he's more so just like, this is the frame you're going to have to know how to move in one day. And so I got to put that frame into you early enough for it to be a part of you. So in this case, he's a very present parent versus like single parents who are at a deficit, parentify their children, not because they feel like it's going to be a useful frame for them as adults, but because they need them to step in and help them. So I think they're different.
Yep. Very great delineation. What's up, Jason? If it's a 2-parent home, it makes perfect sense to teach the young man to protect sisters and mother. Yeah, exactly, bro. Now I'm with you. Go ahead, jump in.
No, yeah, Bree nailed it right on the head. It's no better way to teach the children how to be good adults than at home. Like, like they at home, they got examples to use. Like Jason said, if it's girls in the house, it's mom in the house. He got an understanding that there's ladies in the house. We need to protect them. And the cool part is he didn't say just lock it up. He left it. He didn't leave it there. He said lock it up and call me. So he's not completely taking himself out of the loop. Like Bree saying, when you putting the entirety of the responsibility onto the kid, that's something completely different. But he's still in the loop because he say, call me at the end of the night. We'll go over the checklist together. You know what I'm saying? If I'm not there, if he there, he probably taking care of it. That'll give the kid the time. That still give the kid the time, that open window to go beat him. You ain't gotta have that responsibility on you, but you know that when dad leaves, especially at 15, man, quit playing. The crazy part for her to question that, and there's a lot of people that probably question that, is that in 2025, say that kid was starting a business. I wouldn't have no problem with that. They would have no problem with that. You should teach them financial security and how to, start a business and get an LLC in their name early. We can come up with all these other financial things to make it work. Yeah, teach them how to protect people too. Yeah, teach them how to protect the family, because we also live in a crazy ass world with broads is dumb enough to fucking husband up a nigga in jail for a litany of murders. An array, a smattering of deceasing.
You got to accept that maybe some women don't know how to protect themselves for real. Because come on, man, nobody has the frame of protection for real.
And I like what y'all saying too, and it's real. I like what everybody's saying, because yes, you do have to. And I would say this is the present parent paradox. I'm gonna call this the present parent paradox. This is something, if you're not training them, because that's what it sounds like Anthony Mackie's doing. There is a thing where you're so present and so capable that you cripple the kids. They never learn to do anything because you're just somebody that handles it. You're present, you do it, you handle it, it's your role. So you never push them to do these things. So if you don't proactively train them to do it, they won't interface with you.
Right.
So if you don't incorporate them in some way, they won't learn those skills. So I've seen that happen too, where they're well-meaning people, they take so much of a load off their kids, not in any ill intention. It's just, well, I'm capable to do this. Why would I put my kids in? Why would I have my kids do this? Well, that makes sense. But then they never learn how to do it. And all of a sudden they're 18, wondering, well, I never.
They goofballs.
Yeah.
Goofballs.
Yeah. So it's like, yeah, the person where they thrust their kid into an adult role permanently because there is no adult there, that's like, that's terrible, the parentification. But it's also possible if you're not intentional, if you're not aware and intentional, where you can be so effective as a parent, because you got two parents, y'all got everything covered, that y'all don't take the time to bring your kids into the workings of the house so that they learn how to manage on their own once they become an adult. Because some people kind of freeze their kids out, like that's not a kid's place. I don't want them worrying about the bills. I don't want them worrying about the so sometimes people freeze their kids out thinking it's healthy and letting them. I just want them to be a kid, but they also have to learn to become an adult, because there's no flip when they turn 18. There's no magic switch that flips where they learn all the things that you've been doing for them.
Right.
Yeah, you ease them into the process.
Yep.
You ease them into the household.
Oh my God, I hate insurance so much. Oh my God.
But this, like I said, the questioning, even the questioning of that kind of explains what Anthony Mackie was talking about.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because you constantly hearing, because fathers ain't active and they ain't raising no kids, and it's these single parent households, it's these men with no daddies that's teaching them how to be like this. And then when the dudes say, I'm gonna teach my kids, because they missed all the other shit. They missed the whole, I'm gonna teach them to say yes sir, no sir, yes ma'am, no ma'am,
Manners,
hold the door
chivalry.
for women, I'm gonna teach them manners, chivalry, all that. They missed all of it. They missed all of that. Interesting how they just miss all of that. So it's that's why he's saying it, because it's the people that want to. It's under attack, but it's under this weird attack of confusion because you don't know where to land. Now
So
she
the
don't
next
like
question.
it.
Go ahead.
She don't like it because I know she had some issues with her dad. Y'all was saying.
Yeah, it's gonna come up.
You sound like a goofball.
Yeah.
Respectfully.
Yeah.
Respectfully. Goofball.
So yeah, it's a big difference. Random thought. Why are we using this term YN? It's like another way for us to say in word for internet slang. Yeah, YN or YNs. Yeah, shout out to the YNs, man. Yeah, man, they are revolution, man. They have established themselves as a term in the lexicon. Yeah,
So I will. It is another way to say the N word. What the fuck? But it's a very specific brand of N word. It's a subset. It's a subgroup. They have established their own culture, their own codes, and they actually are. If you listen to One-Line Women, they are bringing back the masculine aggression. So they're very assertive and dominant, which a lot of the women like. So there's that. What I was gonna say though, to her questioning that, because like Yellow, you're right. We talk about the father's not being present, the father's not teaching, and that gets questioned and demonized all the time. Deadbeat dads. We were talking about that with Umar. It don't matter if he was paying child support all her life. You wasn't there to teach her nothing. Then you got this, and you got the father there, and protector, provider. They're safe. They're well off, and it's still I'm questioning what you do. So is this now a thing where we've been deficient so long that when we are efficient, it's still going to get questioned because we don't recognize what healthy looks like?
Yep, because you could be Captain America and Super Dad and you still can't please these bitches.
Nope. Captain America can't even talk about masculinity. God,
you can do both. You can do both, nigga. You can do both. He Captain America and he's Super Dad. He can't be he can't have an opinion.
No. Only if he's Wonder Woman.
Exactly. Right. Only if he's Snow White. Can they have an opinion? And that's what we talking about. Those are the people right there. The same people who call the fucking prince in Snow White a stalker. Because they want to change the idea of the story. That's when that shit flopping. Because motherfuckers tired of that shit.
He said he's Snow White. It's oh, you fucking about. I love it. That was good. That's good. Speaking of Snow White.
No, I don't think so. I'm with him.
Let's hear the question again real quick.
Is that like kind of hoisting too much responsibility on a child's shoulders?
No, I don't think so. I'm with him with that. I mean, I don't have a 15-year-old, male in the house, but yeah, at that age, that's what I was.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they expect you to be the man of the house.
Yeah. Look like shit, like he's saying, yo, make sure the doors is locked, make sure the alarm is on, make sure the windows are on. Like that's
He's not
responsibility.
talking about like going out and getting a high earning salary and
No, I don't mean
digging wells or
no, I don't mean that. I mean like being like the protector of the house. Like should somebody come inside kind of thing? Like should an intruder come over?
No, he's just saying be responsible.
He's just saying you just got to do the check, the fucking checks in the house before you go to bed. One of your brothers.
Listen, I was left alone. Okay, all I had was dogs and cats and fucking birds and fish. Okay,
so she was completely neglected. Dave Chappelle's correct. Chivalry is dead and women killed. You know what I'm saying? I hear you. The media, the women, there's definitely a lot of hands. It's like, oh man, there's like a movie scene. I can't remember what it was. There was this movie scene.
It's like Caesar. Think about Caesar.
Yeah, Caesar. There we go. Yes, perfect.
Et tu, black woman? Et tu?
Yep. Because there was the whole Senate. That's what it was. Everybody. Everybody got a turn. Pause. Because right here, because Joe was laughing, and her neglect is keeping her from seeing it. But they're just talking about basic responsibility. Like even if it's protecting, if somebody comes to that, because we talk about going to the extremes in these conversations. Let's jump to okay, somebody breaks in the house. What do you want your 15-year-old boy to do at that point? There is no response time from the cops that's going to stop them from whatever the people that broke into while they're there from doing. So would you want them to be able to defend themselves, their family, and their home? Or would you want them to be like, that's not my job. Dad's not here. Let's just give these people whatever it is that they want. Like what's the optimal response? Go ahead, bro. You got something.
Yeah, because I was thinking about when that plane crashed, a little small plane crashed, and I don't know if y'all heard that story, but the dad and his two kids was at Dunkin' Donuts, and the boy was like I think the boy was like 7, and his sister was younger, and the plane had crashed, and they got down. The dad told them all to get down. They all got down. And I think after the initial crash, I think the younger daughter, she popped up to look at the fire. And her brother protected her. He like pulled her down and he got hit in the head with like a shard or something like that. And so he had to go to the hospital and have brain surgery. I think he survived. But he protected his sister, and of course the dad was like, I wanted to be that person to do that, but for whatever reason he wasn't close enough, or he didn't see her to be able to do that. And because he had put that in his son, the son protected his sister. So I don't think I would underestimate what putting that value in them, how it would work out or pay off. Of course you would never want them to have to be in that position, but I think it speaks to the dad was proud of his son because he was like, he protected his little sister. She younger than him, she's smaller than him. That's his little sister, and that's kind of what you want to see in siblings. Like I would want my siblings to try to protect each other if it was in their power. But I think that's something you have to instill in them. So I kind of see it the same way.
You got 2 girls. Would you want your oldest to have done what that boy did, or is this only a male-centric thing?
Yeah, if they was together, I always tell her, like, you older, you like protect her, you look out for her. Like, It's more than just gender. You also older. So, but
Mhm.
we're a family, so it's like a unit thing. You know, it's a hierarchy of protection. Like we're a unit hierarchy. Mom and dad here, we do it. But if it's you and her, it's you. You know. So yeah.
Yeah, that's like with my son. He got 2 little sisters, but then he got an older brother.
Okay.
Right. So he's in the middle of both of them. Like he got a protector and he is a protector.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of just how he gotta, you know what I'm saying? That's just how you gotta look at it. So it's not even, like you said, gender and then shit. Them younger siblings be crazy too.
Because we ride too.
Because I done crashed out over my big bro. Facts.
Right.
I done crashed out over my older siblings and older
ride it on.
people. Yeah, for real.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a unit thing because, like, even for instance, like with my oldest, I try to teach her consideration, even though she don't have to. Like, I'm home, you know, I do stuff, but I'd be like, you wake up in the morning, if you get up late, you sleep in, you get up late, you see your little sister ain't up, just go check on her. Like, she usually get up early. She get up at 8. Yeah, so I'm like, you wake up, it's 10 o'clock, her door still closed. Go peek at her, like, go open the door, you know. Just make sure she all right, like. Be aware of the people in your unit, like at all times. I think
situational awareness.
Yeah, so I think it's the same idea. Like I'm gonna go check on her, but I just be trying to teach her like it's not good to only be so self-involved that you don't consider other people, the people around you.
So let me ask you a question. Now I know you said the parents and then the kids, but your daughter's bigger, stronger, faster, smarter than you. Now, should she protect you, or do you still try to protect her?
Oh, I'm mama, so I'm a yeah. I mean, and I feel like it's more of a role. It's like a hierarchy. It's like because it's a hierarchy though. It's like who's most able. Like sometimes it come down to who see. That's why it's kind of like not only just it's one person's job. We're a unit because sometimes protection come down to who see the threat first. Right. Just because you the kid, if you see a truck coming toward me and I don't see it, that don't mean you don't say nothing. Just let me get hit. Right. You know, so like
that's right. So you operate with the agency that you have.
Right. It's our job to protect each other. You know, really, and who's most capable of doing it is who's gonna do it. But at the end of the day, you never know when you're gonna have to be called on to protect other people.
Everybody gotta be ready.
If you see a nigga running up on daddy with a knife, like. Hey, yell that there's a person running up on him, right? Just gonna let him stab him.
Right. You're not gonna get ridiculed if you you're not gonna get ridiculed if you don't. But next time after daddy gets sold up, hopefully, you know what I'm saying? After a blood transfusion or two, right? Hey, dad, nice.
Because it's really not in them. If you don't put it in them. I saw a kid drowning and the kids just look like, damn, that's tough. They was just looking like.
Bad part is though, some people kids would be like.
Everybody has feelings. So you're physically hurt, but you're not thinking of my mental, right?
You ignorant.
Right.
Is that the new cell phone person? Like all the kids just standing around when somebody's drowning. Is that the new cell phone? Because I've seen so many good, high quality videos of something where somebody really needed to take action.
Yeah,
and I'm like,
they don't know it. They actually do not. If you do not put it in them, they do not know how to respond. That need to protect each other is not inherent in people.
This the image you get. Well, it's not high quality, but
that's
what
that's why people be like, all these men standing around. They ain't nobody help. Y'all don't realize it's not innate to protect people you don't know. That has to be nurtured into you.
Yeah, especially when it's been nurtured into you that you're not needed to help.
And we've rejected the culture.
Or wanted.
Right. We've rejected that culture. So why would these people have this desire to do that? It's not innate.
Let's get on through that. We got about 15 minutes for Bree get on up out of here.
No, I got 45 minutes.
Let's go.
All right, cool.
You looked after
You
me.
was in the woods somewhere.
I was not in the woods. I was in Toronto.
You was in the woods of
I was
Toronto.
living in Toronto proper. Okay, it was the city.
Were you in the cabin?
No, I wasn't in a fucking cabin.
You know how the Russians do when they come here? They go deep in the woods.
I was not in the woods.
When they do the Kamala Harris documentary, I think they should consider Melissa Ford. Like, she got that same face. Like, they throw that brown wig on her, she can play Kamala Harris. Look at her face as she's talking.
It sounds like he was doing some great father talk.
Yeah. I thought that was gonna be something else. Gaslighter face.
Yeah, look at that. Now put a brown wig over that.
Yeah.
Like, we're unburdened by the things that could have been done, that may have been done, because the children of the community are the community of the children.
Statement saying the American male is dead and the idea of masculinity is dead and all that other stuff. Like, it just had people interpreting it just different ways.
In this conversation, that sounds like a clickbait headline.
Yeah,
but if you want to talk about is American masculinity dead, I don't think so. I think that they're
Yes.
Okay.
All right, let's hear it.
Women has taken on the role of American masculinity in men.
Yeah, there you go. You found said it. Look at her looking like, yeah, my brother. Who else is defined? That's the only people got a problem with masculinity is femininity. Same way that men are the ones who have a problem with a lack of femininity. It's like there's I know, unfortunately, there's never really a problem with too much femininity.
Yeah.
I guess that's the only one that actually.
What does that look like? What is too much femininity?
You know what?
I know what toxic femininity looks like.
Maybe.
What is too much femininity?
Maybe that's what it is. Toxic femininity. Like just ditz, dumb, just like being quote unquote blonde. Sorry to all the blondes, but y'all have more fun, but y'all just as dumb.
I got you.
Oh, wait. Blondes have more fun, but they're twice as dumb. So
okay.
Type shit. You know what I'm saying? That like I can't. It's not a bad thing. No, it won't be a bad thing until it's a bad thing, I guess. It's a weird way to put it.
Nah, I kind of know what you're saying. It's like it's broken, but it doesn't matter that it's broken until somebody needs to use it.
Yeah.
Like, it's one of them type things.
Yeah.
Now, I kind of get that. Now, with that though, because I've heard, the red pill dudes been talking about women, masculinas. Like they've been calling women masculine for a minute. I guess going back to Kevin Samuels. I think Kevin Samuels might have been the catalyst for a lot of this.
Mm-hmm.
Do you really feel that it's masculine? Because see, this is where I differ. This is where I depart from most dudes. I don't think what we're seeing is women being masculine. That's the problem. If they were doing what they are saying masculine guys are doing, they will a lot of times be showing high level character traits. Because a lot of the things that they attribute to proper masculinity are high level character traits, high level human traits expressed through the male lens. When they say women are masculine, they're not saying that. They're actually talking about terrible traits. So it's like I don't see it the same. So like when we're talking about like a woman that's combative, a masculine dude is not combative. A masculine dude, they'll say he can hold frame. He can maintain composure. He can, keep his cool, but also be assertive when necessary. If you put those same traits in a woman, that's not combative. So I think this is what I hate though, because I think this is where people start seeing masculine as a negative thing, because when they put these traits that they say are masculine in a woman, and they're not being actually masculine, they're just being terrible people, they'll call it masculine. So now we have identified these terrible traits as being masculine traits when they're not. And it's demonstrated by the fact that there are so many women that are being called masculine. It can't be a masculine trait, or the preponderance of women would not be carrying them.
Right.
And then they're calling all the dudes sassy and soft. Well, obviously it's not a masculine trait. It's a trait, and anybody can have it because men are lacking it according to women, and women are possessing it according to men. So I think the use of masculine and feminine, the way we use it today, is we're losing it. We're losing the plot, because the things that we're calling masculine in women are just terrible character traits. They're not male traits at all.
Right. Yeah, I think that's kind of I'm with you on that, because it's kind of the inverse. It's like the things that women complain about, the things that women call sassy. To me, I think if I had to define it, the things that women call like sassy and all the other shit are the negative traits that they possess, that they see within us, and it's like a mirror effect, right? It's like just reflective of what they see, because how people perceive you tends to sometimes be how you are. You know what I'm saying? So men are perceived to be the way that we are through the female lens as to how they act, and they talking about pursuing their careers, and see, they look at that. Okay, so let me take this example. Let me break down one example, like pursuing a career, right? Okay. Some people will say that's masculine.
Okay.
The trick is that they are also willing to sacrifice their family a lot of times to pursue a career, because they think that's what men are doing.
Okay.
And they are in a way, but not in the destructive way, not in the I'll put my family in any situation to be successful.
Right.
I might sacrifice time. I might have to sacrifice being there for things, but they go as far as to damage the family, because they think that's what men do when they're not around as much and they're only at work, and they don't see that. They don't see that disconnect, right? Because that's not necessarily the role that they should be playing, I guess. And it's just me thinking in traditional ways, right? Because their mindset don't ever really click on that, because they don't ever actually want to be doing that. Most of them sound like they don't ever want to be doing that. What do you know? Because ain't no man around, I had to step into my masculine frame and do his habitat, and you know what I'm saying? It's never really an assumed role. Like most men would do that, and also assume the responsibility of knowing, like, hey, look, I was gone. They had to do what they had to do, but look, I got this. You know what I'm saying? This is what I'm at. So they have to. It's certain ways that they work out like that, but for the most part, I'm with you. It's kind of like a mirror reflection. So now, but man, plot shit, nigga. We are on. I'm trying to think of window. Yeah, I'm trying to think of like a franchise that just lost plot long time ago. We are like Star Wars. Yeah, we in Star Wars right now.
Yeah.
We're no longer just the rebels in the Empire fighting each other. We are somewhere completely different at this point.
Yeah. We in the acolyte where the lesbian director.
Yeah, exactly, right.
Talking about we wanted to show how masculinity is evil. That's the real
what I'm
Sith.
saying? You see what I'm saying?
Say that.
But that's basically it, though. That's basically it.
Yeah.
So I'm mad I didn't get around to that topic. Fuck. We gonna revisit that, Bree. I got a whole connection to that.
But I got two things, like just to counter what you're saying, because I hear what you're saying about the whole mirror effect, but I do think though that when women are identifying traits in men that they say are feminine, like when they call sassy, a lot of times, like us, we've been called sassy. A lot of times they're just speaking up for ourselves, which is assertiveness. Somebody's criticizing, we're defending but not deflecting. Like, hey, I don't think that's a fair context to put me in. Oh, he's sassy. That's zesty. So like even defending yourself or speaking for yourself or advocating for yourself has been called feminine on a man, but it's actually a healthy character trait. So like it's the same thing for me. Healthy character traits in people are being misidentified because we don't know what masculine and feminine mean. It's like, so when women, when they look at men, when men are looking at women and calling things masculine and feminine, we're misidentifying them completely. So for me, I wish we would quit using it. And I hear what you're saying about the masculine frame. That's the part. Like, I think we also misidentify things even through the historical lens. So, like, women pursuing careers. Like, what does that mean? So let's say it's a woman who has pursued some other calling outside of being a mother and a wife. That has existed throughout history. There are, I want to say legends, myths. There have been women, even in I want to say Black history. Madam C.J. Walker was able to have a family, but also built a legacy through her business. So like there is no shortage of women. Madam C.J. was it? No, it's not Madam C.J. Madam Curie. There are women who have done noble things that were outside of family, and some of them were also able to have a family as well. So I think we have somehow lost that understanding as well, because Black women, there have been very few times in human history, period, where women laid up as kept women. That was a very select group in a very small society. That's like aristocracy in certain European frames, where women were just kept and had no function. And that some of that might have hit the burgeoning aristocracy in the United States, like plantation owners, which was not the majority of the Americas. Most women had some function other than sitting in the house and waiting. That's like there's a mythology about how women got to live their lives. It's just not true. Women have always labored, just differently than men. So even pursuing their other things other than motherhood or wifedom, I think that's like, I don't know how we got here. It's kind of what I'm saying. I don't know how we got to the idea that women didn't always sometimes pursue those things, because even in the Bible, there were women that pursued other things than family. That's 2,000, 4,000 years ago. We have examples of that. So there's always been that. The predominant of women are going to pursue family because there's a drive and a social, I guess, predication. There's a social push for that. But I don't know how we get to this place where that's masculine. Women do it. It's fine. Most are going to follow a traditional path. Same with men. Some men deviate. It's fine. Most are going to follow a traditional path. That's what most people are drawn towards, because there are some benefits to it. And I hate that we call women that pursue a non-traditional path masculine, because we don't call men that pursue a non-traditional path feminine. The labeling is just so off. But let's get back to it. My bad. It's rancy.
And
you
not
good?
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
No, I say you good.
Okay.
intentionally, it's just that's what's being pushed to us, because it's being highlighted that women are now the masculine one in relationships, when there's still good men out there not being highlighted, and good men that believe in responsibility and being a man in a relationship.
Isn't part of being a good man not being highlighted for being a good man?
Not to be a dick. Because I'm not trying to be a dick, and I'm not trying to harp on things. This was my fucking point with that Doechii straight man red flag conversation. This was the exact
being
point.
highlighted.
What he's saying
it's our time,
is that, there are still men.
Talk about it.
Men.
Talk about it.
Whatever your interpretation of that is, he described his.
Now, what I'm going to say, though, this is where Joe starts tap dancing. Hold up. This is what I don't like. You want to say it with your chest, man. Say it all.
Is that, there are still men.
Talk about it.
Men.
Talk about it.
Whatever your interpretation.
There you go. Whatever your... Nah. If there are still men, you're identifying what a man is. Don't start saying whatever your interpretation is, because that can be anything. Now we're into nothingness again. That's what I don't like that right there.
That is, he described his. A lot of men agree with.
Yeah, he just
that.
Okay.
There are still men.
That's not
out
being
there.
erased, though. You think what he described as being a man is being erased?
No, and hold on one second here. What you're alluding to,
I can't land.
I
So
know
you can't
that.
tell me what
It's okay.
You can't tell me what I'm alluding to if I can't land.
I'm basing it on the last conversation that we had about this, where you landed all over the
But
place.
we're having a new conversation, and I'm making a point that connects full circle. The depiction of what a man looks like, many people, and I said this in that Doechii conversation, feel that there's an erasure happening with that. So when you hear somebody say, hey, I'm raising mine like this, like men, like some people still take pride in whatever that interpretation of man is. But to act,
I hate that he won't label it. I hate that. That fear though. I get it. That fear.
Yeah, I thought he was agreeing with Anthony Mackie's definition. I wish he would just say that, but
I think he's saying whatever that. I think he's saying whatever that interpretation is, like whatever that interpretation Anthony Mackie is presenting.
Yeah.
Because that's the general, right? That's the general idea of it, and that will also in turn be the idea of problematic masculinity that Dolce was talking about when she's saying straight men is red flags. So that's why I'm here. You know what I'm saying? I might be helping the brother Joe across the finish line because I think that's what he's saying. I don't think he's trying to tap dance around it. Yeah,
he tap dance. He tap dance. I mean, you're right, but he doesn't want to say that explicitly because that's why he started
just
off by
said it
saying,
though.
No, he didn't.
Go back a few seconds. He said exactly. He said
no. Let me. We don't have to go back. If he says whatever that is, he's using obfuscation. He's using language to avoid pointing to it directly. He's saying whatever that is that Anthony talked about, he won't label it himself. And the reason I'm calling point, like we don't have to go back far enough because when he started off, I don't want to be a dick. I don't want to harp on this. The reason he said that is because he's trying not to trigger Melissa Ford. There's a woman in the room. The call's coming from inside the house. So he's trying to tap dance around her feelings, which is why he's trying to calm it down again when she's getting ready to jump in. He was like, you're not letting me land. I'm making a point that's going to bring it full circle because he knows this is a trigger point for her because they've already had an argument over this subject. So when I say tap dancing, the way I mean it is he's trying to not offend certain sensibilities, which a lot of us do a lot of times. We try not to offend the sensibilities of women. When we're up on these panels and these conversations, almost all of them break down when it comes to trying to avoid the sensitivities of women. I know, Yella, you've been on a million panels with women, and when you say something that bothers the women, it starts getting to that little tap dance zone. Either the dudes acquiesce or the women like sabotage the entire panel. It happens a million times, which is what happens here. Let's let it play.
Act like when you pick up a newspaper, a magazine, hear from prominent black people, fucking see on TV, see in movies that version of man is not being represented properly. Like there's a reason for it, and that Dolce comment is part of it. She has nothing to do with this, so I don't want to get back to her, but that's why y'all that were like, oh, y'all making a big deal out of nothing. Some people were making a big deal out of it because they see a different picture happening over the years.
They tying it to the other shit.
Our children, I mean, we have children that we're raising, and what they're learning is not what they're learning is on the contrary of what's happening in the home.
They'll show you a man sucking another man's dick today before they show you a man acting like a man.
Exactly.
See, so again, that's another example. He's willing to be this direct. They'll show you a man sucking another man's dick. But then when he's talking about the Anthony Mackie stuff, he's like, whatever that is, whatever your interpretation of that is. So it's not that he can't be direct and clear. You know what I'm saying? So he's avoiding something. That's why when I was tapped dancing, that's kind of what I'm alluding to. But I know why he's doing it, because it still happens.
Exactly. What does acting like a man mean?
Acting like a man, being responsible.
I keep saying that's open for your own interpretation.
And so
many people agree with some of the
so
things
they try
that
to get him to
he
pin it
laid
down.
out.
If he was agreeing with Anthony Mackie, that's all he needed to do. It's clear to me he agrees with Anthony Mackie.
He agrees
Just
with Anthony
hearing
Mackie.
him, yeah.
But he knows.
But he don't want to pin it down and say traditional masculinity or blah blah.
Yeah,
You know, he's trying not to say that.
He's trying to leave room for the other viewpoints because, you know. Yeah,
triggered
what up,
already.
reckless logic. Yeah, what up?
People caught astray. I'm so mad. I have to. I'll be right back.
Or do you think? But I wouldn't even say though, reckless. I don't think queer people are even catching astray. It's a part of the conversation because they're talking about what masculinity is, and people like the conversation we had over Black Man Unfiltered with you and with Conscious. There are other frames of masculinity. You're a man. But because you're same gender loving, people will question your masculinity. So people will label like the fact that you said queer. that's another version of masculinity. You express masculinity differently than like the hegemonic masculinity. So there needs to be delineation, and he's not using clear language, because people say there's different interpretations. That's understood, but then speak to what it is. You're talking about traditional masculinity, and that's okay to say, but he's, instead of pinning that down as the right form of masculinity, which would offend people, and again, it's still going to offend. That's what's happening now. It's offending Melissa Ford.
Which is, hey, yes, I'm 15 years old. Yes, there's older people, older women, adults in the house, but none of that matters to a man. A man is going to be a man at all points in time.
Preach, nigga.
So yeah, that's me telling my son, hey, when you get a job at 16, this is what you do when you get paid. You take that money home.
Yes.
Yeah, you live with your mom,
Yes.
and you be the man of the house. If there's no man in there, if she's not married, if there's nobody else there, that's your job.
Yes.
Make sure these bills are paid. Help mom in any way you possibly can, because that's what a man does. And so for you niggas to act like there's not an erasure happening, I don't understand it. I don't understand.
So go ahead and jump in on that, yo.
Nah, yeah, I know you saying it's a tap dance, but I kind of hear what he's saying.
Yeah, I hear too. I hear
You
the
know
tap
what I'm
dance. I hear the taps. I hear the taps. You hear them? I hear them.
No, I mean, because that's not to say that there's a right way to be masculine, but I understand what he's saying about the idea of being a man. Yes, it's saying traditional masculinity, but at the same time, there's certain forms of, like you said, there's certain forms of being a man that they'll definitely push, and then there's a certain parts of being a man that they gonna ostracize. And the unfortunate part is that part that he talking about, the part that Anthony Mackie talking about, is the part that get ostracized. So when you say they'll show a man sucking a dick before they showing him actually being a good father, that doesn't mean that both elements don't exist in masculinity. That means that they'll tell you one is okay and one is bad.
Right.
But if we say the other one, if we say they both bad, then we wrong.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So
yeah.
It's not really a thought of right or wrong. It's more or less it's not like an idea of right or wrong masculinity. It's the fact of what you see and how. It's not a matter of right or wrong as far as men go. It's really only come to right or wrong when there's everybody else who's not a man trying to decide it.
No, I'm with that. I mean, that's pretty much what a lot of men, like when he's talking about the erasure, I know that, I feel that, I understand that. Because I do feel like the opinion of straight men is being invalidated because it's thrown under the guise of the oppressor of the patriarchy. So your opinion doesn't matter. You don't. I understand where that feeling comes from, but the behavior is still erasing a person's side of the story. Because a lot of the people who are the straight, regular men do not hold any power in the system. So we as dudes, a lot of times when we went to that one lady that had the catfish face on the thumbnail, Queen Sovereign. Yeah. So we called all that patriarchy, dusty patriarchy. So like that's the problem. See, the patriarchy is powerful. It makes decisions. But then they were calling us dusties with no power. And that's the kind of like the problem we're having. So us dusties that really don't have a power and are trying to use our voice to like advocate for ourselves. We're zesty, we're sassy, we're weak. We need to get offline. We need to da. So we get disempowered and removed from the conversation. That's the erasure. Meanwhile, we get blamed in every conversation we're part of as being part of the patriarchy, which we have no true power in, and we're not seeing any true benefit from, because we're also talking about the loneliness epidemic.
Right.
Men are killing themselves at the highest rate since 1941. Where's patriarchy in all this? Like, so there's a problem. There's a disconnect between the reality and the narrative. So I'm with you. There is an erasure. I'm also understanding, like if I'm speaking to a feminist, I also do see the social pressures which are different from the ones straight men face that affect women, queer, non-binary. All that. I see the pressures that everybody faces, but they're different. They're coming from different angles a lot of the times, and we sometimes end up getting turned against each other when instead we could probably do something more productive. BLM first mission statement didn't even mention straight men. Yeah, and see that right there. BLM, Black Lives Matter, but then it said they were against the nuclear family. So it's like that's weird, because the nuclear family is where the men are formed. The ones that everybody says they want, the traditional men. They want men that provide and protect and have values and virtues and all that stuff. That's the factory that a lot of that came from. So then you're gonna have to find another factory to instill these virtues, because the church is failing, the family's failing. Where are these people going to get these virtues and ethics and values from? Where are they going to get it?
That's why I asked the girl. That's why I was like, so is masculinity the problem? She was like, yeah. I was like, so what do you want men to do then? Because y'all calling us sassy, y'all calling us dusty, y'all calling us less than masculine. But if we perform masculine, if we start becoming masculine, which is all the things you want, which is the father she described, that's so great, then it's a problem. So how is it that you want us to be more masculine, but being more masculine is going to be a problem for you?
Right.
You want us to take control and protect, but we can't actually do none of that shit. Like though, right. That's why it's an erasure of the idea of what a man should be, because a man don't even have an opinion on it.
Yeah.
And then most people just typically go off the female idea. If you're not, that's what, like Joe made it say. He's like, most men agree with what Anthony Mackie's saying. Outside of those, most men, the other ones take that idea of masculinity from how women perceive it to make them feel comfortable. That's not how this works. Because on the other end, men can't ask for any level of adjustment on femininity without hearing, you trying to control me, you not gonna dim my light, you not gonna change it. How did make me small? So I really don't be. I be trying to be. I'm sympathetic. I'm empathetic to it, but at the same time, no.
Yeah.
Because y'all can go to y'all just complaining at this point.
Yeah.
Because y'all the problem. Y'all have made how y'all want to digest masculinity complicated to the point to where we have to adjust it to make you feel comfortable. Just digest it however you get it, because niggas ain't gonna change. You're gonna get some niggas who want to be traditional. Now it's evolving. You're gonna get some niggas who like, fuck you. I don't care what you talking about. That's still masculine. You wanna know why? Because he a man. Ain't no right or wrong to it. Whether he want to suck dick or slap a dick across a bitch face, either way. That's still a man. And that's their version of masculinity. And guess what? You can't be mad at it. That's why I don't think Joe was saying there was nothing wrong with it. He was just saying that there are certain versions that's shown that's to be good and to be bad.
Right.
When it's all just what it is. It is what it is. It's all about how women or people, basically how women perceive it. Same way we're the only ones that can perceive the good or bad. Yella, you are lumping all gay men into one pot. There's a significant amount of gay men who agree with y'all. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I said most men. That's why I didn't say necessarily gay men. I said most men who disagree get their idea of it from women. But shit, even gay men that tell you that these niggas sassy. I've heard gay men call other gay men sassy in the same way that women call. So shit.
Yeah. I just saw a gay guy weaponize gayness last night against women. Yeah. What if your guy was sleeping with a man? What if your guy cheated with a man? Like, come on now.
They want they men to be men too. We watched to pop the balloon with the gay guys. All of them wanted men. They wanted men.
Yep.
And they all wasn't feminine looking. Except the one dude. He said he gonna transition soon.
Yeah.
Waldo was crazy though. He was going,
Waldo was crazy. He was funny. He was funny as hell. He's funny as hell. His expressions were wild. I love him.
Right. So even still, they want men.
Yeah.
They just want men that love them to men.
And I would say, man, this comes from the misidentification of what's feminine and masculine. If we can stop doing that and just talk about what's a good value for a person to hold, what's good character? Let's identify good character. Is this person assertive enough to speak up for themselves and assertive enough to speak up for me, protective enough to speak up for me, courageous enough to speak up in a crowd? Like, look up for good virtues that's good in a man or a woman. And then we can, like, because this masculinity, femininity thing, I think is confusing too many people. Like, even in the conversation, it's too hard because there are different expressions of masculinity, even within, like Bo was saying, within gay men. There are different expressions of the masculinity and what they choose to convey, express, identify as. So, like, as opposed to the gender confusion, why not just go with the values that are set? We know what a courageous person would look like in a certain situation. We know what an honest person would look like in a situation. Doesn't matter what gender they are. Doesn't matter the age. So if we went to the deeper principles instead of trying to assign it to a gender, then I think this stuff will be a lot more easily identifiable. Like the good father. He spoke about being a good father who is teaching, instilling values to create good sons that will grow up to be good men, who would then in turn hopefully become either good citizens or good fathers themselves. By the virtues of goodness, not by the virtues of manhood or malehood. You know what I'm saying? So
right.
I think reframing along the lines of virtues and values would help instead of genitals. I just think that will help.
Going, I'm gonna say
I don't feel like the Doshi conversation applies here because what she was describing her preference. And if you're saying that she's describing a type of man that lacks masculinity, then that would lend to the argument.
There's an attack on straight men.
Hold on,
I'm not trying to interpret it from her.
Well,
there's an attack on strong straight men. Period. I'm not trying to fucking read through cryptic notes about how you feel about some shit.
That is a fact. Okay. You are 100% correct. I told you back when we was over at Park's crib, I said, yo, you ever want to test that theory? Go search straight black man on Twitter and put it in quotes. Nope. And you went and looked and was like, oh, this is pissing me off. Like that's just been a thing.
I know, but anytime that's a thing.
But that's what I'm saying.
Anytime we start hearing from somebody who might share in those views, every excuse is made for him.
Every excuse
is made for him.
They start bringing up different shit that has nothing to do with the topic.
Hey, how about we just
over the year? Like,
how about we just eliminate the excuses and say there are some people that share in the ideology that these niggas are red flags and they're dangerous, and we rather be around a bear.
Okay. So, first, I want to see Yella. Did you follow? I know you understood my understanding too. And I also understand what he brought in when he talked about the Dochi, because the saying that straight men are red flags in a conversation where, well, anyway, straight men are red flags was her statement. That's a direct, pointed attack at straight men because she's calling straight men red flags. There's a shot there, shade shot, whatever you want to call it. There is something that would antagonize straight men. There's something that is accusatory to straight men when you call them red flags. That's if nothing else you can't. That's a fact. It is accusatory language, if nothing else. Straight men are red flags. Now, they're talking about people having a problem with the things Anthony Mackie said about being a man and teaching his children manhood and masculinity, and he's drawing a parallel. This is the same thing. They have a problem with this straight man trying to raise his sons the same way they say straight men are red flags. I can see that. There's something accusatory by saying there's something wrong with trying to raise your sons in a healthy model of traditional masculinity. There's a problem here. And I can see you saying that there's a problem with straight men as their red flags. I can see a correlation. Even if they're not exactly the same, I can see them possibly coming from the same groups of people. So I understood what Joe was saying. And then he, at the end, decided to bring in our one of our favorite conversations from last year, the bear conversation, which I can also see coming from the straight group because it's another accusatory dynamic. Would you rather, if you're a woman, would you rather be alone in the woods with a straight man? Because that's essentially what they said, a man or a bear, but it was a straight man. But they left it man because if everybody went with straight man. That was obviously what they assumed. Right. So a straight man or a bear. And a lot of people chose the bear, which is another thing that's accusatory towards straight men. We don't want to be alone in the woods with you because you're weird and rapey. And I can understand it. I can see it. I can respect it and appreciate it, but that's what it is. And do you also feel like you see the connection between these conversations?
Yeah. Yeah. Because
damn, I thought I was still.
Yeah, because it's the idea of Anthony Mackie's words are basically like the verbal manifestation of what people that agree with Doechii fear. That makes sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a factory for more toxic masculinity. You're raising more toxic masculines.
Right. You're raising more straight men. How dare you? It's like you could talk about every other lifestyle, every other single preference choice except for just being straight. And that's it. There's a problem with that. It's crazy how the most accepting be wanting to shut down the most. They won't. You can't ask us to be accepting of y'all, and then try to act like there's a problem with what we do. If we all just doing shit, let that be the case. I don't give a fuck what you do. But as soon as you point out something what's wrong with me, well, I guess I assume I'm gonna point out something what's wrong with you, and then we just gonna be sitting here and point.
Mm-hmm.
So
one thing I would say though that's interesting is that Anthony Mackie in the exact same conversation was also criticized on the masculinity point because I guess he did a movie where he kissed a man. So it's like even in like you talk about Captain America and a good father, and that's being demonized. Well, he got attacked on the other side too. So like there's no lane that you can exist in. So if you do the whole traditional masculinity, you're getting attacked. And if you do the more open, fluid masculinity, you're getting attacked. Like there is no place, there's no place of safety to exist as a dude.
Right.
And I mean that just shout out to you, Yella. We can't expect safety. We can't look for safety. That's not the world. It's been demonstrated. Safety is not what we should look for. But we've been taught that we should or can.
Yeah.
Trying to accept that fact. I'm trying to absorb that. Doesn't sit well with me.
Can't expect safety, man.
Can't.
Man. Can't even have a conjugal visit with your quadruple murderer. Serving triple life.
Of course not.
The death. You know what? We're gonna end up looking back on this retrospectively and say this is the death of idealism. Let me be quiet.
Let's go. Death of idealism.
That's the point of the fucking beer conversation again.
It's really not. It's really not.
A man is telling you something.
Let me ask you something. Let me ask you something.
Here we go. So we're having a conversation about masculinity with three men and a woman. Feels like a setup for a joke.
Having daughters. What are the things that you
even that's the point?
Oh my God!
Why you can't hear from a man that don't have a daughter?
Can I fucking talk?
Yes, I'm sorry. And because having a daughter changes your perspective on a lot of things.
Thank you fucking very much.
Okay.
But not mine. Ice, but wait, that is the point.
Joe,
niggas don't need a daughter to qualify. We speaking as men.
Joe, I hear you. I'm telling you, as a man with a daughter,
We got that part.
But you can't.
We're talking about just
I know you yelling, but
we're just talking about men.
I understand.
We're not talking about your daughter, your mom, your sister. We got that part. This conversation started and should end with men telling you about men.
Boom.
Yeah. Real shit.
Yeah.
And that's the point.
Yeah. It should not have to be filtered through women. Femininity, woman.
Turn up, Joe.
Cause Mel trying. I see why he turned up. I would have turned up too. I'd have turned up on Mel last too. Don't dismiss what I'm saying to turn to them to ask them some other shit. Then talk about that ain't. We ain't talking about men with daughters. We talking about men. How men move.
Mm-hmm.
How men act. How men are.
Yeah.
Men on men. That's what the conversation should be.
Super pause. But it started with talking about a father teaching his sons.
Right. But it's from the perspective of the father and what he's seen. Right. So it's still not about the son. It's the perspective, because he even said it through the perspective of knowing that he has boys and girls. I think he got boys and girls. So we say you protect your mom, you protect your sister, but this is all it's a combination. It's what it's coming from. It's about him. You know what I'm saying? He's the one teaching. He's the one giving the lessons. He's the leader, basically, essentially. So it's attitude reflect leadership, Captain. You know what I'm saying? So it's about if it starts and ends with him.
Yeah.
Man, like you said, man, start and end with man. Let's go. Shit.
Oh, let me ask. Man, it's let me ask you, Brie. I gotta ask you, as a woman. As a woman, I don't even know if you can answer this question. I don't even know if I can ask it. But what is it in that moment where the conversation is male centric?
Right.
Because I'm just being honest. Like, you've done this to me before.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Like, what is?
Do it again.
Yeah, you are. You've done this to me before, and you'll slide it. You'll slide the conversation over into this place that the conversation is definitely not about. And you know it. I know it, and you know that I see you doing it. It's like the cat. It's like you see those videos where the cat is sliding the cup towards the edge of the thing. It's like that'll be happening during the conversation, and I'll see you slide it. And I'm like, no, Bree, don't slide it. And you'll look up, and you'll push it more. And I'm like, no, you're about to push it off. You're about to push the conversation off the edge, and then you look, and then you tap it. And I'm like, no. Now I gotta catch it. I've seen you do that. It's happened multiple times, but I know it's a feminine feature. I'm not saying you don't do it, but I'm saying when I notice it, because I typically I'm around women when I see this employed. When I see that when the dudes are doing it, they're doing it. It's like all dudes up there, all dude panel, and a dude will do it and get up there and deflect and tap dance. I'm not in those spaces.
Yeah, let me try to see why Melissa did that in this moment. He started yelling. I think when he started yelling, she had to find a way to disqualify his perspective from the conversation. In this moment, I feel like this all it is. Well, you don't have. Does Joe have daughters? I don't know, but it sounded like she was trying to find a way to dismiss what he said by saying, "Well, you don't have daughters, so you're a barbarian because women make men softer and better and more emotionally intelligent. So we can't listen to Joe with his caveman rhetoric." You know, I feel like it's definitely a dismissive thing going on. Yeah, I mean, I think that's generally what it is always when it happens.
Okay, I mean, because that's what it was. Because he tried to bring in, like, he was already trying to be soft. He tried to preface it. I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm not trying to harp, which means starting the conversation. This is something that was pre-existing,
right?
You know what I'm saying? So him and Mel had this conversation with the bear thing and the Dochi thing. So they've had an ongoing gender, like they're the me and you of the gender thing.
Mm-hmm.
So they've had that. I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm not trying to harp. Then he's like, whatever you interpret that is, whatever he's trying to be standoffish with it. But a lot of people rocking what Anthony said. Okay, cool. He couched it. But then he's like, I see this as the same thing as the Dochi red flag. Excuse me.
He
Which
was on
I
his
can see
yellow
correlation.
shit. Right.
But she dismissed it. No, that's not the same thing. But instead of listening to his perspective, she tried to reframe it to Dochi's perspective, like which is what you did to me. Like, no, Dochi's a lesbian. She meant it this way.
Yeah.
And I don't care how Dochi meant it. I'm telling you how I take it. Like, that's my perspective. And it's like our perspective will get dismissed to accept the woman's perspective as legit. Even if it's not legit, it's just, well, that's how she feels about it. So it's valid. Yeah, that's valid, but it can still be baseless. It can still be not well formed. It can still be not thought out. It cannot be well reasoned. So yes, cool. You can have a whole feeling about what Dochi said. He's like he said, she can have her reasons, but that's not the point. It was an attack. It was accusatory to straight men. So he brought it back when she tried to slide the glass off the table. Then he said, just like the bear conversation, it was accusatory. It was accusatory to straight men. And then she just like, no, I'm going to push this cup all the way off the ledge. Guys, you have daughters. Don't you have daughters?
Yeah, she not finna listen to him in this conversation because she's decided he's a brute. And his perspective is invalid because he's
Do you love your mother?
Right. Yeah, I think like Bo is saying, like it has to be filtered through women for them to empathize. I think Yella said that too. Yeah. So it's like she can't hear it. But once again, we know from what she reveals, I don't know if she had already revealed it or it's after this. She's looking at all of this through trigger trauma lens. Yeah. So I almost feel like it's almost impossible to have this conversation with her anyway. Because she's always going to look at it through the victim lens or trauma lens. She can't have this. I don't think she can have a conversation, honestly.
Okay. I respect it.
And the erasure of men.
Yes.
You don't need to speak to somebody with a daughter to see how a man feels. Speak to a fucking man.
Okay,
let her get her shit off.
No,
please.
So listen. This is where dudes become complicit. Dudes are being erased. Male erasure. Listen to what a man has to say. No, let her get her stuff off. Let her say what she got to say. Like, that's where we get complicit. Because we do have that chivalric training, like Anthony Mackie be teaching. So we got some like contradictory. We sabotage ourselves by maybe not. I don't know if it's an incomplete chivalric training. Because I do believe even in the chivalric code, there was still like a pecking order.
It's simply because he started yelling. That's the only reason he got, women don't like men yell. So it's just like, as soon as he started yelling, it's like, let her have it. Calm down, calm down. Like, it turned into all that as soon as he started yelling.
But if we all peers, you
I feel like he should be able to yell, like, yeah, unless you don't feel, she all triggered and triggered and traumatized. So
yeah.
Can't be yelling at the triggered traumatized lady. We'll tell her to shut the fuck up.
Right.
Yeah.
So right.
Stop coming to conversations you can't handle then.
Right.
Facts.
You trying to be dismissive. You ain't even having the conversation.
Right.
Because you didn't like how
then she pulled out the trauma. Then she pulled out the trauma card when he started getting loud.
Look, because you didn't like the I didn't see the little part. Y'all went ahead a little bit, but then they don't like when you can make a correlation.
Oh yeah, I'm putting shit together. I see everything. That's why I said he was on his yellow shit. I see it all.
They don't like when you can see through the bullshit. That layer of bullshit that they ain't trying to acknowledge. That one layer that they ain't trying to acknowledge. You can be like, yeah, I get that, but this exists too, right? No, it doesn't. Yes, it fucking does.
A plumber murdered me when I was 8. So like, damn, we can't even have a conversation no more. This done turned into a therapy session. Damn.
Nah, go back a little bit. I missed what she said though. All I heard was we was.
I don't think we got to it yet. I don't think we get.
No, we didn't get to the plumber yet.
I'm gonna have to leave, but it's coming up, and I knew it was coming. Right. I was like, not you shutting the conversation down with your trauma trump card.
This was her trying to get in with the.
How far back you going?
I'm about to leave, but I have a request of you. I need you to make a trauma trump card, like a Yu-Gi-Oh card for streams. That I just need that because it always get thrown on the table. The trauma trump card. Yeah, you can't say nothing when the player throws his card out. Can't nobody comment on it.
Got it.
Nobody can criticize the topic no more because now you're talking about their traumas.
Got it.
That's what she gonna end up doing. But okay, I gotta go. I gotta pick kiddo up. Bye.
All right. Bye.
All right.
And I was going back because you said to what she said, and she hadn't talked for a minute. So.
Okay, no, I thought all I had seen, I heard him yell. That's my bad. We can start right here, wherever this at. We can start right. All right, my bad.
The point.
Oh my God.
Why you can't hear from a man that don't have a daughter?
Can I fucking talk?
Yes, I'm sorry.
And because having a daughter changed your perspective on a lot of things.
Thank you fucking very much.
Hey,
but not mine.
Ice, but wait, that is the point.
Joe,
niggas don't need a daughter to qualify. We speaking as men.
Joe, I hear you. I'm telling you, as a man with a daughter,
we got that part.
But you can't.
We're talking
about. So he's growling over there. You felt that one?
Yeah, we're talking this bird.
Black man yell all the time. Black man can't yell. He's a brute. Yeah, I we got a lot of trigger points, but that's also how we get pencil whipped into silence too. Like we be complicit. We be helping out. We start silencing each other because they know they're safe. He's not about to wild out or crash out on anybody. He ain't about to throw no furniture, put hands on nobody. He's not even yelling at a specific person. He's just getting chesty. So it's it's for the sake
passionate
of
frenzy.
Yeah, passionate frenzy. Yes, yeah, passionate frenzy. That's it.
Hold up. I know you yelling, but
we just talking about men.
I understand.
We're not talking about your daughter, your mom, your sister.
Here's the thing. I wish we could do when somebody is getting towards a passionate frenzy, like trying to figure out why. Like, because he's had 3 different points dismissed in a row. And that might set somebody off.
Yeah. Yeah. Especially when the example of why we're in the situation is happening.
Yeah.
Because the idea of what a man is getting dismissed by a woman, and then you trying to implement the idea and the presence of women into what a man is. And that's not it.
That's the erasure.
Talking about men being men, right? That's the erasure because they're not the ultimate deciders. We don't have to check in with women on how to be men.
Now, when you
they don't have to check in with us.
You got to check
Right. Nah. She can leave. That's perfectly fine. She don't have to be there, but I don't have to check in on how to be a man. She can not like it and leave. That's perfectly fine.
No. When you come to town, you got to pick your dick up. You got to check in to get the dick. You got
to check in to get your balls.
Yeah.
Check in with a woman and get your balls.
Yeah, absolutely.
Fuck that. That's what he's saying now. We ain't talking about your daughter. We ain't talking about your mama. Not your auntie. We ain't talking about Kamala. We ain't talking about Beyonce.
Man,
you know what I'm saying?
Beyonce.
With Ricky Lake.
Yeah, you gotta check in, man.
We ain't talking about none of them.
Nah, you gotta check in. You gotta check in with Melissa. You see them? The other dudes already tucked. They left their balls in her hands. Like, now let's let her get it off. No, she right. I got daughters, man. She right though. So I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Doja Cat dolls, Cash Doll, Cashmere, Mary Tyler Moore, don't matter, men and foe.
Nah, gotta check in. Ain't your mama black? Yep. That's the check. The check in. Ain't your mama black? You ain't checking.
Yep.
You ain't checking.
Let me tell you what the fuck wrong with her. Fuck, nigga.
Yes, go. I love it.
Shit, fuck you think.
That part. This conversation started and should end with men telling you about men and the erasure of men.
Yes.
You don't need to speak to somebody with a daughter to see how a man feels. Speak to a fucking man.
Okay,
let her get her shit off.
No,
please.
No, he just
please continue.
He completely shut down everything that I put. No, because I can't respond to the Doshi thing.
You can respond, but respond to what he's actually saying, not what you feel. That's the problem. But go ahead.
Yep. I would say it'd be best just sit and listen. You probably shouldn't respond. You probably should just listen.
Yeah.
Y'all don't want to hear our responses on what women should be and how you think and this. You don't want to just sometimes listen. It'd be good. Sometimes I like listening. I could just sit back and just listen. So sometimes they'd be right. Like the other night when I was over there with Ashton and them, and they were trying to tell, they was basically like trying to tell them ladies over there specifically that they need to date niggas who try dating niggas who make a certain amount of money, or you know what I'm saying, basically like date brokies. And we're like, man, stop telling these ladies up here talking about they in the couple 100,000 range. Stop telling them look at niggas with 50K. That's just stop, bro. Stop. Just listen to what they're saying. Okay. Hear what they're saying, and they're not wrong. Stop trying to tell them they're wrong for wanting the men that they want. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Just shut the fuck up sometimes. You know what I'm saying?
That's fair. I mean, especially if you ain't gonna respect them. I mean, that's a big
right. Especially if
like,
you
don't say no
dude.
Don't talk to some woman to go deal with some dude that she's gonna disrespect, and he might have to pop off on.
Right.
Don't set everybody for failure. Let them want what they want. Find who wants you. Hold up, I'm sorry. That's sidetracked by something.
I can't respond to the bear thing.
Respond.
I can't because it all factors in. It does. My fucking argument, when you keep bringing up this bear shit, it's fucking pissing me off because you are being willfully fucking obtuse.
There we go. There we go. When you bring now, she just said it. Hold up, just so you can hear it out of her mouth. Watch what she says. What she says about the Dochi thing and the bear thing.
No, because I can't respond to the Dochi thing. I can't respond to the bear thing.
She can't respond, but hold on, listen, she's going to say something else.
I can't because it all factors in. It does.
It all factors in. So she can't respond to him, but she says they all factor in. So she's validated that they all play a part in this.
My fucking argument, when you keep bringing up this bear shit, it's fucking pissing me off because you are being willfully fucking obtuse.
So how is he being intentionally stupid? Why is he being intentionally blind if you're willing to say that it all factors in? If it all factors in, so now she's basically just trying to smartly insult him, which is crazy to me. When you're willing to admit that it all factors in. Mel was like the random woman in the barbershop. Man, listen. I was once in the shop and this random mommy started talking, and the barber turned calm and said, "Who the fuck gives a shit?" Hilarious. Go ahead, bro.
Nah, dude, I hate that lady. Not this lady, but that lady he describing, the lady in the barbershop.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah.
First of all, you only here because your baby daddy ain't. Okay? Shut up.
Yep.
Sit over there. Let this little nigga get his hair cut and go on about your business. He ain't in the conversation. You shouldn't be in the conversation. We ain't talking to him or you.
The most you should be doing is flirting with that barber you like.
Right, but you better be trying to figure out how to get a discount.
Man.
And get the hell on up out of here.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna wait in the car, son. Come outside when you're done. That type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
All right, stay fucking there. You two being willfully fucking obtuse. All right, stay fucking there.
Now, first of all, who you talking to? Who you talking to? We had a problem. Don't you tell me where to stay fucking. Don't stay fucking. Who you talking to?
You two. You have done.
She's so aggressive. That's okay. That's not masculine. This is aggression. Like let's quit mislabeling things. This is just aggression, man or woman. It's aggression.
Daughters.
Mm-hmm.
What is it that you are teaching your daughters in terms of when they go out into the world, how to conduct themselves? Only in terms of their sense of personal safety.
What does it have to do?
Exactly. That was Joe's whole point. Stupid ass bitch. We ain't talking about that.
Combos be too much for me. Yeah, so this is what'll happen. They'll take a broad, generalized conversation and then try to pigeonhole it into this one thing that makes them right in a conversation that they ain't even about. it's not even about the safety of women. This is about a man being a father and teaching his sons what it means to be a man. That's what this is about. What does this have to do with daughters and their personal safety? Absolutely nothing. If overt aggression is masculine, that's why it's believed women can't be aggressive or dangerous. Exactly. That's why we got to quit labeling some of this stuff with gender, because that was just that was aggression. The way she was pointing, the way she was posturing, the way that was just aggression. Stay fucking there. That was aggression. She aggressed. She didn't become masculine or manly. It was just aggression.
Yeah, you ain't finna call me willfully obtuse, bitch. I don't even know what that means, but I ain't like how you said it.
I don't like how you said it. Facts.
I don't like how you said it.
Hey. Like when Joe was getting loud, he was getting aggressive. Didn't make him more man or less man. It was just loud. Cam said he gonna call ICE. Yeah, you gotta call ICE on some of these people, man. If it ain't ICE, if you can't get rid of them, you gotta call Doge so you can get them fired. You gotta get them out the country or cost them their job.
Yeah, right. Ain't she Canadian? She shouldn't be here, Joe. She gonna get Joe in trouble.
Yep. Yeah,
for selling us this Canadian product without Trump consent. Is Joe? Are we paying tariffs on mail being in this country? Get her ass the fuck out of here. Fuck out of here.
But to try to pin, so she's isolated Joe out of the conversation because he does not have daughters. Does not have daughters. Goes to the two men that will serve her, like that are kind of acquiescing to her. Then pigeonholes them into a very specific conversation about what they teach their daughters in terms of not life, not character, not what manhood looks like, in terms of personal safety. Like, so she has brought this down to such a lane that does not apply to this conversation. And this is why I say men are complicit. They comply. But this is why she focused on them. They're complicit because they're compliant.
Who do they need to keep themselves safe from? Who? And don't just answer the question.
People. Yeah, I was gonna say the world.
Okay.
The world.
Can you be a little bit more specific?
People. Like you said,
So she's not getting the answer that she wants.
Mm-hmm.
He knows what answer she wants. It's still not germane to the conversation.
Mm-hmm. She wants a very specific answer. She wants them to say men.
Yeah, because she wants to prove the bear point.
It's dogs. It's also bears.
Yeah.
It's everything. It's everything. Stupid ass. God damn it.
I don't think she does.
Get where you trying to go with that? I'm not sitting there. I mean, I'm not at that point yet, but it's not, hey, look out for men. Look out for boys.
You said what? She's a moron.
Yeah, because she's a moron. Yeah, you know.
So she does have kids? Because moron does have kids. Idiots don't have kids. Moron does.
No, she's an idiot then. Yeah,
okay.
She's an idiot. She ain't making moron.
Yeah. Yeah, because these women out here wilding too. These women ain't safe.
Right. That's why they getting yeeted on girls' trips and jumped and beat up on girls' trips.
And that one teacher just had all the boys smashing her with the screen mask on. Like, you know what I'm saying? The women ain't safe. He dropped off. Oh shoot. Let's see if he come back. Hold up. We'll wait for him to come back right here play. That laugh took him out. Ooh, you know it's a good laugh when they take your whole signal out. Let me see. I wonder if those dudes would be okay if their daughters was with the man. They'll take care of the man.
All right, can you hear me?
Yeah. I hear you. Damn. Can you hear? Testing.
Yeah, I got you. I had to go ahead and start working on this food. Yeah.
Got you. All right. Hit this play button.
Boys. No, I can look out for people.
Okay.
People are fucked up out here today.
And I'm just asking you two specifically.
Wait, hold on. I have a 15.
I'm asking you two specifically. It's obvious. You said YouTube. We know it's about YouTube specifically. So again, she's still trying to freeze Joe out on his own show, mind you.
15-year-old Yeah, daughter. he can answer better than
I have a 15-year-old daughter. I tell her to be on the lookout for people, jealous girls, but I also tell her to be on the lookout for older men that's trying to prey on younger girls, offering rides and stuff like that. Is that what you're getting at? I tell her that.
Is that what you're getting at? Is that what you're? He's trying to find a way to feed into her hijacking the conversation. And again, as guys, we gotta quit doing that. That right there.
That's what you learn in growing up, and that's that some men do that.
No, and that is fair, and that is fucking accurate. I can tell you stories of when I was 11 and 12. No, fuck that. 8. We had a handyman that used to come to the house, and one day my father was just like, my parents worked, and my dad was literally like, he's coming to the house, just give him the money for the work that he did, blah blah blah. He came to the house. I was there alone. He was drunk and he tried to do some shit to me. It was fucking terrifying because I'm in my own fucking house and this is somebody that my parents fucking trusted. And he came there drunk and it was really fucking bad. That is just one experience. There's so many more that I can talk about that happened before the age of fucking 16 years old. The reality is that you can be in the safest environment and still there will be a situation that unfolds that where you need to teach your daughters to be careful of predatory boys and men. And I'm not talking about people.
You're not talking about people. You want to focus it on men, on a conversation that's not about woman's safety. So she's completely hijacked the conversation at this point, and it's correcting them to the incorrect stance and perspective. That's how far we've gotten off.
No,
because
can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
Just wait 1 second.
Joe Budden podcast has been hijacked. She's telling him to wait a second, froze him out of the conversation so that she can derail the conversation about men and masculinity and teaching your sons to about what do you teach your daughters to keep them safe from predatory men. Totally different topic. Valid topic, worthwhile topic, a useful topic, an important topic. Not today's topic.
Right.
Anything can fucking happen.
That story about the handyman, was your dad there for that?
No, he wasn't. He was at work. It was during the day. It was like fucking noon or something like that.
This is the face right here. The face of defeat. this is the face of defeat. Why is your 8-year-old at home at noon? That's a problem. But what needs to be said is, like, let's admit that was poor father. Nobody will say that to her. That's poor father. Poor parenting. She needed Anthony Mack. She needed Captain America.
Right.
And Joe knows he can't say anything because they have been hijacked by the trauma trump card. This stream has been hijacked by the trauma trump card, which I'm going to have to make for Bree. That's going to be dope.
Okay, now
hold on.
There are systematic efforts that are out there to discredit and silence.
I'm not.
And now she's one of them. The call is coming from inside the podcast.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not done hijacking the podcast.
There are systematic efforts that are out there to discredit and silence.
I'm not talking.
But you have to acknowledge that too.
I'm not.
Man, wait. Listen.
She's not trying to have that conversation. I'm not.
Hold
up. Where is it at? Oh, we got too many assets. Oh shoot, it's not here. It's on yours. No. We going over. Hello, we crossing over.
Yeah, we need it for this one. Cause she definitely.
There are systematic efforts that are out there to discredit and silence.
I'm not talking.
But you have to acknowledge that too,
I'm not.
Man, wait. Listen, you should acknowledge the fact that.
Oh shit. I'm not. I'm not. She sound like Kendrick Lamar. I'm not. I got loyalty in so. Ah man, I'm like, man, listen. Oh man, that's crazy. She was determined not to have a conversation on the table, boy. Determined. She fighting a solution. She fighting a
windmilling.
conversation. Yeah.
You're lucky you ain't got no free hand right now. She windmilling. Go to the clip.
I get it. But okay, I would leave that in the corner.
Mm-hmm.
Promote conscious parenting. What's up? Promote. What's up? Mr. He said, Mr. She said, promote conscious parenting in the building. Man, make sure y'all go check them out over there on that channel, man. Lots of good content, man. I definitely one of the last few people on YouTube, the last of the streamers, last of a dying breed. I still be rocking with. A lot of people done fell off. They still going strong. Shoot, they done added more shows.
Mm-hmm.
And shout out to what I don't know what they call it, the Tribe Called Vibe. I want to say I like it because they got a realistic vibes to be rocking together. It's been cool, man. I've been listening to y'all. Sometimes I'll be in the clouds. Yeah, she tired activity. You already know. People that should not know that women are doing. There are reports out here that said black boys, the most at-risk group of people because they need to have sex. Yeah, that's really 6 because they face homosexual. Yeah, it's like yeah, boys and girls in the black community have a heightened rate of victimization of sexual assault before the age of 18. Boys and girls, they are victimized by both men and women. Like so, it's not one gender, but I do know that men are typically more violent in their assaults. Case in point, that young 13-year-old girl that just lost her life. So yes, men are much more violent and people lose their lives much more frequently from men. Understandable. It's a worthwhile conversation. It's not this conversation though. Lack of a good masculine frame is what has the women out here in protected facts. That's not this conversation at all, but she's made it about that because that's where her trauma is. So she can't even, to Yella's point, she can't even hear about a black father telling his boys, Anthony Mackie, telling his sons to stay in the place of protection of the women in the family and each other when he's away. That took her here. So this is that train of thought thing that Bree and Yella be doing. What got us here? So I say, hey, a father should be teaching his sons civility, chivalry, and gender roles. You know, as a man, you're gonna need to do this, protect, make sure the house is secure, blah blah blah. Text me, communication, all those good principles to have. What that did in her was bring this out. That's what this brought out. Her trauma about not being protected. And now she's making the conversation about her lack of protection, which is crazy. I just met the spokesperson for crack cocaine in Fort Heights. Yeah, hey, listen. You have been privileged to meet the local crack dealer.
Hey, that was crazy.
I love it.
Nigga, like, nah, Fort Heights, like, yo. Hey. So, like, quick, just, y'all had to understand, like, Fort Heights is basically like, if the world of Mad Max was just isolated to, like, one city, and it was really ghetto, like, that would be Fort Heights, bro. Like, it's a like no, it's bad. The people like for the most part, it's people there and they can be cool, but it's not even like governed by like their own people. Like it's ran by the sheriff. That's just how crazy Fort Heights is. Like it's ran by the sheriff.
Yeah.
So
I got you. Not big enough for the mayor, but so
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But nigga, you know not to go through that acting crazy.
Sorry, Dose.
There is a movement to discredit the black man, to discredit men.
The straight black man.
The straight,
not just black man, the straight
Online,
black man.
They're showing that women have all this power and women.
Now, I appreciate these two now, or at least dude in the black hoodie and the red hoodie following suit, trying to bring the conversation back to where Joe had it. It's like, okay, we've indulged her enough. Let's try to bring it back in. And then she threw a little bit of a tantrum. I got loyalty and royalty inside my DNA.
men are in control of the home and the black men are not here to take care
Legislation
of their
says
children.
different.
Legislation with
Legislation that's being Roe v. Wade being overturned, anti-abortion laws. There is literally
we're talking about social media that's being fed to our children.
Okay.
And now if you go on here, it's always something to discredit the black man. You know that and I know that. So that's what the point we're getting at is that there's something that's going on. Not taking away that there's not, we know that there's predators out there. We know that there's men out here that take advantage, but there's also a lot of great men out there that take care of their family, that provide for their children, that protect the home. And that's not being highlighted anymore.
In no way, shape, or form am I fucking denying that.
You are with the way you're conducting your conversation. What's crazy, Mackie's lesson is for them to protect women. What she needed most was protection. Yep, her trauma's changed. Yeah, and I'm saying that's the through line was the protection. Hearing a black father saying, "I'm training my sons to protect the women in the family," made her remember not being protected, not feeling protected. It triggered that trauma.
Yeah, that's wild.
Trauma trump card. Yeah,
that's wild. So you can't see why he would say that. Because you were in a position where you didn't have anybody there for that, or somebody didn't do that for you, and you almost got your little bits followed. So now, when somebody like, yeah, we should do this because we should take these steps, and it's like, that guy's every that shit love when you had that just fit the.
And I would say on the larger scale, when they do this. This is how it happens on the larger, more generalized conversations. Men will talk about men need to provide and protect. We need to teach our boys to provide and protect. And men need to provide and protect. And what the women will come in and say is, but they got to protect them from other men. Why don't you teach the boys to not be rapey and to not be murdery? And that's how they do it. Now, this is how Melissa did it real time with the people that she's familiar with. But on a general panel, I've heard that happen so many times. When people are trying to promote positive value sets and teachings to the next generation, it'll get framed with, well, why don't you teach the ones that are raping and murdering? They're not teachable. Right. Somebody's willing to kill and somebody's willing to rape. They're not going to, there's no worksheet.
Right.
You know what
ain't
I'm saying?
No 16, ain't no 12-step program for that, cuz. Like,
yeah. Like you out here randomly just shooting people. There ain't nothing. Ain't no episode of Bill Cosby. Was it the Cosby Show? Claire Huxtable ain't gonna solve that.
No, they want the little music from Family Matters to start playing when Carl would start talking to the son.
Yeah. Man.
Look, son. They want that. Yeah, they want us to cure rapists in 30 minutes.
Man, it's crazy. If we could cure rapists, we cure rapists. That's not happening. So Yellow's right about that one. You've helped me reframe my thinking because I get into idealism a lot. But I mean, there's no world where we just like, hey, listen, because none of my boys have ever told me they was murderers or rapists. Nobody's ever come to me and said I diddle kids. Nobody's ever come and said that. Nobody even says, they don't even come to say I cheat on my taxes. Nobody comes in the midst of stuff they do. Yeah, nobody comes.
Because you a snitch, nigga. Because you fucking snitch. I mean, told you. That's why I knew it, nigga. I knew it. I should have shut your ass all in that game. You a snitch, nigga. The real people know it. That's why y'all come tell you shit because you a fucking snitch.
Your trauma, the hijack trauma trump card.
Yes, my trauma trump card. This nigga a snitch, y'all. And if y'all don't tell him nothing.
Oh shit! I can't stand you. Do you think what Ford is doing with trauma is a form of female sabotage? Absolutely. No, it's absolutely. It's something that people do, and there's different motivations. That might be something I need to look into too. But there are different reasons why people come in and sabotage the conversation. This one is just this conversation made her uncomfortable because it touched on her trauma. So she's trying to get the validation from her angle because it doesn't feed her in any kind of way to hear what men need to do for other men. It doesn't do anything for her. But her trauma got triggered, so she has a need. It brought up a wound, and the wound needs to be treated. And she's trying to make them treat her wound as opposed to being able to have the conversation or step away from it. the mature, emotionally regulative thing to do in this moment. This has triggered something in me. I need to step away for a minute. Y'all can go ahead and finish the conversation, or to still engage with the conversation from the perspective that was being had. This is a sign of emotional immaturity. And most people are emotionally immature or underdeveloped in some kind of way. They don't recognize when they're being triggered or in a pain point. So yeah, it's definitely sabotage. But what I'm trying to say is, because this is feelings based, it may be subconscious. It may not be intentional. Sometimes women are doing this deliberately when they don't like a conversation. But sometimes I do think it just something got triggered. They don't intend to go here, but because they're women, a lot of them like chaos. They don't mind going here either. Like it's engagement, for lack of a better word. And your daddy was a shit. You don't accept that. Instead of yelling about the predators, why your daddy was a goofball? Yeah, talk about that. Talk about your daddy leaving you alone at 8 with money.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's talk about that. Why you ain't in school at 8? That's probably why she's so dumb. Willfully obtuse.
At all. I shit, I'll highlight it as much as possible.
You don't when you say I'd rather be around a bear.
Oh my God. Literally. You like,
don't.
I fucking denying that at all.
So she's not trying to deny. Hold on, let's
take care of their family, that provide for their children.
Okay, so they're saying there are good men. This is what we started with, good men. Anthony Mackie, taking care of the family, teaching the sons to do the same thing. She said, I'm not trying to deny that at all. But when you start talking about rapists, in the middle of that conversation about good dads, that's kind of what you're doing. You may not even intend to. No, I mean the fact that she didn't have protection, so no one deserves protection. No, she's not saying nobody deserves protection. No, she never said that. Right. She would never say that. Yeah. No. It's just her deflection of the conversation makes that an inference. So we're saying, hey, we want to protect the family. So it feels like if you're objecting to that, you're saying we don't want you to protect the family. That's not what she's actually saying. What she's actually saying is I feel a deficiency. You're talking about protecting the family. I didn't feel protected. So I'm going to make this conversation about my feelings of not being protected. Not that nobody deserves it. She's made this about her. This has gone into narcissisthood. This is what happened. It became about Melissa. It became about me, and her feelings.
Yeah, they kind of sound like it do kind of sound like she's saying that though. Like why would he want to do that? Because look at what I had to go through being left in the house, and that's a different situation. One, Pops was a goofus.
Yeah.
2, that's why you needed a brother.
Yeah. Yeah. That was the entire point.
But nah, yeah, because it does seem like she's saying like don't nobody need it. It's not important to have, basically, because her stance is anti. It seems like it's against what the whole premise is. So yeah,
what she should have been doing, but she can't do it because of her feelings. What she should have been doing was bringing her story in to like support Joe's position. Mm-hmm. Hey, Anthony Mackie is right, because I needed an Anthony Mackie or an older brother to step in and protect me. Like that's what it should have been. But her stance couldn't be that. She's had to learn in her own mind to feel like she's protected herself because she was let down. So now the idea of a male protector is like obsolete. So like I get why it sounds like what Bo is saying, but I know if you asked her, are you saying nobody should have protection? She's not going to say that. She would never.
No, yeah, she ain't gonna say it out loud.
Yeah, but there is, because she was left to fend for herself, like thrown to the wolves, like Bree said a little bit ago. The underlying feeling that you're picking up on, that's there. Because a lot of people do that. They be like, we see that with college, the student loans in America, student loan forgiveness. What you mean? I had to pay my student loans. Why didn't they have to pay their student loan? Well, I had to walk to school. Nobody should get a bus. When anybody that had to fend for themselves, they hate when anybody else gets protection or service. So there's some kind of jealousy mechanism. So I mean, that's in there. So I'm not saying like you're completely wrong, but I'm saying she would never say
No, yeah. Right, she ain't gonna say it out loud. Yeah. Right.
Yeah, and she would never recognize it in herself either. She would never recognize that's what her undermining this conversation. She would never accept that that's what she's doing in this moment, and she's even denying it right now. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that. I'm not trying to dismiss that there are good. Yeah, I'm not trying to say that there are no good guys out there at all. Well, it sounds like that when you say when they're like, "Hey, good fathers breed good sons." Well, there's a lot of rapists out here. It's kind of weird.
Okay. There's also a lot of chickens, as we seen with the bird flu. What that got to do with anything? There's a lot of trees out here too.
Yeah.
So like, what is your point, bitch? Like,
she lost the point. She's got competing narratives. There's that thing that it triggered in her about hearing about protection, and she didn't get it. So she's got the competing narrative. I needed that, but then she's got the independent woman. I learned to live without it, and those two things are butting heads right now. This is why there's so much friction. That's what caused the emotionality in her is the internal conflict of that sounds like an ideal world that I could have benefited from. And then there's I didn't need it because I made it to be, I'm Melissa. I'm male without it. So those two stories, when they start conflicting, that's when people bubble up. When people are bubbling up, it's typically because there's a conflict like inside. And those are the two things. I wasn't protected. Well, I learned to get along without protection. And now she has to fight that war within. She should have stepped away. She's not, like Bree said earlier, she's not capable to have this conversation in this moment.
That protect the home, and that's not being highlighted anymore.
In no way, shape, or form am I fucking denying that at all. I'll highlight it as much as possible.
You don't when you say I'd rather be around a bear.
Right. And then that's what Joe was saying. I mean, yeah, Joe, that's the thing. When you're rebutting everything that they're saying about good fathers and masculinity and manhood with dudes are predatory, you're not highlighting it. You're lowlighting it. She doing the mic sound? What's the mic sound? Yeah, she is. Yeah, she is. My bad. Yeah, MJ.
Oh my God. Literally.
You don't, though, when you say that.
Stop. Because the fucking bear is literally just a fucking extreme metaphor for the high incidence rate of fucking sexual assault against women and girls. That's it. It is a fucking metaphor. Get over it, okay? That has nothing to do with the erasure of the concept of the straight fucking... It has nothing to do with it. It has to do with sexual assault.
Melissa,
who's doing a sexual assault, you idiot? That you brought into the conversation.
You just brought the right. Your whole point of saying that is because woo, man.
Is it. That is it. That is all. That is it. That is all.
But what is that? Please let me get this one word, please.
Yeah,
we don't have to
be me, bro.
Hostile here.
Okay,
we don't have to
you're
do
right,
that.
but I'm very frustrated by the way that conversation has been handled over the course of months over here, especially for somebody who has literally experienced it. Literally.
Trauma trump card. I know. Mr. He said got the Uno reverse card. We need the trauma trump card song, man, for real.
You activated my trump card. It's the ow.
Let's go, Joe.
I don't hear nothing.
Oh, when did the video get dropped? Oh, snap. It's probably when I went over to the profile. Hold up, man. Hold up. My bad. Wow. Okay, let me go back. So when I went over to yours, it dropped the video. Hold up. My bad, y'all. My bad.
literally experienced it. Literally experienced it more times than I care to count.
I'm going to say this in closing because I feel like we have rehashed the bear conversation a bunch.
That's true.
But if the bear conversation is being had through the lens of only sexual assault victims and victims of sexual violence, then you have now answered a question while erasing the rest of the field of men, good men, cornerstone men, legacy building great men. You are erasing that and answering the question through the lens of trauma and pain and horrible experiences with men. So when you hear Anthony Mackie describe what it is to be a man, where is the confusion at? We're not talking about men that do that. We're talking about men, and men should be acknowledged.
Because the two things have nothing to fucking do with each other. Listen.
Then why would you bring one to if they have nothing to do with each other? Why did you bring one over here? Now that's what you got to explain. Because Joe clocked it. We're having a conversation about cornerstone, good, valid, honorable men. Why do you then go to rapists and predators and Diddy's and R. Kelly's? Why did you go there?
All right, look. So just wait.
Okay.
Just wait.
I'm done.
The idea,
because she's not gonna get it no matter what you say.
But
you
also
don't get it.
But
You
also,
don't get it.
You
don't get it.
You feel like you're part of the problem because you also highlighted that pressure could be too much for the 15-year-old son. That's the first thing you went to.
We are going all over the fucking
I'm just saying
place.
that.
So now dude is bringing what she brought into the conversation up, and it's overwhelming her because now she's faced with how far she took the conversation away from the conversation. She's like, we're going all over the fucking place. This is the conversation. He's bringing back the conversation. And she's telling him, we're going all over the place. That's crazy.
Whoa, just one second.
You made an excuse for him.
Wait one.
Now everybody's got to pause.
Wait.
While she collects her thoughts. Yeah, right. She's got to collect her thoughts, figure out which lies she want to tell, which story she want to go with. Hold up, brother. She needs a couple seconds to collect the thoughts. You know what I'm saying? Because men are logical, and women are emotional, and her emotionality must be honored in this moment because she is a victim of sexual trauma, and we must sit here and let her bring this into the conversation, and then we have to not talk about the conversation that she brought in, because if she brought the whole Anthony Mackie conversation, and then she derailed the Anthony Mackie conversation, so she can bring and she can take away, like our black mamas used to say. You know what I'm saying? This is crazy. She doesn't understand the blowback of internet toxic talk. Nah, she doesn't realize the consequences of the online movement. She just doesn't understand it at all. At all. Pause, niggas. Chill. Patriarchy. Facts. Yeah, hit him up a dose. Hit dose up when you're done.
1 second. Wait 1 second. He brought up the bear. He brought it up.
Okay.
He brought the bear in to talk about the accusatory tone that is pointed towards straight men. That's what he brought it up for. If you're not going to bring up the context that it was for, don't bring it up.
This wasn't even part of the fucking conversation right now. That was just throwing a fucking monkey wrench into the conversation about male masculinity. That has nothing to do with the fucking bear.
Got it.
That was not.
It has everything to do with the erasure of men and what it is to be a man.
Look.
And that's a man.
And she can't see it because she refuses to listen to what he's saying. Because the bear conversation was triggering for her because of her trauma. And the Doechii red flag conversation was whatever. I don't even know what that was for her. I don't know. But they had an argument about that too. She cannot hear what Joe was actually saying. And the thread that he said makes these all connected. Because he didn't articulate it in a lady safe way.
Just wait 1 second.
But even that, a man can't tell you nothing.
Okay, man. Go ahead.
There was this case that just unfolded in fucking France, and her name, and the woman's at the helm of this case, her name is Giselle Pellicot.
Mm-hmm.
She was 70 years old. And her husband spent the better part of a decade drugging her and advertising to men to come over and sexually assault her. And she did not know it. And do you know who these men were? There was like 50 of them, 51 of them got,
Yeah, Bree. Now we all over the place.
Right,
now we're all over the place.
Right. Shut up with your one isolated, well, not one isolated story. Shut up with trying to isolate this story as if this happens only with those type of people. When we just heard the damn story of the lady who also helped her husband keep her fucking 32 year old stepson locked up in the room. Dad been dead for 10 years. Was people coming over there to grape him? Maybe, who knows? But when they found this nigga, he was like 82 pounds. He set the house on fire. He felt the house on fire because he was trying to fucking get out or die, either one.
Yep.
He was like, I was good either way.
Yep.
So shut the fuck up, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Stop it.
She activated.
Right, because now we all the way in fucking France now.
Yeah. And you don't even need to go that far. Just if you want to change the conversation to the rates of sexual assault by straight men, have that conversation. But why hijack one about fatherhood and masculinity if this is where you're going to take it? When you just said you weren't trying to invalidate the good ones. Yeah, man. You already know. Checking real retarded.
Some form of, I don't know, punishment, legal punishment. These men were doctors, plumbers, lawyers. They were family men. They were grandfathers. They were all the things. The whole point is that there is no face of a predator. There's no face. There is no look. There's no nothing. You can't tell. So when women are talking about sex,
she's definitely
trying to put a face on a man's face.
It looked like a man.
He looking like a man. He looking like a man.
Yeah. And it doesn't matter what he does in his daytime. He could be a doctor. He could be a lawyer. He could be a judge. He could be a teacher. The predators are everywhere.
He could be Captain America.
Everywhere. So don't tell me that you're teaching your sons to protect. Don't tell me that you're teaching your sons to protect their daughters and their mothers, because you know what? The doctors and the lawyers and they're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats.
Assault.
Protect them.
It has nothing to do with.
That's what she's trying to make it seem like. It sound like protect them so you can rape them.
Right.
What the fuck, bro?
Yeah, she out here. She wilding. Like you said, windmill. I'm gonna leave that windmill up. She windmill up. So.
Be afraid of, men because they're just scary. It's just there's no fucking picture as to what a predator looks like.
And that's why Anthony Mackie is teaching his son.
So, bitch, why are you trying to paint one? You're trying to Basquiat one right now. You are trying to abstract one right now. This is turning to Predator Picasso. You trying to build a Predator Picasso?
Oh, shoot. Man.
The predator can look like your next door fucking neighbor. The predator can look like your fucking father.
That's your father. So yeah, you ain't about to have no father teaching nobody about masculinity when it can be the predator, can be the father. So she is definitely invalidating the conversation. If you asked her, she said she wasn't, which was what happened. She already said she wasn't trying to invalidate it. And she would highlight the good men all day. But when they tried to highlight the good men, she got here. She went here. She went deeper down the hole.
Predator can be your uncle, can be your brother, can be anybody. That's the whole point.
Which is more reason.
That's the whole point. So it could be your father, it could be your brother. So Anthony Mackie teaching the sons, to be protectors. They're also still going to be the predators. That's what I'm getting from this now. I don't think that's what she's would ever tell anybody. That's what she's inferring, but that's what I would get if somebody fights this hard to keep bringing predators into the good father conversation. What else are you supposed to infer? For every violent, abusive, controlling man is a spiteful, vindictive, lying woman. Some predators have claws, others have teeth. Yes, sir. I hear you. I hear you. Creedmoor is a mountain with 4 PDFs on it. What? Mount Creedmoor. Okay.
And one of them is a woman.
Man.
Using
I'm
for
gonna talk to
Anthony
Joe.
Mackie
So
to describe what raising a man looks
Joe,
like.
can I say he does not become a Can I say something to you, Joe?
What the fuck?
Here's Go my ahead, go ahead, boy.
Yeah.
And that would be crazy to sit there talking about Anthony Mackie raising his son to teach him what a man looks like, and it goes here. That would be hard to. That'd be hard to sit through.
Yeah.
Here's my
yeah.
thing.
Agreed.
Here's my thing.
What did she agree?
Here's
Go
my
ahead, man. Go ahead, boy.
Yeah.
Here's my
yeah.
thing. Become a Can I say something to you, Joe?
What raising a man looks
Joe,
like.
can I say he does not become a Can I say something to you, Joe?
What the fuck?
Here's Go my ahead, man. Go ahead, boy.
Yeah.
Here's my
yeah.
thing.
Agreed.
Here's my
I didn't
thing.
know she disagreed to.
Because that's really
what
we are
it's-
so used to looking down upon black men. Not saying you're doing it, but people is, because the first thing you said, and I said this when he said about what he's teaching his 15-year-old son, is that you made an excuse by saying that
It's not an excuse.
Do you think
I asked a question.
Do you asked a question? Sorry, Mel, saying that. Do you think it may be too much pressure on this child?
Do you want to know why?
We don't think that.
Do you want to know why I asked that?
We teach our boys.
Do you know why?
I want to know why you.
This is why I asked it.
Yes, ma'am.
Simple reason why. Because as black people, black women, black men,
yes,
we are forced to grow up a lot faster than we should. Okay,
Holy
we are looked at as more mature.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
But you do have to grow up.
Yeah.
And he ain't being forced, he's being taught. It's a difference. That's not what we talking about. Read the room, stupid bitch. See, she a predator. That's why she know predators. She spent most time preying on niggas with money, which them niggas is predators. So that's the niggas she used to being around. Ray said 15, he can go get a job on his own if he wanted to.
Right. Go work, yeah.
Right. And he got 3 more years. And that don't mean he got to get yeeted out into the fucking world either.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you start preparing him just in case he wants to go. He might want to go. You know what I'm saying? I hate that shit. Read the fucking room, bro. That ain't even the fucking context of what we talking about. We ain't talking about Anthony Mackie, the nigga who working a 9 to 4. Well, no, matter of fact, I ain't even gonna say a 9 to 5. The nigga who working a 9 to 12 or a 9 to 2. Yeah, it was a 5 hours, right? Yeah, 9 to 2. Making minimum wage, getting 20 hours a week. We ain't talking about them.
Yeah.
We talking about fucking Captain America who got millions. He got money in the bank. Shout out what you drink. He got the comfortableness to teach them in a comfortable, safe environment. That's like when your pops or whoever, pops, moms, whoever, parent, older person took you out to learn how to drive. They didn't take you on the E-way, nigga. They took you in a wide open ass fucking parking lot with no poles in that motherfucker. That bitch was wide open in the safest fucking place you can be at night, dipped off. Police can't see you, nothing. And it was like, drive, nigga.
No cars, yeah.
Drive. Because it's controlled. I can teach you in the best ways possible in this controlled situation. The first driving lesson you probably got, fake foot was on the gas. Remember how you used to sit on the lap and do the little steering wheel? They hold you think you steering your ass off. They got a whole time. They got the wheel on the other hand and they controlling the brakes. You think you just driving. You just look, I tried, look.
Bray didn't even remember those
Yeah, this
yeah.
This Melissa Ford this is what that nigga game drug her ass. That nigga game drug her ass in that one song. Right. So that's what it's like, bitch, you got a whole skew. That's why I was talking to that damn stripper the other day. I'm like, I know who I'm talking to. She got a way skewed vision of men.
Yeah.
And that's all you know is predators because you were predator.
Mm-hmm.
You put yourself in line with predator ass men.
I had to learn how to swim with them.
Right.
And that you made it to this age mean you learned how to swim effectively. Means you ain't no good either.
Right. A good man wasn't probably on her importance list.
Mm-hmm.
Which one on date light skinned women?
Oh, you didn't do that.
Oh yeah. There's a certain level of light skin I ain't gonna date. Nope. I'm going.
After all the stuff you be talking on Pop the Balloon when they be talking about light skins, you gonna come up here and do this.
Am?
Self-hating Negro.
Am?
Let's go. We almost done, y'all. We gonna let her fizzle out, man. Her tantrum's almost over.
Than our years actually, dictate.
Mm-hmm.
And that is unfair. That's unfair to both.
I was gonna say this is where the logic break down real quick. I know she's in her feeling zone. I get it. She's in her fifis. There's a trauma point there that it bothers her. But this is where the logic breaks down. And you can tell when people aren't actually thinking. They aren't like processing information. Like y'all made some great points. Like you could work at 15. So why are you talking about he shouldn't have responsibilities at 15? Like he could work. He could be in school clubs. He could be in sports. There's all kinds of responsibilities and disciplines he could take part in right now at 15. They're not thinking about that. But also, she's also brought in sexual assault as talking about things that force people to grow up too soon. So you are embracing the world where all these predators are out. The predator can be anybody. Your teacher, your father, your brother, the coach, the this, the that. Everybody can be a predator, which means this person will be forced to grow up because you have to teach them. If everybody's a predator, if anybody can be a predator, you're going to have to teach your child to grow up faster to be prepared that anybody can be a predator. There's no way around that. Or you can let them fall victim to a predator and have to grow up too soon. So which way would you rather them grow up too soon? Through choice and agency and learning and development, or through force because they've had some unfortunate circumstance hit them and you hope it doesn't break them for life? Like which way are we leaning to? Because she got to pick she can't bring both of these into the conversation and say neither of them are right because they're going to learn one way or the other. That's our black women in the why our men want to be girls. They don't want that negative narrative attached and have to work and be a man. They opt out. Listen, it's crazy. There's no winning. Like there's no win. That's the issue I have with like online speak. I know these people go out to real life, so these are real life people. They come online and they say things where there is no actual solution. They actually put you in a corner where there is no motion. You can't go left or right. So you can't learn and grow up and develop through maturity because the world doesn't afford you that. You can't grow up because you have a parent teaching you and developing you because that's making them grow up too soon. And then you can't grow up in the world of predators because they're going to get you and eat you alive. So what does the child do? There's nothing left. There are no other paths. That's why I hate when they don't think.
Both black female children and black male children, they should be able and they should be allowed to have a childhood, a full childhood. That was the
world don't exist like that no more, Melissa. Have you seen my childhood?
Only
and
reason why
and
I
they
asked,
are. That's the point. They are.
Not the way she means. Not the way she means.
Right. I mean, she right, but it's being right when being right ain't necessary.
Yeah.
When you being right at the wrong time. You remember the video of R-Truth when he ran down to the ring, he grabbed the ladder. set up the ladder, climbed all the way up to the ladder, went to reach for the money in the bank briefcase, and it wasn't there because his ass was in the Royal Rumble.
Yep.
Right move, wrong match.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yep.
You right, but this ain't we not doing that. This ain't where we at.
Yeah. So it's okay to teach a girl to protect herself, but not a boy to protect himself and others. Yeah, her own logic working again, and that's the problem. There is no logic here. This is a feelings based. This is a feelings based argument. There is no.
Yeah, it ain't even a blend.
Yeah, there's no
It ain't
logic.
even. Yeah, it ain't even a blend because I can concede that a lot of these ain't just 100%. I know you wasn't saying that, but a lot of these are kind of a mixed bag. It's logic within feelings. Like the only reason these be topics is because we honestly feel some type of way about it.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So I don't want to take away the emotional part of it affect right because we tend to do that sometimes in the conversation. I ain't saying it with y'all.
Yeah,
right. So
yeah.
I want to
I know exactly what you're talking about. I hate when people do that.
I want to acknowledge like that it's a feelings based conversation, but you also have to be logical within that too.
Yes.
Like you got to operate in the understanding that, man, like okay, this bothers me, but you know what, that bothers them. Let's figure out where we can meet in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
That's why when I was having the conversation with a girl, I was like, when I was trying to get her understanding, she was trying to push the conversation. I was like, we've been up here disagreeing the whole time. You think we can find something to disagree on? I mean, to agree on, to move the conversation along, or we just gonna be disagreeing?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's just gonna be a lot. You're gonna be looking for something to disagree with. I'm gonna be looking for something to disagree with. Let's meet at a point and then keep going.
So I need Bree to tell me where logic exists in her argument.
Right, that's what she's saying. It's triggered logic. If she was placed in the right conversation, she would be right. You see what I'm saying? That's kind of like a different version of what I was saying. Like right. It's logic, but it's triggered logic. Like I've had those triggered logic moments, and I've been in the right place. I've also had the moments where I probably misplaced it in the conversation. You know what I'm saying? So this is just one of them times where if she was if she was over there where I was at,
Mm-hmm.
or on any other path, she'd have been right. Because that'd have been how the conversation would have went. They would have all been on that same path. That's probably what the thought would have been there. But this ain't that. So.
I get what you're saying, and I'm being semantical again. So excuse my semantics. But what logic
Make
actually
away, my brother.
is reasoning, and there is no reason that the young black boy can't be taught by his father to be responsible for himself and his family. So there's no reason there that's been given that is valid. So there's no actual logic because there's no reasoning behind that principle. It's an unprincipled stance that's completely feelings based and devoid of logic. Now she has adjoined it to other statements that are from a place of logic. Like there are predators in the world and they can be anybody. So you have to be taught to protect yourself as a woman. Logic. They flow, they're valid, they're principled. Understood. But then when you bring in, you cannot teach the boys to be responsible for themselves and their families. You lose logic. That's what I'm saying. So like that argument there is not logical at all. And that's I'm being semantics. But again, her logic about predatory men, which you just pointed out yourself, Brie. If predatory men exist, not being able to teach the boys how to protect themselves and others breaks the logic. So it's a feeling. It's not logic. It's not reasoned. But I'll let that go.
Thing to do with him making a poor decision.
I do get that because on the flip side, the flip side of that be the girl that is.
Man, listen, that was crazy. That was her hijacking. I'll let Yellow talk real quick. How you feel about her directing her question to the men with daughters?
Then she trying to avoid the nigga who was making the overall point. She looking for a friend. She's like, I need a hero. I'm holding on to a hero. She looking for a hot tag. Ain't no hot tag, baby. This is every man for themselves. Yeah. That's why she getting, and that's why I can respect the dudes is they're giving her the empathy to at least acknowledge what she's saying, but also telling her that she's wrong.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's how do you feel? Oh, that was yeah. As somebody raising a son, yeah, I can see how that was just a deflection, really, because it don't really matter. Because whatever you're trying to say, then whatever you're trying to say, you should probably say it to the men with sons. You know what I'm saying? Because we're the ones, quote unquote, supposedly raising a potential predator.
Mm-hmm.
Since y'all don't ever do nothing. Since the only thing we should be concerned about is protecting ourselves, we're the one raising the predators, right? So you probably be talking to us about it.
Yeah.
But no, it's just another way. It's the same thing people do when they try to qualify your blackness in the conversation.
And Brie, I need you to, what frame of female? What is the feminine frame that does not want protective men? I need to know what frame that is. That's my semantic argument. There is no context. There is no context where women. Oh, there you go. Oh, my bad. There is no context where women don't want men that are protective and not predatory. That's why I'm saying.
Hear me? Hello.
I hear you.
Oh, okay. No, I was saying in the sense of I agree with the Dr. K stance more so that we feel things and then we use logic to reason from the place of most emotion. Mm-hmm. Like the reason that we use logic and think about anything is because it elicits some kind of response from us. And some people don't realize that that's emotion because a lot of people are lexichymic, but a lot of times it's emotion breeding a path of logic in the first place. Like it has some importance to you because of an emotional connection that it made to you.
Right.
So most logic is going to filter through some sort of emotional response. So that's why I was saying, like, for her, she's so triggered right now that all of her logic is being framed through trauma and like her experience with trauma. So it's not connecting. Like it's a path of logic to her, because all emotions are valid, but all emotions are not reality.
Yeah.
So she can't ground her thought process in reality because it's triggered. But from her experience, she's using logic. Like she's having conversation. Like she's thinking through. She's listening. She's responding. Yeah. So she feels. That's why I don't think it's useful to say from the outside, like, oh, she's not being logical, because everybody always feels like they're being logical. In the moment.
Okay.
So that's why I'm like,
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, okay. If we're going to say what's not useful, it's not. Right. It's also not useful to call this logical. It's definitely because then you validate asininity. You validate stupidity by calling this logic. Because now she had thoughts, like you said. Yeah. The through line is she had feelings. That feelings, she generated thoughts from those feelings. Yeah, those thoughts are not logical. Yeah, she's thinking.
Yeah, they're what makes them wrong
but they're not
is
logical.
that it's not grounded in the conversation that they're having.
That's the logic.
Yeah, it's not grounded.
The logic is the train. The logic is the train of thoughts. Yes, her train of thoughts has derailed. She's having thoughts, but they're not connected. The connected thoughts are what create logic.
That's what I was saying. Like, and that's the nuance. That's what I was saying. I was speaking more from nobody ever feels like they're being illogical in the moment.
Yeah, I mean,
so that's why I don't like when people
Everybody's
say like
right. Yeah.
Men are logical, women are not, because that's dumb. Like, like anybody can be illogical. Anybody can be unreasonable, especially when it's filtered through an emotional response that you're filtering your thoughts through.
Right.
So any logical person could be illogical. What decides if it's illogical is where the conversation is grounded.
Right.
Like where
I feel
the
like you're
what
Melissa
conversation?
Fording. You're Melissa Fording me right now.
Yeah, but I was just explaining why I said she's using triggered logic because for her she feels like I was speaking more from her perspective. She feels like she's being logical, even though we can hear that she's not. She's not. She's being unreasonable. She's not. But that's why the only reason I framed it that way to say that she's using triggered logic is because I know from experience no one ever feels like they're being illogical when it's them.
Right. Yeah. I mean, okay.
So the only thing,
I get you. And let me just point out, like, while you're Melissa Fording me, we've already explained and expressed that she's using triggered logic, that she's triggered, how she was triggered, what triggered her. We've gone through that. So you speaking through her frame when I was giving mine,
right,
is doing to her. You did to you were the Melissa to my Joe. So she decided to. She was like, "Fuck your frame. Your frame don't matter. Here's the feminine frame." So you decided to give the feminine frame to invalidate my male framing, the same way she took her feminine frame.
It, didn't you? Because I was just relaying how I was seeing it, and then you
the same way she can the same way she can have a response is the same way you can have a response. But when your response reframes the conversation to a conversation that we're not having, your response is Melissa Fording.
Okay. All right. I was just in the chat. I was like, yeah, she's using trigger. Yeah, she's using trigger logic.
Yeah, that's the point. We'd already established that. We knew she was triggered.
Right. It wasn't a pushback. So that's why I'm like, so what was the when you asked me to come up and explain it? Now we're having a conversation about it.
Well, I didn't ask you to come up and explain.
You were like, explain it, but I couldn't type, so I came up to explain it. You wanted
me. Okay, well, I don't know that you can't type.
But you asked for me to clarify, which was fine. I'm okay with clarifying. I just came up to clarify because I couldn't type. But
that's fine. I'm just saying, you put word. You said I asked you to come up to clarify.
So you didn't say, "Can you explain to me what you mean when you say this?" You didn't say that.
What I said was,
what you said?
I said, what is the female frame?
Right.
That's what I asked you.
Okay. So that must have been when I was coming up, because when I first said it, you were like, "Oh, I'm being semantic."
Yeah, I'm being semantic because this is not logical. Yeah. You're defending her logic for whatever reason. Right. I don't know why, because it's not logical.
Yeah, I didn't hear you say you wanted me to explain the female frame.
That's what I asked you to speak, because you said the female frame is what validates her position. What makes her wrong is context. I'm saying her frame is wrong and her context is wrong. There is no frame or context where boys being taught how to protect is wrong. If you ask any female, if you ask a feminist, if you ask a queerist, they would want men who are protective and not predatory. Every woman on this planet would say they wanted that unless they're a malevolent person. So I can't understand what female frame that you could suppose that would make.
I wasn't talking about that. Yeah, no, I wasn't talking about that.
Yeah, well, that's what I was talking about.
So yeah, when she derailed the conversation into the realm of how girls have to learn to protect themselves early, and all blah blah blah, all that stuff. So that's what I'm saying. And like Yella said, if this was a conversation about that, she wouldn't be so illogical, because the points that she's talking about when it comes to that, she's following a path of logic, and that's the only place she's following the path of logic. But not when it comes to men should raise their boys to be protectors.
And that's my counterpoint.
She's being illogical in this thing. That's why I said that's why she's unreasonable, because of the conversation that they're having right now. In the context of what the conversation they're actually trying to have versus what she's talking about, that is what grounds whether she's on an illogical path or not. So,
and that's my counterpoint. What I was just saying. Right, and you said that a couple times, and I'm still trying to assert that I have a counterpoint to that. I can quit making it, but even in the frame that you're trying to say she would be right in, she would still be wrong in. Because even in the argument, if we forget the male conversation and forget the fathers, forget the sons, if we were having a conversation about we need the intimate partner violence and sexual assault on women under 18, it's like 2 out of 4 girls. Even in that conversation, what comes out of women is, why don't you teach the boys to not be rapists? So that would still make her wrong, because he's teaching the boys to not be rapists, but to be protectors. So there is no context in which she's right, which is what you've asserted.
Okay, because I didn't put the rapists into this conversation at all. I heard him saying he's teaching his boys to be protectors.
She did. The man bear conversation. It's about sexual assault. The man bear. See,
right.
I'm not sure what's going on here.
So that's why I was just like, yeah, I didn't put in that he's teaching his son not to be rapists. I just heard him say he's teaching him to be protectors. So
yeah, he's teaching his sons to be
I don't
protectors. Okay, Melissa. I appreciate you, Melissa.
Nah, from what he said, I just didn't hear that. So I didn't add nothing extra to what he said. Like,
Yeah, I didn't either. I'm putting the two zones of the conversation together because you said if it was in a different context, what she said would make sense.
Not in this conversation, right? Leaving out.
But in that other conversation, Brie, where women are talking about being sexually assaulted before 18, they still want protectors and not predators. So there is no place where she's right. Okay. There is no world where women prefer predators over protectors. There is no logic here.
Okay.
Thank you, Brie. Listen, I appreciate you. I know I stole the money, but if I was being tried for deleting, I'd be innocent. All right, Damien.
So I was looking at y'all during that little segment or conversation. Just want to let y'all know.
She Melissa Ford me, man. She trying to Melissa Ford me.
That was to both of y'all.
Because you know I will get semantic. I will fight.
Yeah, you were semantic, nigga. You were semanting like a motherfucker, nigga.
But we be up and talking about words have meaning.
Oh, this nigga, Senor Semantic.
Either the words have meanings or they don't. Either the words have meanings or they don't.
You was getting charmantic, nigga. Here we go.
Hey, either the words have meaning or they don't, man. Hey, I'm saying, hey, we always say words have meanings. Let's look up the definition. We got to have a grounding. We have to have a grounding. Let's ground the conversation in fact. But then when you want to do that, everybody want to look at you funny. Or then we don't want to do that no more. When we do that, then nobody want to do it unless it support their argument. No, man. Logic is reasoning conducted or assessed according to strict principles of validity. There is no valid ground to not have male protectors. There's no place. There is no conversation. Feminists, queer theorists, transgenders, everybody would want protector men instead of predator men. That's the juxtaposition that Melissa Ford brought into the conversation.
Okay, so let me ask you a quick question there.
Yeah.
If the conversation was about not being able to recognize predators as a woman, would she be right?
If you cannot teach if part of that conversation is, and this is the crux, that teaching your boys to be protectors is problematic because it's parentifying them or adding too much responsibility to them. No, because part of protecting would be identifying predators. So she was okay here again. She was okay saying you need to teach your girls how to identify predators and protect yourself. Why wouldn't you teach that to the boys? So there's only a couple of reasons. Either A, you don't want boys to be able to protect themselves, i.e. you want them to be harmed, which is never a valid stance in a moral civil society, or you don't feel it's their responsibility to protect women, and you just did not clarify your stance, and which would be like a supreme feminist position. Like, do not step on my agency by feeling like you need to protect me. Most people wouldn't go that far. But let's say she's in that 1%. It's like, I want women to be so have their own agency to this point that you don't even think to protect me. I'll protect myself. That's okay, but I know that's not the stance she was coming from. But let's say that she is, then I could accept it. But you have to convince me that that's what she meant.
Right. No, and it's like, no, because I'm with you. I don't think that was what was meant. That's I'm kind of, I hear where Bree was coming from too, with the idea that if I can mansplain it, mansplain Bree's position. There is a conversation that exists where the words she is saying make sense. It's just nowhere connected to this conversation. So there's a logic there because she is right. When the one thing that she said, like predators come in all shape form. There is no ideal face. There's no, hey, you should see this and this is automatically what it looks like. That is 100% true.
Those are
It's
facts.
also right. It's also 100% false in this conversation.
No,
because we're not talking about
those
that.
are still facts.
Wait, no, hold on. Wait
Go
a
ahead.
minute. Right, it's 100% false in this conversation because we're not talking about that necessarily. Like that's not the conversation. So that's why it could be a logic that's why it could be logical and also just her kind of what did she use? Traumatized or what was the she used a specific word, triggered. Yeah, it could be triggered logic because I think that's what spun the whole thing to this. It could be triggered logic because she's triggered by the conversation of men being safe, and she can't fathom a world where men are safe. But that's not necessary. That's probably the closest of the making sense that they can make, right? But other than that, she's 100% wrong because we're just talking about men being safe. We're not talking about the inability to identify predators because that's not, you know what I'm saying, that's kind of where it's like the conversation works, just not here. So you're right, just not this time. It's one of them things like you right but you're not right here.
I've already semantics. I'm not going to make the exact same semantic to you. Just understand that the same semantic still applies here. If we go by definitions and words, if we go by definitions and words, you're wrong. We go by definitions and words, Bree is wrong.
Right.
You're just factually incorrect by the grounding of using definitions. That's okay. You have feelings. Your feelings are valid, but your facts are wrong. And that's and we can leave that there. We got 2 minutes left on this video.
Maybe 13, 14, and you got to take care of your siblings now.
Yeah.
You're being forced to be
because society. That's some of the positions that society afford to people.
And I understand that, but Anthony Mackie is very, very rich. He has a lot of money. He has a lot of access to things. I'm just talking about him specifically.
Okay,
I'm not talking about, say the single mom who's got several children and she's got to work 2 jobs. And yes, then she relies on her children. And I understand that. I'm not talking.
Is that an exception? Do you give that an exception?
And I will give him that he could be considered an exception to the rule. That was the only reason why I asked that question.
Okay.
And it had nothing to do with, the concept of masculinity being bastardized or forced upon him too early. No, it's just like he's still kind of a kid and he should be able to be a kid. That's the only reason why I asked it.
Do you know what it's like? In closing for me, when we say be a kid, right? People used to say that pertaining to me and my son because I teach him the same values of being a man. Do you know as soon as you take that hand off and let them be a kid, they succumb to peer pressure. They do stupid shit that kids do. They forget the guidance and the rules that you instill in them. So, like, when we say let them be a kid, what does that entail, right? Let them be a kid. Being a kid, cool, you can have fun, but it comes to some rules and regulations when it comes to being a kid. You can't just let a kid be a kid.
Okay.
I mean, this is a whole separate conversation, but I want to say that because I hear that a lot. And I'm a prime example of, let them be a kid and taking that off. And then shit go haywire.
Look, let them be a kid don't necessarily mean taking a hand off.
Go ahead, what's up?
Shit, I'm finna say I got a little bit of that too. And just let him be here. And I was like, okay, cool.
I mean, because they're not kids. He's 15.
Right.
15 ain't a kid.
Yeah. 15. It is, but you getting out of that.
It's a
You have to
minor.
tell men.
I'm done semantic. Go ahead. Go ahead.
You right that damn, Sean. You know what they mean. Shit. What crowd up in your cement?
They're literally trying to delineate.
Who
They're
pissed
right
in your
here
cement?
having the conversation, separating. They're having the conversation, trying to define what a kid is. And
I
I'm
hate
doing
you.
tripping. I swear to God, man.
I hate you, niggas.
I swear to God, man. I swear to God. I swear to God, man. I mean, yeah, let's just use vague language for everything.
I
And
mean,
that's
okay. I get you. They're a teenager. Is that better?
No, because they're 23. They ain't lived life yet. Their brains ain't deformed. They still a kid. They 23. Can't be held responsible at 23. The brains ain't even they cognitive systems ain't even fully formed yet. Still a kid. At 28, I'm young and dumb. I had 3 kids by 28. I was young and dumb. I was still a kid.
Yeah, motherfuckers be on that though.
That's what I'm
You ain't
saying.
wrong.
Yeah.
You ain't
So
wrong.
when she says when she's saying still a kid, they're themselves trying to say, what does that mean? To take your hands off and just like let them play, let them frolic? Or does part of being a child, a minor, still come with preparation for the next phases of your life? Too many masculinities. It's a no-no word. You know what? I'm gonna no-no somebody upside the head. Yeah, you can go ahead. Unless my headphones went out. Let me test.
They just talk about
headphones.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
No. All right. Whew. All right. So yeah, go ahead. He's a kid. Go ahead, you were saying?
I think if you cement too much, my nigga. No, I was just fucking with you, bro. I get what you said though. Yeah, because there's a lot of word playing with that kind of happen in these conversations. So yeah, as a teenager, that's not too much responsibility, and I get it. Like,
oh, the stream went down. So when you were saying too many masculine, the stream went down. Y'all both saying we back. So the stream dropped. Oh, it must be the Joe Biden. It must be the podcast or something. It must be the podcast.
they on Joe Bumper. You was cementing too much, man.
Hey, you know what I'm saying? I appreciate a good definition, man.
I was thinking if you cement it too much.
Yeah, I appreciate a good definition.
Nah. Yeah. Oh, that's funny. All right. I mean, shit. We could take them down. Shit. I guess ain't really too. Is it?
It's like the last minute and 20 seconds, man. They can suffer. They can suffer a fool.
Are putting the added responsibility on the kid. That ain't necessarily. You can still have your rules and the way you're guiding this kid.
Got it.
And let them grow up without basically being a parent or the father of the house.
Okay.
Both can happen.
I feel like, and
pause real quick. The last minute, get her final thoughts in.
In closing, I
Please,
feel
somebody close
okay.
this out.
Yeah,
Please. Get out of
I thought I heard you say, hold on. I might be hearing stuff.
Okay. I was just going to say, I feel like, that I had a lot of responsibility put on my shoulders way too early.
So there we go. Again, it's all through. I swear to God. I swear to God. Now, this is something, and I know Yella heard me the other day when he heard me and he understood it. I've never heard a woman restate what I said and restate it correctly, how I meant it. Never. It's never happened. 45 years. Has not happened. This is also a thing. In probably about 4 years of listening or being on podcast streams, whatever. What y'all? It's just got to be the podcast. Yeah. It's Joe. Yeah. Yes, Joe. Well, we're going to take that down. Black, yes, it's got to be Joe. Well, then he play along. Yeah, so they trying to take it down. It's cool. So this stream definitely gonna get a. So it's definitely her. It's definitely her. So the whole trauma thing. Yeah, he like HBO. Yeah, the Joe Budden Network. They on it. They on it. Well,
damn, Joe. It's all good. We got the gist of it.
Yeah, but I was saying, man, I was giving you credit because like I said something and you recognize it. That women never properly restate what you said. They, for whatever reason, it's like the way they interpret what you say and what you don't say, it completely reframes the context that you're trying to provide. So, like if I say I really enjoy Cheerios, and you said that in a space like this, the woman would say, "So you hate Frosted Flakes?"
Right.
Like somehow it would always turn to some context. Like, no, I wasn't even trying to say that. I just really enjoy this. Like, okay, so you're saying you're a kid? No, I just enjoy this cereal. Okay, so you got cavities? No, they always take it and distort. I don't know what it is about the cognitive distortions of women, but it happens all the time. Again, I've never seen it properly happen on the first try that a woman heard you and then restated and reframed. So we keep dropping. Yeah, so they keep dropping. We can get ready to wrap up in a second. But this is the other thing I've noticed. It's not just black women. This is just a woman thing. Women, when they're on these panels, they always, their perspective is always theirs. They don't have an ability to generalize. They don't have a proper ability to like have a macro thought. Like, so the whole thing about us, yeah, everybody dropping. We got one person. Okay, so they're taking our stream down. But the whole thing that she said about Anthony Mackie and teaching responsibility to the kids, she just said, I had too much responsibility put on me when I was a kid, or I feel like that. So her whole pushback on that was about her. Her whole pushback on the protector thing was about her being threatened and preyed upon. So the entire thing was about her. She can't see it through the lens of the broad society. And I've seen that on every single panel and channel where I've heard women talking. If it's not through their lens, or like, well, I never experienced, I know you hear this all the time, especially over Ashton. Well, I ain't never seen like that. I don't know who y'all be around. People around me ain't like that. Well, I ain't never seen that. It's always through their lens, as if nobody else lives like that. Like there's no other expression that they can conceive of other than what they've seen. And like that be eating me, boy. The longer I've been hearing it, the more it be eating me alive, bro. I'm like, why can't they see something beyond themselves? It's like an extreme form of narcissism, man. Like, but it's like a global narcissism. Like, there is no version. It's like the hive mind. The hive is all that exists.
Right.
The hive is all. We is all. It's like, it's crazy. So like this entire conversation, she hasn't been able to participate outside of how she sees it, how she's interfaced with these dynamics. She can't. There's a cognitive impairment. Like I don't even think like sheetard, when I using the term sheetard, this isn't even the sheetard effect. This is like a cognitive development issue with women in general. And not a slowness. It's like the way their brains develop. Their brains are wired a little differently to filter more through feeling. So there's something where their thought processes have to filter through the zone of feeling and what they felt and experienced, as opposed to being able to abstract, like conceive of things that they haven't experienced themselves. It's like I've been watching it and I don't have words for it, but I've seen it derail so many conversations, and they always fall back to, well, your experience is anecdotal. And then when you point back to them, like everything you said was anecdotal. Like it derails it, like it invalidates everything they say. I've seen it so many times, man. And then she just did it again. Everything she derailed this conversation for was from a personal point, because she has no ability to see it through other people's lenses. And that's got to be. I've seen it too broadly. It's across demographics. It's across like socioeconomics. It's across education levels. This is like a brain development. I think men need to study this and figure this out, because this is like an impairment between men and women being able to communicate and relate.
Yeah, but they definitely know how to generalize. If they were talking about men,
They do.
Yeah, they just don't know how to generalize with themselves. Like, I don't know what type of women you picking.
Yep.
I don't know what type of women you choosing. Well, I ain't never did that. Well, I only know these and all.
Yeah.
Well, let me tell you about some of my experiences. Well, who hurt you? You acting sassy. You can't. Oh, okay, bitch. So you the only one I can have some experiences, huh? Meanwhile, I gotta sit back here and take it. Nah, fuck all that. That's why I don't mind. They can call me sassy. I'm gonna tell you how I feel. I'm gonna use my emotions. I'm gonna emote all on you. You don't take it. You don't like it. I'm the level of emotional intelligence they probably ain't gonna like.
They hate you.
Yeah, I'm too in tune with my shit.
Yeah.
For better or worse, goddamn it. Because I ain't gonna let nothing slide. We gonna nip it in the bud. Ain't no walking away and leave it alone. We gonna carry on until we get an understanding. Man,
I see them. They love your emotionally intelligence when it comes to being able to banter.
Mm-hmm.
But when it comes to when you actually try to interface with like trying to correct or check or like, you might be in error. I've seen it. They hate it. Can't say because you perceive. Like a lot of times when I hear women talk, and I've heard women actually admit to this. A lot of times when they're talking to talk. They're not talking to actually communicate. They want to chatter. They want the feeling of chattering, so they can chatter and not even try to make things connect. They don't even care to make things connect. Like, it's not even a desire for them to actually understand. It's just a desire to express. And when that's happened, sometimes you're like, well, that didn't make sense. They don't want it to make. They don't care that it doesn't make sense. I think they prefer that it doesn't. Because that means that the chatter is more meaningful expression as opposed to actually understanding. They reject understanding and comprehension for the sake of expression, and you cut through that. Like, wow, what you said just didn't make sense. That don't line up. That contradicted this, and they hate that. You're supposed to pick up on that. And we're very invisible. Yeah.
Yeah, I was super good at finding Waldo. Let's just say that. To put it in the context, I'm good at finding Waldo most times. Them puzzles, and we're like, there's 8 differences between picture A and picture B. Can you find them? I'll smoke them off. I love those. Those used to be my favorite one. So, I wish I could apply that in other places, but hey, no. It's only, it might be limitations there's limitations to all powers.
Yeah. Dang, Joe a hater. Yeah, so this stream ain't gonna stay up. That's what sucks. But it's cool.
I mean, they still here. We back. We got the 3, 4.
No, we back. But I mean, when we end this stream, it's going to disappear. If they're cutting the stream off, it's gone.
That's all right. It's all good. He's what it is.
Yeah, man. But I appreciate it, man. I mean, what about you, man? I'm cool. I kind of semantic myself out.
Let's end on a note that ain't dragging the ladies.
That ain't dragging the ladies.
Right, as long as it's just yeah.
I mean, Melissa kind of took over the conversation.
It's only right.
Yeah, so I mean, we could actually reorient the conversation back to the men for a minute. I mean, because that's actually the thing. I really do think that we need to do better. Like, I honestly do believe, and I used to talk about with conscious and reckless. I used to make fun of it because I'm like, I do believe in the patriarchy. I'm not like, I understand that at my level, there's no real patriarchy. I'm like the dustyarchy. I'm a dustriarchy. Like, there's no power here. Like, there's nothing here but dust. and that's okay.
The
But where there's
patriarchy.
patriarchy, yeah, but what women actually look for and respond to is patriarchy. They want that. They desire that. But we have like done a lot of like capitulation, like them two dudes on the couch kept doing. Like, nah, let her get hers off. It doesn't work. It doesn't work to allow when stuff is derailing. You gotta, even if it's uncomfortable, like Bria's saying. Let me see. We nerf ourselves so much in order to seem non-threatening. So instead of like being what Joe was in the conversation, and even he at some point when he realized he was coming across a way, he nerfed himself. Even though he felt a very specific way, he stopped and completely shut down in the conversation. He removed himself. And a lot of men, myself, this is the me, I was the Joe. I will remove myself from the real life conversation. That's what a lot of men are doing. They're withdrawing from the conversation. They're just not even participating where there needs to be solutions brought to it because there are real consequences that are happening in real life with real people. But then a lot of men are like the two on the couch, where not only do they not withdraw, they're present, but they're nerfed and they acquiesce to voices that may not have the order or the consequence, or not the consequence, the structure. They may not have the structure. So they will not provide the structure. They will listen to somebody that's not giving structure or order to things to make things safe or operable or functional. So that's a problem that I see men having that we need to strive to overcome. Us nerfing ourselves because nobody's the better for it. What Anthony Mackie's talking about, they may be outdated things, but if we're going to call them outdated, if we're going to call them obsolete, we still need to come up with a filler. Like every time we talk about people with habits, like a bad habit, like you stop smoking, or you stop doing this, you need to fill it with something. Men have lost a lot of parts and aspects of themselves in their lives that we just do not have. We have to fill it with something. And if we don't fill it with something as productive or as useful, either we're going to have to create it or find it, because that means everything that fills its void, because science abhors a vacuum, everything that fills its void is going to be cancerous, because something's going to exist there. Something's going to exist in the minds and the hearts and the lives of men where all the other things are gone. The church, the American value set of service and sacrifice and duty. If all those principles and values are gone, they're going to be filled with something else. And if you don't determine, and we say it in other ways, this principle carries across all aspects of life. We tell our kids, either I'm going to discipline you or somebody out there is. It's the same thing. Either you're going to abide by some set of rules or principles, or you're going to succumb to a set of principles, like I'll say for me, like degradation. Somebody else, it might be self-destruction. Somebody else, it might be, and when I say degradation, I don't mean like, I mean like falling into disrepair. I don't mean degradation like R. Kelly. I gotta define terms here. There's different contexts. A man yelling don't even bother me if he's not doing nothing violent or threatening yet. But most women do not handle a man yelling in any capacity, or just raising your voice. They'll call raising your voice yelling to put it into the realm of aggression so that you'll fall back. And we got to stop falling back. But we also got to stand up to other men that are just like Cooley. I wish I could shut Cooley down. Cooley's an idiot. We shouldn't allow idiots to persist and spread their idiocy. Like Yella said, they become morons. So, okay, Yella, moron question. All about the dudes. So when these dudes are online and they're idiots, they're demonstrably idiots. They're giving false facts. They're misleading. They're deceptive. They're grifters. If they have followers, now these aren't kids, but they're kind of reproducing their ideology in more people. Does that make them morons, or do they have to specifically be kids?
They have to reproduce. As long as they're long as they're reproducing and making kids.
So it's got to be kids. Yeah. So it's saying like if they're reproducing in their own likeness, but mentally, like psychologically, like I'm producing more red pillars. That's a reproduction.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yep. You building more morons. You're building morons. Yeah. Absolutely.
Okay. I was curious about that. Like,
if y'all don't know, Yeah, if y'all don't know, the idea is that they used to say that a medical diagnosis for certain illness was just being an idiot. But then you could upgrade that like a Pokemon. You can evolve if you have kids, and then you become a moron because you created more idiots. So yeah, you're absolutely right. Niggas that watch Fresh and Fit and whatever and all that, they some idiots. And those dudes are morons because they find more ways to fuck it up and keep doing dumb shit. And that's a good transition to what we're finna talk about now, because comedian Corey Holcomb been in the news a lot lately.
Oh yeah,
He
you
been
did
had
have
a
other
lot.
topics. Let's go.
Yeah, he had something to say about Jess. Now we be dragging Jess, but I feel like it's only right that we point out Corey when he be fucking up too, or other people, especially when they when they want to be critical. Like I would like to think if I'm getting out here being dumb or doing some shit, y'all would drag me too.
I'll be trying.
But y'all can't because I'm fucking awesome. Hey. But no. Y'all do. Y'all let me know when I be fucking up. Y'all definitely do. But this is some video. I can't don't look at me in that tone of voice. Okay.
Light drag.
So yeah, I guess they on tour. This the tour. This the lineup right here. I guess it's a decent lineup though. If this is the type of comedy you like.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is I forgot who. Shout out to the GMC. I guess this is video. He's showing what happened because it's got the clips in it. I hate getting reaction videos, but yeah, it's video. Yeah, it's video. So apparently, he was the headliner.
Corey?
And yeah, he was headlining that night.
Oh, that night.
I think they rotate the headliner, of course, because everybody gonna get their night to headline. So I guess it was Corey night to headline, and they was in Virginia. The Drunk Uncle tour, yeah, it's definitely that.
Yeah.
It's definitely that. So let's see what happened.
Has been making its rounds across America with a heavy-hitting lineup of comedians, including Corey Holcomb, Mike Epps, Lil Duval, Carlos Miller, Country Wayne, and more. This past weekend in Virginia, fans were reporting that people were getting up and walking out of Corey Holcomb's set, with TikTok users uploading video of what looks like people hitting the exits in the middle of Corey's show.
They don't want to believe me, though. I told my wife, I see how they getting fucked over. Oh, she laughed. I ain't gonna do nothing but fuck the shit out here. That food truck his name. I mean, ladies, when I'm married, you know you got to get dropped off after the show. I know you with a nigga tonight, but you don't live with that nigga. Some of you ladies ain't never got fucked in a house with a nigga you live with.
He said, hold on, I'm moving right because it is going kind of fast. You can't hear the shit he's saying. Because he already be talking fast. I had it on 0.5.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
that was on
Chicago fast.
My bad,
yeah,
y'all.
Chicago quick.
Show.
They don't want to believe me, though. I told my wife, and I see how they getting fucked over. Oh, she left. I ain't gonna do nothing but fuck the shit out here. That was food truck his name. I mean, ladies, when I'm married, you know you got to get dropped off after the show. I know you with a nigga tonight, but you don't live with that nigga. Some of you ladies ain't never got fucked in a house with a nigga you live with. They'll get 50, about to get dropped off tonight. You mosey your ass on me. Send you a telegram when I want that pussy. If you breathe, it's gonna keep falling out. What's with you? Yeah.
That is funneling out, nigga.
Yeah. That's crazy. But I ain't gonna lie though, man. I ain't really mad at, like, the older he gets, the more bitter he gets. It's like, man, by the time he's 50, he's gonna look like Golden. Like all that hatred, it's gonna turn him into something. He ain't gonna look like Corey no more.
Yeah. He was. Corey Holcomb had the time where he was funny. He had his moment, right? Because like I said, he from Chicago, so I kind of know him. I know about him before he hit like this mainstream kind of deal, right?
Yeah.
So like he was funny at one point in time. But like you said, after a certain age, them jokes don't hit right.
Yeah, because at this age, you still bitter.
Yeah.
At 30, it's funny because it's like, man, like a sharp criticism of your peers. Now at 50, like you've been doing the same joke for 20, 30 years, like, bro.
Yeah.
Like, always talking
Plus,
down
I
on
think
people that you choose to deal with. Like, nah, come on, bro.
Yeah, that too. The niggas ain't ready to hear about that though. They definitely be talking down about the type of people that they be choosing.
Yeah, what
Keep
you talking
putting
about?
stuff around them. But this is also this is the downside, I guess, of having the critical eye and having this type of beef thing going on where you always critiquing people. Because you kind of get to hear how bitter you are. Like I said, I'm 37. I have my gripes. God damn it. I might not be bitter, but I need like another word. Good sour, like a good sour, not like sour milk, but like a Sour Patch Kid.
Okay.
Orange zest, right? Something still edible, right? There you go. I'm with it.
Zesty? You zesty? You orange zesty?
No, it makes sense though. Orange zest, I'm with it. I'm cool with that. It ain't quite sour, but it's still edible. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
That's
you put it in
all
your
I
recipe.
did. Yeah, you can still use it in your recipe. Yeah, it's palatable, but damn. Whew.
You ain't about to just eat it by itself.
Yeah, it's an acquired taste. And then if you add it on, you got to mix it right. That's where I'm at. So now I ain't bitter. This is bitter sour. You can't add this. This the milk you open up and you smell that shit as soon as you take the top off.
Yeah, you rancid.
Yeah, and that's what you hear from a lot of people, man. And I don't know. That's what you be hearing from a lot of dudes. I sit on the panels and I hear these dudes talk to, and I be like, man, what y'all niggas be on, bro? Like I get it, some chicks, trust me, bro. I get it, some chicks out here on some bullshit, but y'all niggas sound like y'all don't like women, bro.
Yeah.
Y'all niggas sound like y'all ain't even trying to have a good experience with a woman. What kind of fucking best foot forward is you putting up as a man, nigga? That's why I think it was a thing going around about the ladies. And they was like the red pill made them lesbian or bisexual. Red pill content made them lesbian.
Yeah.
And I can get that for a lady. But ain't no level of there's probably nothing short of murder.
Yeah.
That would make me stop liking women.
Yeah.
Like I would probably have to get murdered by a woman. That's the only time that I'm gonna stop liking a woman. Is if I get killed one by one. Yeah, I guess basically ain't gonna have no choice about it. But yeah, there's no level of treachery that they can do that would make me. But a lot of these dudes sound like they're there already. Yeah. They just haven't. The way they talk about them, they just sexual things. They for recreational. Like,
no, I definitely get it.
I get it, but damn, bro, like y'all legit feel this way. I know I got my God damn. Especially at like 50. Well, I can still, man, I don't know. I can never be that dude.
Yeah.
Like, I wanted to be single for a little bit. I was. Now, the door ain't never been closed, though. Even when I was on some single shit. I wasn't going to be stupid.
Yeah.
If the right chick came across, I definitely wasn't going to be stupid. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But I just knew shit. I'm not on shit.
Yeah.
I'm not kicking off nothing. Man, that sucked. But still, that's a conversation.
No, I'm with you. And to be transparent though, I'm that dude, except I don't feel entitled to a woman. Like that's the thing. I grew up, I guess, closer to blue pill. So I always knew that you had to kind of, if you didn't already have it, like you just didn't have the physical nature or the personality, you had to earn the affection of a woman. Like it just there was a cost to it. Either you're born with the cost, be able to pay the price, or you're not, or you gotta develop it. But one way or the other, people don't owe you any affection, and I feel like that's the difference between me, my bitterness, and the regular red pill dude bitterness, is they feel entitled and they feel like they've been stolen. Like my woman, my women opportunities have been stolen from me, and I just know the price went up. Like it's not that anybody stole. You can still get the attention of women, but the price is a little high. You know, like eggs, it's inflation.
Yeah.
It's getting skin inflation. You know what I'm saying? Getting skin inflation. It's price that went up a little bit. Can't go to Applebee's no more. Applebee's will get you laughed at. Back in the day, that was a spot. You know what I'm saying?
Man, the 2 for $20, bro.
Come on, man. That was a spot back in the day. Now you're gonna get laughed at a little bit. Or you ain't putting in no effort. That's cool. I understand it. I can accept that. But a lot of dudes seem real bothered that the cost done went up. And I don't blame that on women. I blame that on the economy. And maybe that's because I actually look at the economy as a default of a lot of relationship problems. I've experienced how money changes relationships. I've seen it. I've seen like the same relationship in 3 different financial the same long-term relationship. I went through me being the brokey to 50-50 to me carrying. It's like that helped me, if nothing else, to see the same relationship, like a controlled science experiment. I saw the same relationship in 3 different dynamics and the 3 different ways that it felt from my side and the response that it got. So I mean, I see dudes that I can see the dudes that do not have a long history of relationships with women. The same way on Kendra, I see the women that have not had stable relationships with men. You can kind of tell when they talk, the people that have not been involved with the opposite sex, because they have like some strange beliefs about what it'll be like when they get married. And I'm like, no, that's weird. That sounds fanciful. That sounds like you just made that up. Like, old dude on 40-year-old virgin. Like a bag of sand. Like, oh, you've never felt the breast. Huh? I'm like, you've never been in you've never lived with somebody, have you? I can tell. Because you think as soon as you get married, everything's going to be perfect and easy. Nah, that's not the way that works. And that's cool. We'll let you learn. But I can tell a lot of dudes are like that. And I can tell the ones that are entitled. I can tell the ones that are just burned beyond belief. Like the Fresh and Fits. They just got picked on. They just were never the choice long enough that they got so hurt that they want to hurt women the same way. But they're still the same dude. Like they're pretending to be the dude that they want to be, but still being the same dude. Like they're still the lane behind closed doors, but pretending to be the player, which is even weirder to me. Like that's even weirder. That hurts. I'd hate to get the money and the attention and the status and still act like I was the lane. Like that would be hurtful. I don't know. That'd be horrible. Dang, that'll break my soul.
Let's
go to bit of cord, bit of bro.
Yeah.
Get the bit of bro back in.
Corey went on his 5150 show Tuesday night to address a fan who posted his entire stand-up set on YouTube for everyone to see, and it was quickly becoming a subject of conversation. Corey went in on this girl, calling her a monkey and seemingly threatening action against her for posting his set online, as well as crediting his 5150 henchman, Goose the Great, for finding who this person was, where she lives, and where she works.
Wow.
But
Oh shit! Hold on. Wait, hold on. What? Is that her in the back?
Yeah.
Oh, this nigga tripping.
Oh, yeah.
Corey went in on this girl, calling her a monkey and seemingly threatening action against her for posting his set online, as well as crediting his 5150 henchman, Goose the Great, for finding who this person was, where she lives, and where she works. Another person in attendance that night uploaded her own videos and version of what happened in Virginia, claiming multiple people cleared out during Corey's set, leaving several rows empty and complimentary laughs through the entire crowd. Here's what she had to say about Corey's set right here.
If you breathe, it's gonna keep falling out. Push with you. Cut the fan off. I can't fuck with the fan that You mosey your ass up. Then you telegram around and push it here. Is that a game go back there?
So y'all, everybody was leaving during that guy's Corey set. I don't remember his last name. It's like Holcomb or something like that, like Honeycomb. I don't know, but Corey, whatever. And the only reason why I even know sort of anything of his name is because he was talking about Just Hilarious the other day. So I don't know if that'll help y'all figure out what I'm talking about. But his set, it was just weird. Like, it was misogynistic, but then he also just like kept talking about fucking young girls, and it's like the crowd wasn't really feeling it. Like, nobody was really feeling him. Then everybody just got up and started leaving. Like, the rows was empty and out in the middle of his set. I don't even know if he finished because I feel like the show was supposed to go to 11, but it was kind of just like, all right, everybody getting up, so like just getting the stuff.
Now, this all is on the brink of comments that Corey has made recently about Dave Chappelle and his stand-up not being funny nowadays, as well as how much he speaks on comedians not being funny on stage in general on his 5150 show. We all know comedians had bad nights, so of course this one set can equate to how many times Corey has ripped the stage in the past, but if
right. No. He definitely been funny before, but now what's the problem?
He's funny. He's a roaster. He's a good roaster. He's got a good roast, but I think he's fixating. I think that's his problem. He's fixating. He's got to expand his material beyond just women. Like, he's the Jay Uso of comedy. His moves are limited.
I got
His
you.
moves are so limited.
I got you. He's at his just throwing super kicks now. He just out there.
Yeah, that's what he do. And this is always super kicking a woman. That's the thing. He's always super kicking a woman. Bow. Ivy now. Bow. You know what I'm saying? What's that of the skinny one? Maxine Dupree. Bow. Just super kicking woman.
Right.
Not the big woman. He ain't super kicking Nia.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he always picking with some woman. Always coming up to some woman. I ain't even seen him go after another dude really since Zoe. Like his homeboy. That may just, I don't know. It's too much. I ain't never really felt him. He's funny, but the same joke only funny for so long.
If this continues to be a trend in the future, we might need to have a conversation about the OG. Let me know what y'all think about this situation in the comment section below. Leave a like and subscribe to the GMS show.
He was beefing
I'll see y'all later.
Yeah, he was beefing with him. I forgot about that. But Ashley Larry, he kind of exposed himself.
Too.
Because he's insecure.
Yeah,
know he
man.
ain't as
So
funny as
it's a problem on both sides, man. With the perspective of men and women, and you know what I'm saying, how they see and speak about each other. A lot of them just out here. A lot of them just out here bitter as hell. That damn, I was supposed to go to that show too. Yep, you'd have probably walked out on that nigga too.
What up, Was? What up, Marcus?
What up, Marcus?
It's funny, man, but like it be the same joke. I'd have heard it for like 20 years. Like Patrice O'Neal was still kicking. I've been hearing the same jokes out of Corey.
Yeah. Yeah. We know what his motivation is. So.
Yeah. His delivery is hilarious. So.
Yeah, man.
I wish we had Corey. Now, what I would say, if you had beef with a woman, I don't know if there's anybody I would want to deliver like a telegram than Corey Holcomb.
Yeah.
Like I would pay for him to show up. If I had a problem with a female boss or a female that I dated, a woman I dated or something like that, I would love to send like a Coreygram where he pulled up and the snap and said all the stuff I wanted to say. Because he said his delivery is crazy.
Dear darling, I hate your stinking guts.
Man.
You make me rumble. You're the sun between my toes. Fuck you, bitch. You ain't shit.
Oh, man.
Ow.
Because who would you say, like between him and Jess Hilarious, who would you say was a bigger comedian?
I think just because you could take Jess and go mainstream. You can't do mainstream with Corey. That's how Jess be on the Breakfast Club.
Okay, because I would have thought, like, as a comedian, like, I would put him as a bigger comic, but maybe her as a bigger entertainer. I guess she had a bigger social media presence. But yeah, I hear you. I don't know. I just feel like a lot of times he punches down. Like the people he knows he's better than. Like it's Donnell Rollins and Jess Hilarious. I don't know. I just feel like he be punching down. That's just a feeling. I mean, he can do what he wants. He grown. I just ain't gotta watch. But it'd be funny though. The first time he wrote somebody, I'm watching, guaranteed. First time he gets on to somebody, first time he got on Cheyenne Bryant, I was like, oh yeah. Yep. I need to see this. She ain't even straight. She a lesbian. This fucking bitch with the big old forehead. I mean, he needs to be going in. That first time he got on Cheyenne Bryant, I was cracking up. But the next 10 times. Next 10 times been so great. But yeah, man, you can roll up out, or you had enough. I don't even know what all you had up on. Let me see. Snow White. You talked about Snow White with Brie? I think you said you did.
For a minute, I ain't really get into what I had to talk to her about. So okay. Yeah.
Loren,
and that's it, man. Yeah. We talk about all the other shit next time. We've been up here down there 5 hours.
All right, bro. As always, a pleasure. Appreciate y'all, Bree. I appreciate you dealing with my my semantic rage. Yellow, same to you.
It's cool.
Yeah.
You was cementing, my nigga.
Hey, listen.
Away.
I told y'all. I knew it. I felt it. I was like, I know it's semantic. But when I kept talking, I was like, there's a problem. I'm gonna have to do it. I'm gonna have to. I ain't stop talking. I felt like Stephen A. Smith. Like, I'm not gonna address this anymore. I'm not gonna address this any further. Then I'm having like 5 straight shows talking about LeBron. I'm not gonna address this any further. Yeah, we've been up here about 5 hours, Marcus. The stream it cut off. So I don't know how long. It might be showing you that I just started, but we've been up here like 5 hours. Yeah. The stream was going black. Like when we were showing some of the Joe Budden podcast, So there might have been like copyright striking us. So the stream was going black and coming back, and then I got a second notification that we went live about 15 minutes ago. It might have been 10. So yeah, we've actually been up here 5 hours.
Don't come for her forehead. Yeah. Plus, you know what? I think that that conversation might be better suited for the Snow White chat. Probably better suited for because I got a whole a whole theory behind that and Wicked. Like
Snow White and Wicked?
Yeah. Yeah. So we could probably do that on the laid back lens. Okay. We could probably do that on Bree channel. That would probably be a little more suitable for that.
She be protecting the brand. You know, you got to run the full concept by her. You know, she protected. And yeah, Button Podcast. Yeah, I got through most of it though. We got about 2 hours. We reacted to about 2 hours before it started blacking out. So I'm not sure what happened. It was just towards the end, and we only had like a minute left, and it just started blacking out every time I hit play. And now we didn't talk about Daredevil. I've been watching Daredevil, but the Daredevil Born Again is boring to me. And Avengers Doomsday, I will say that they're having Magneto in it. I'm super excited now. I wasn't before. I was not before. Now they got Magneto's gonna be in it. I'm down.
The cast, bro. The cast they got in there.
That's crazy. It was like 50 people. That was crazy.
Like, holy shit! They bringing everybody. They doing it right now. We're doing it now. Okay, we're doing it now. Yeah. They're doing it now. It's happening. Like on the Office. Okay, it's happening.
And Marcus, yeah, I'm not a Joe Budden fan either. I don't follow the podcast, but they had an interesting interaction talking about masculinity. Melissa Ford had brought the topic from the Pivot podcast with Anthony Mackie talking about the death of American masculinity. But then it devolved because she kind of got triggered and turned it into trying to make it like, well, we need to see it through the feminine lens. And Joe's like, nah, it needs to be about men, through men, for men. Don't matter if they got daughters. It was interesting. Yeah, they haven't shown the whole cast, but they did that whole chair thing. I also think that was too many chairs. They might have too many characters. That's also a thing. Because they showed a lot of chairs. There was way too many. So I can't see it being a really fleshed out story. There's going to be a lot of cameos. There's going to have to be a lot of cameos because there was too many names to give everybody. If you gave all the people 5 minutes of screen time.
Tell me you wouldn't sit there. Tell me you ain't finna sit there for 3.5 hours and watch whatever they gonna present to you.
I might.
Exactly, nigga. That's how they gonna do it. That fucking movie finna be 3 hours, 30 minutes, nigga.
I'm gonna tell you, man.
Yes, you are, Marcus.
I fell off. They're gonna have to prove something. I mean, because they lost too much. So we don't have the real Captain America. So we got Captain Flint. We got Captain Flint right now, which I've been calling him names. I ain't. He's Captain Falcon, Atlanta. Man. He's Captain Atlanta. He's Captain Detroit. He's Captain Cleveland. Captain Philly. He's not Captain America. That's Falcon. And now Falcon got a Falcon. So it's 2 Falcons. There ain't no Captain America. Captain Falcon, that works. He is not Captain America.
It's already a Captain Falcon. You can't call him Captain Falcon. It's already a Captain Falcon.
Well, Falcon Captain. He's not Captain America.
Chris Evans gonna be in it, but he probably gonna be the Human Torch.
But they can't do that because
they killed them off. They killed him off in death.
Yeah, so he must be coming back as Captain America. Because,
or
Steve Rogers. Let's go. He'll be coming back as Steve Rogers.
Yeah, Steve Rogers appearing. Old man Steve Rogers. Yeah.
Old Steve.
Yeah. Grizzled Steve.
Yeah,
70-year-old Steve.
Cool. All right.
Also want to do a Severance chat. I haven't seen it. But no, that I seen the reveal. They did the reveal video and they showed all them chairs and dude. When they hit Patrick Stewart, I was like, oh yeah, it's going down. And then the music slightly changed to the He's like,
Yeah,
oh, look, let's
yeah,
go.
yeah.
Let's
From
go.
what
And if they
I
use
watched,
oh,
I watched a little bit of a breakdown. There's a lot of X-Men, and there's nobody from the Spider-Man universe, so it's gonna be interesting. I can't wait to see what they do with it.
yeah, then it's gonna be Doom. Is it? I wonder if it's gonna be Tony Stark as Doom, or is he gonna be Victor Von Doom?
I don't know, man.
That's gonna be interesting. I was just that's the main thing, and we all know that's the main thing because he was the first one. So like making this happen. I don't read the comic books. I didn't. I've liked the characters, but I never was a comic book reader. But I was fond of because I had to, like you said, the animated series. I had the privilege of growing up with the cartoons, so I didn't have to really read the book. I got a lot of the stories from the cartoon. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, we couldn't afford a lot of comics and all that, so I'm thankful for the cartoons. I don't know what they do. See, right now I'm not at a place of trust with Marvel. I don't trust Marvel right now. As I said, I might sit through 3.5 hours. I need to get reviews first because they have definitely burned me too many times recently.
Man, look,
TV shows, the TV shows have been absolute trash. The movies have been mid at best. Like since Endgame, it's just not been great. It has not been great.
Okay, I'm with it. Cool. All right, that makes. I know. I figured they're gonna do something. I figured something like that.
Yeah.
But they probably look knowing them, they might not even go that way. They might do something completely different.
Yeah, I just don't trust them, man. So I mean, I hope they would do something true to the comic books, even though I didn't read it. I prefer. And then if they did the Spider-Man anime series, that'd be fine too. I just want them to do something that a lot of the real fans, like the real hardcore Marvel fans that read all the books and stuff, I'd want them to be pleased with the direction they took. Like that's what I want. I want a movie that does not get hate before it even airs. That's what I really want. People find I don't want those hate campaigns. Like stay true to the source material as much as you can, so we can actually get to the movie and get it released, and then get real reviews. I really wish people would do that because we're just in a culture that's really anti everything. So it's like, you know what? Let's just kind of stick close to the script, that's already like until people calm down. And the stream did end at one point, I guess, because I got a second alert. Yeah, my bad.
So yeah, to your point though, bro. To your point, that that's what we was gonna talk about with Snow White. That's what we was gonna talk. That's what we're gonna talk about with Snow White.
Okay.
So whenever Bree got some free time to fire up the laid back lens,
let's go.
We could talk about that too. Plus, we got to find a copy of the Queen of the Ring. Gotta find that. Still on search, man. Still on search.
That's been elusive.
Plus, plus we got wrestling in a month, y'all. May 3rd. Be here for press start. It's going down.
Beat making blunt.
All right. So he said it's going down and yellow drop. So, he's back. Let's go.
Yep.
Let me see if this copy is in English.
Make sure y'all tune in. May 3rd. We'll be here live for Press Start 3. Somebody's gonna get a controller stuck up their ass, probably.
Oh. No, thank you.
Nah. It's family friendly. Ish.
Yeah, it should be good though, man. I'm looking forward to the payoff from from the last event. I'm looking forward to. I want to see what happens with the board. And wait, I might have found a deal. Oh, I need to see if it's in English. That's what I said. You know, my bootlegs be I don't even know what language that is. I can't even pick it out. Let's see. Come on now. X-Men 97 season 2. I do want to see that.
I ain't even started watching them.
Nope. Not English. That sounds like Eastern European. Oh well. I still don't have a good copy, bro.
Fuck.
Ooh. Yeah. All right, y'all. We getting ready to roll up out, man. Appreciate y'all for stopping through. I don't know what happened to the stream. I know it was a Joe Budden podcast. Probably the replay gonna get taken down too. Oh well. But let's get up out of here.
Everybody has feelings. So you're physically hurt, but you're not thinking of my mental, right?